to please join us on dais, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, for Professor Balvinder Shukla, Dr. Chandradeep Tandon Sir, Dr. Silvamurthy Sir, Professor Sunita Ratan Ma'am. I now request all the dignitaries and guests to please join us on the dais. Good morning. Good morning. Very good morning to one and all, dignitaries, invited guests, delegates, faculty members, and dear students. We welcome you all to the 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices, ICRTMD 2026, which is organized by Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh.
The prime objective of this conference is to promote collaborative excellence between academicians, researchers, scientists, engineers, and industry experts to network and share their knowledge, insightful suggestions, and showcasing cutting-edge research in the field of chemical, physical, statistical, and mathematical sciences. This conference will additionally focus on advancements in sustainable materials, devices, and computational approaches. We are honored to have with us our guest of honor, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Head Research and Development, Infra and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Outstanding Scientist, Director General, Resource and Management in Human Resource, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. He'll be joining us soon. We are delighted to have with us Honorable Founder President, Patron-in-Chief, ICRTMD 2026, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Co-Patron, ICRTMD 2026, Professor Balvinder Shukla Ma'am, Dr. W. Silvamurthy Sir, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, ASTIF, Director General for Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation. Dr. Chandradeep Tandon Sir, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Research, Dean, Biosciences and Biotechnology. Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dean, Science and Technology, Director, AIAS and Chairperson, ICRTMD 2026.
To make an auspicious beginning, let us start this event by lighting the lamp while chanting, I request Professor V.K. Jain sir to please join us on the dais. Okay. To make an auspicious beginning, let us start this event by lighting the lamp while chanting Saraswati Vandana for the blessings of the Almighty. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please proceed towards lighting the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Goddess Saraswati is a symbol of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and nature. May the divine power bless us all. To extend the warm welcome, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Balwinder Shukla ma'am, to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Dr. Pratishta Pandey, Head R&D Infra and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India.
To begin with, I would like to first
I now request ma'am to present a sapling to our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Trivedi, outstanding scientist and Director General, Resource Management and HR, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present a sapling to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Balwinder Shukla ma'am. I now request ma'am to present a sapling to Dr. W. Silvamurthy sir, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, ASTF. I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present a sapling to Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Research Dean, Biosciences and Biotechnology. I now request ma'am to present a sapling to Dr. V.K. Jain sir.
To begin with, I would like to first introduce Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am, who's Dean Science and Technology Director, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, Amity University, Noida, and Chairperson, ICRTMD 2026. She has a rich experience of more than 30 years in academics and research. Her research areas include polymer grafting, ion beam modification, stimulus-responsive polymeric membranes, nanomaterials, nanocomposites, and membranes for selective separation. She has funded projects from reputed funding organizations, including DRDO, DST, BRNS, SERB, and 2 from international agencies such as Interatomic Energy Association, Austria. In addition to her above assignments, she is serving as Secretary, Asian Polymer Association and Society of Biomaterials and Artificial Organs, Delhi. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan to come to welcome the dignitaries and give introduction about the conference.
Thank you so much. Esteemed Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, our guest of honor, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Dr. Selvamurthy, President STIF, Dr. Chandradip Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.K. Jain, HOIs and HODs of various departments, our most valued invited speakers, guests, delegates, faculty, and students. It's a matter of immense pleasure and pride for me to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices, ICRTMD 2026. Your presence today lends great significance to this academic forum, and we are truly honored to host such a distinguished gathering. The ICRTMD conference series was initiated with the vision of creating a robust international platform for the exchange of ideas, dissemination of cutting-edge research, and promotion of interdisciplinary collaboration across material science, devices, physical sciences, chemical sciences, mathematical sciences, and statistical sciences. Over the years, with the successful organization of 6 ICRTMD has evolved into a respected and credible academic forum, attracting participation from leading researchers, scientists, industry professionals from India and across. The 7th edition continues this proud legacy while expanding both in scale and academic depth. The theme of 7th International ICRTMD 2026 comprehensively cover materials in science, devices, nanotechnology, quantum materials, applied mathematics, statistics, artificial intelligence, optimization techniques, and data-driven systems. These domains are central to advancing modern science and technology and are closely aligned with national and global research priorities. The technical program of ICRTMD 2026 has been thoughtfully curated to reflect research priorities and global challenges. Over the next 2 days, the conference features 2 plenary lectures, 12 keynote lectures, more than 80 invited and oral presentations, 3 parallel technical sessions, separate oral deliberations from research scholars, 2 poster sessions, 3 special thematic sessions on emerging and interdisciplinary areas. ICRTMD 2026 has received an overwhelming response from premier institutions across India, highlighting its academic strength and relevance. We are privileged to have over 85 eminent speakers, including international experts from more than 10 countries, alongside leading researchers from IITs, ICRs, central universities, CSR laboratories, DRDO, BARC, BARC, DST, and other premier institutions. In addition, distinguished contributors are participating from other reputed organizations such as JNU, University of Delhi, Jamia Millia, BHU, ICR, Raman Research Institution, NIPER Mohali, and various NITs and several central universities. The conference is further enriched by international participation from Japan, South Korea, United Kingdom, China, Germany, Russia, Malaysia, Tunisia, Saudi Arabia, and Peru, making ICRTMD 2026 truly global in its research and impact. In today's rapidly evolving scientific and technological landscape, the discipline of material science and mathematical sciences play a pivotal role and enabling role in addressing some of the most pressing global challenges. We would all agree that advances in material sciences are fundamental to the development of sustainable energy system, advanced electronic and photonic devices, nanotechnologies, healthcare solutions, and whatnot. At the same time, mathematical sciences and statistics provide the critical framework for modeling, optimization, data analysis, and predictive understanding, which underpin progress across physical sciences. The convergence of material innovations and mathematical modeling has become essential for accelerating discovery, improving efficiency, and translating the research into real-world application. So it is this interdisciplinary synergy that makes a conference like ICRTMD particularly timely and relevant. ICRTMD 2026 aims to foster meaningful academic interactions, encourage young researchers, and facilitate the development of enduring national and international collaboration. We sincerely hope that all the deliberations, discussions, and exchange during this conference will contribute significantly to scientific advancement, technological innovation, and societal development. To all the delegates, particularly young researchers and students, this conference offers a valuable opportunity to present your work, receive constructive feedback, learn from its experts, and build lasting collaborations. I encourage you to engage actively, think critically, and pursue research that is innovative, ethical, and impactful for society. Let ICRTMD 2026 serve as a catalyst for ideas that extend beyond the conference and contribute to scientific advancement and national development. And I take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt and profound thanks to our revered founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his enormous support, guidance, and unflinching faith for organizing these research-oriented events. The whole ICRTMD team is profoundly grateful to his valuable guidance and admires the depth and intensity of his passion in making Amity University one of the best research-driven universities. We are grateful to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, for providing us with such a beautiful and comfortable platform to organize this event. We are deeply grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, whose unflinching support has always been driving force behind such endeavors. I would humbly submit that the framework of ICRTMD was conceptualized by her way back in 2010. And since then, she has been guiding us to make this event more fruitful as the years pass by. Thank you, ma'am. We'll always be thankful to our Professor A.L. Verma, former advisor, and Dr. V.K. Jain. Under their guidance, the first ICRTMD was organized. Thank you, sir. We extend a very hearty welcome to all speakers for gracing the occasion and sharing their important work with us. An event of this size does not happen overnight. We have been truly fortunate to have a wonderful team of AIS, of dedicated colleagues who worked tirelessly and took ownership of every responsibility with great enthusiasm. I'm thankful to each one of them. Their hard work and commitment have made this day possible. We are also thankful to ANRF, UPST, and our other sponsors for believing us that this conference will help them and for their generous support. To conclude, ICRTMD 2026 is not merely a conference, but a living conference of ideas, where curiosity finds direction, knowledge finds purpose, and collaboration becomes the catalyst for future discoveries. I'm confident that this ICRTMD 2026 will lead to inspiring discussions, meaningful partnerships, and enduring outcomes, innovations that goes far above our imaginations. I would like to share a simple, beautiful couplet. चलो कि आज नए रास्तों की बात करें, चलो कि आज नए रास्तों की बात करें, जहां सोच की उड़ान हो, जहां सोच की उड़ान हो और सीमाएं साथ छोड़ दे. Thank you so much. Once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you all and wish ICRTMD 2026 every success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us an insightful introduction on our team. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Biosciences and Biotechnology, Amity University, Noida. Dr. Tandon has served as Dean Faculty of Sciences, Amity University, Punjab, Mohali. He has received his PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. His research expertise is in proteomics and medical biotechnology. He has successfully completed several research projects funded by DBT, ICMR, DST. Now, I would like to request Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Biosciences and Biotechnology, to address the audience.
Thank you so much. On the behalf of most revered Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, respected Dr. Sula Murthy ji, all people, everyone dignitaries on and off the dais, I very warmly welcome our chief guest, Dr. Prateek Kishore. I very warmly welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, and all speakers, all students who are participating, research scholars, my colleagues, deans, HOIs, to this very important ICRTMD 2026. The theme of this conference, recent trends in materials and devices, aptly reflects the critical role that the material science, advanced devices, and enabling technologies play in driving contemporary scientific and technology progress. These areas are central to today's rapidly evolving research landscape and are shaping the future of science, engineering, and technology. Advanced materials are reducing weight, improving fuel efficiency, and enhancing properties. Nanomaterials are being used in energy storage, nanoelectronics, and medicine. So there is a big scope for interdisciplinary sciences. In the current era, scientific advancement increasingly relies on interdisciplinary integration, which we have been propagating in our university, and all our scientists have started now putting their heads together and started working together. ICRTMD 2026 brings together experienced scientists, industry experts, and young researchers, providing a valuable platform for meaningful knowledge exchange and constructive feedback and collaborative learning. The participation of international speakers further enriches this platform by strengthening diversity of thought and broadening problem-solving approaches. I encourage participants to aim for joint publications, funded research proposals, and technology translation, which is going to be coming after these interactions and deliberations and the various address by esteemed speakers, so that this event becomes the beginning of long-term professional engagement rather than just a standalone interaction. I would like to place on record my appreciation for the dedicated efforts of organizing committee, reviewers, session chairs, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. With this, I once again welcome you all and look forward to insightful presentations and enriching discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, who is President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation. Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, is promoting and coordinating research. Okay. So first, I would like to
It is with great honor that I may now introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, co-patron ICRTMD 2026. A luminary in academia and administration, Professor Balwinder Shukla, Ma'am, stands out as a brilliant scholar, prolific researcher, and visionary leader, renowned for her multifaceted insights, humility, and exceptional leadership skills. She has left an indelible mark on the educational landscape. Dr. Shukla is a pioneering leader in innovation and entrepreneurship at Amity University, driving initiatives like Amity Innovation Incubator, Amity Entrepreneurial Development Cell, Amity Innovation and Design Center, and Industry Innovation Council. Her visionary leadership has elevated Amity University to new heights in knowledge creation, innovation, and industry engagement. We are so glad, ma'am, that you're part of this occasion, and we now invite ma'am to address the session.
Thank you very much. I think it was the Dr. Selvamurthy's turn, but I have requested, as I have appointment outside the campus. Our most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, a very distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, the outstanding scientist and Director General, Resource and Management and Human Resources, DRDO, and Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Head in R&D and Infra, and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. My esteemed colleagues on the dais, in the audience, distinguished scientists, researchers who have come from across the globe, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Chancellor, my personal behalf, extend a very warm welcome to all of you at the 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices. I'm extremely thankful to our Honorable Founder President that who has, given cultivated a culture in the university to create new generations of technocrats who embody innovation, problem solving, agility, and open minded. And I'm extremely thankful to our dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who has created a conducive environment that promotes academic excellence, research, and innovation, enabling faculty and students to realize their full potential and to contribute to the economic growth. I remember year 2010 that when the RTMD, the idea was conceived, because in 2009 we started the concept of conferences in engineering and technology domain. And at that time, applied sciences used to be the part of the MIT School of Engineering and Technology as one of the department. And I said I would like each department to organize a research conference and invite the distinguished scientists, researchers from across the globe. Because the Honorable Founder President gave us mission, the Mission Connect. There cannot be any other way than connecting with the researcher scientists. And then another beautiful mission, Honorable Founder President said, the mission synergy. So once you build the connect, synergy will automatically will come when you discuss, deliberate, and find the common interest to work together. And since then, we found that all the conferences, each department started organizing the conference. And the very first conference in engineering and technology was Confluence by the Computer Science and Engineering and department. Then the other department came with a Micon, the mobile and embedded communication system. And then came the spin signal processing of integrated network. And then came the recent trends in materials and devices. And department decided which conference they will have annually and which conference they will have the biannually. So this is the 7th edition. And it is the biannually the conference will be organized. And I think that since then we have seen how the research collaborations have came out. That's the outcome of the conferences. But at the same time, the kind of the connect was built. And I can see that some of the scientists who came in the first year, till today, those universities are connected with the MIT universities. I'm very happy that something which was initiated as a small beginning has become the banyan tree. So my congratulations to Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dr. V.K. Jain, and all the faculty, the HODs of this department who really, really worked very hard. And I would like to thank all the speakers, all the researchers who have spared their time and who are going to present their research findings in this conference, and which will give a great learning to the PhD scholars, master's students, bachelor students, Because National Education Policy 2020 emphasized on the research component in all the program, including the undergraduate program. And therefore, these research conferences become very important for the undergraduate student, the postgraduate student, that how they learn what are the recent trends, developments in the various fields. And it's even more important because the dream of the Viksit Bharat, the vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. You know, when MIT was started way back in 1995, the higher education, our honorable founder president gave a great vision to us. And he said that India will be the knowledge superpower by 2030. And since then, he has been working relentlessly, and which have brought us so many initiatives at Amity University. But now he has aligned his vision with the nation's vision, the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, that Viksit Bharat by 2047, and all the researches are aligned with the national priorities as per the Viksit Bharat, and how in the students, when helping them in their progression, how the progression is also aligned with the Viksit Bharat. The students are encouraged to do the research, innovation, and convert their innovation either as a startup, the student startup at the campus, or when they're contributing, and if they're going for the employment, when they're contributing to the organization, they're aligned with the national priorities. Because the economic development of the nation is extremely important. And the youth who is sitting here in this hall, you are going to be the very big contributor at that time, from now onwards. Therefore, this conference is important for today's researchers and scientists who have achieved a lot in their life. And this conference is equally important for all the students to learn what are the developments, what are the trends in various disciplines, and where the opportunities are there, so that you decide your career aspiration accordingly and start working. And you will feel immense pride in what contribution you will make. And you will be and that fulfilling the dream of the Viksit Bharat. Our Honorable Founder President always says that each Amitian will be a success story. And for being a successful, it's important that you have the clarity of your goal. And these conferences help the individual to setting their goals for them. Our Honorable Chancellor always says that the Amitians will be a very different breed of, and who will be one side the value-based, focusing on the Indian culture, Indian heritage, but at the same time thinking for the world, to make the world a better place to live. So therefore, I would like to thank our, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi ji, for sparing his time and being here. DRDO is such a great organization which have contributed immensely in the nation building and making India a self-reliant in many ways, especially in the defense areas. And I'm extremely thankful also to Dr. Pratishta Pandey, Head of R&D Intra and NSM, for sparing your time. And DSC has been a great organization which has supported in big way the universities for the research and innovation. And Amity University has been focusing a lot on research and innovation. Every year for the last 4 years have been getting the IPR award. India is among the top 3 QS or Times Higher Education ranked universities. More than 50 researchers and scientists are in the list of the Stanford's, the scientists. And also that Amity University focuses a lot on the community engagement and development, which is extremely important. So with this, once again, I extend very warm welcome to all of you and wish a great success of this convocation, ICRTMD. And I'm really looking forward, Dr. Sunita and Dr. V.K. Jain, the outcome of this conference. But Honorable President, always looking forward, what have we achieved? So I'm sure what you have envisioned for this conference, you will really achieve with your team. Thank you so very much.
Shukla, one word for you. I will speak later. I always say the biggest success of any boss is when his people become more worthy, more competent, more wise, and so on. And when I heard you or see you that you are doing this, that you have become in every respect better than me, then this is a great proud for me. So before you go, I must compliment you. More than 30 years with me. And in 2047, when I will dance, you will stay near me so that my foot doesn't slip. All the best, because you are going now. Rest, Sunita, I'll speak later on. But I wanted to compliment my Vice Chancellor, on whom I'm greatly proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Founder President, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. It has always been a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you again for taking time for us. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Selvamurthy sir, who is President, Amity Science Technology Innovation Foundation. Dr. Selvamurthy sir is promoting and coordinating research and innovation in all Amity institutions. He is also a member of Scientific Advisory Committee to Cabinet Government of India. He is the chairman of Technology Commercialization Committee of ICMR. He is chairman of Interministerial National Steering Committee of DST on Scientific Social Responsibility. In recognition of his significant contribution to biomedical research and development, he has been awarded a number of prestigious research awards, including CSIR, National Award for Science and Technology Innovations, presented by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Technology Leadership Award by DRDO, Lifetime Achievement Award from Honorable President of India in the field of clinical and preventive cardiology, ICMR Shakuntala Amir Chand Award. Now I invite on stage Dr. Selvamurthy sir to share his thoughts.
Very good morning to every one of you. Students, very good morning. Great, great. The conference is for you. It's not for the people, who is in the eve of their life. It is for you. Because you are the dawn, and you are the dawn of the whole humanity. So Amity is organizing such events where we invite you to come and share, listen to people, and understand, imbibe, assimilate, and synthesize your own knowledge. So the conference is for you. So let's clap for all the organizers who has given you the opportunity to organize this, Dr. Sunita Rathan and others. So Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, whom you just saw, who has in fact orchestrated the whole conference. Because even yesterday evening, he took Dr. Sunita Rathan, myself, on a conference call, and then he was talking about how do we structure this. So not only yesterday, but he has been doing it for the past almost a month, talking to Sunita Rathan, guiding her that who is coming as chief guest, who is coming as guest of honor, who are the invited people. So that is the involvement of your founder president, whom you saw just now, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. I must say a few words about him, because he has created history in education. Because today, if you see, Amity has emerged as a global brand in education, research, innovation. It's because of him. He has created 12 independent universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, including preschools, And with 250,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 5,000 PhD scholars. So this Amity universe he has created. That is why I said, let's give a big clap to the founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, who will be addressing you very soon. You know, he was also a chemistry person like you, many of them, including our Sunita Ratan, Sangeeta Pandey, all these people are chemists. He did masters in chemistry from University of Meerut. Then he wanted to go to Germany, but his parents did not have wherewithal to support his education in Germany. So he got his scholarship, went with 3 sterling pounds, and then he stayed there for 28 years, and then became the largest non-European investor in Germany. When the reunion took place between East and West Germany, you see the founder president there. He was the largest non-European investor. And then when the chancellor of Germany, he held a meeting, a big meeting of all their ministers and very, very VIPs. At that time, he mentioned to all the audience that I brought political stability to Germany. But here is the person, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, who brought economic stability and prosperity to Germany. So let's clap to this great personality who came back to India, and then he wanted to contribute to nation building. So his whole soul, he could have comfortably stayed in Germany, Europe, and expanded the empire there. But his heart was in India. So he came back to India, invested all that learning, what he could with the struggle which he had, but he invested to contribute to nation building. So that is your Dr. Chauhan ji, and he has a big dream. In every state, there must be a Amity University. These 18 campuses should become 50 campuses abroad. And so that is the vision. And then India should be #1 in the world in terms of education, research, innovation. So thank you, Founder President. Our salutation to you for the great yeoman service you are rendering to the whole humanity. Our Chancellor, who has also now spearheading the mission, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, who is now in US and addressing very important. We have a campus there in Long Island of New York, 175 acres. And we are building a Amity Global Research Hub in addition to Amity Harrow School there. So he is a product of University College of London, London School of Economics. So why I am bringing this, just to tell that this Amity universe is being governed by people who have done research, innovation, education, and such a kind of people who govern this. People from Wharton Business School is another chancellor, and from Harvard. So this is Amity Group. Now coming to the conference, let me welcome our chief guest today, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, and we have been colleagues together in DRDO, which we are proud of. We make missiles, aircraft, radars, sonars, torpedoes, nuclear power submarines, aircraft carriers, and also life support materials for soldiers, soldier support, and also nuclear, biological, chemical warfare, defense technology. So he is from that organization where I served together with him also for 40 years. So this is the organization which he belongs as an outstanding scientist. And he is also Director General of the Human Resource, which is 30,000 people, 10,000 scientists, 12,000 technical people, 8,000 support staff. That is what he is governing. But he is basically a scientist because we get into corporate responsibility, even though we are scientists there. That's how we serve there. And he is now looking after this. Before that, he was director of DMSRD Kanpur. There is a material research laboratory, defense material research and development establishment. So that is what materials and stores research and development establishment. Then before that, he was also involved in BrahMos. You know, he was actually recruited for assisting and supporting one of the stalwarts in the DRDO, which is Dr. Sivathanam Pillai, who was the architect along with Dr. Abdul Kalam to make this BrahMos missile. And he was associated with Dr. Sivathanam Pillai. So Dr. Mayank, we are so proud of you. And his specific field, if you look at Mayank field is polymer composites, and he has also done nanomaterials in a big way. And also in the defense technology transfers, IPR, so many responsibilities he has undertaken in DRDO. In addition to, he was 10 years as director and then now director general. So this is our, the chief guest today. He is now the chief guest, and we welcome our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi. And thank you so much for sparing valuable time to be with us. And we have another very distinguished person, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, who loves Amity and who supports Amity and who has been here in our campus on a few occasions. And she is also originally from DRDO. She served in 8 years at Solid State Physics Laboratory, which makes thin film and solid state physics, so devices. So that is the lab which she originally joined. And after 8 years, she moved to the DST, Department of Science and Technology. She is holding a very important responsibility of looking into all R&D infrastructure built through DST. Because you need people, you need infrastructure. So she is involved in building science and technology infrastructure in the country through FIST, PURS, and SATI, and also SAI. So these are the schemes, research R&D infrastructure built by DST. She plays the pivotal role. And she also drives missions like supercomputing mission, which she is driving. Pratishtha, we are so proud of you. We wish you all the best. And we keep interacting with you. Thanks for all your support. Let's give a big clap to Pratishtha. Women power. You know, women power is the one which we nurture now in the whole country today. So we have such a wonderful gathering today, and we have the Dr. Mayank as chief guest and Pratishtha as the guest of honor. And I must say a few words about Dr. Sunita Rattan, who is the main architect in terms of who formulated driving the 7th, the International Conference on Materials and Devices. And she is one of the strong pillars of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. And she is not only the director of the Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, she is the Dean for Science and Technology. She has a lot of multilateral projects and bilateral projects with abroad. She goes abroad very often to Austria and other countries. So her particular field is fuel cell membrane. She is a membrane specialist. You know, she's basically an applied chemist, and then worked on fuel cell membrane and also nanocomposites, smart hydrogels, copolymers, thin film. So all that what you are going to discuss, she has worked in all this area, made significant contribution. Let's clap for the chairman of the main organizing committee, chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Sunita Rattan, and ably supported by Sangeeta Tiwari, and who is here with us. And Sangeeta Tiwari is also the chemist working with the Sunita Rattan. Above all, we have Dr. V.K. Jain. Dr. V.K. Jain, and who is again from DRDO, from Solid State Physics Laboratory. When founder president visited the SSPL in Timarpur, then he located, here is an innovator with such an enthusiasm, drive, and also who have made devices which went in ISRO. Some of the satellites, his payload has gone when he was in DRDO. So he is a material specialist, and NP MAS, in which there is a national program on materials. So he worked in that area with Dr. Atre. So when founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan looked at him and also studied him, you know, he picks up the people when he finds talents, and even the talents who are here, whenever you superannuate, please join us. So this is the mission which he has kept, that people never retire. Scientists and intellectuals never retire. They should be connected. So he brought Dr. Jain, V.K. Jain, who is heading the materials and devices. So we have such wonderful people, and I invite everyone, I welcome each and every one of you. Now, finally, with regard to the theme of this conference, see, the theme is very important. Atmanirbhar Bharat is the vision which has been given for by our Honorable Prime Minister, Viksit Bharat, and then which is Atmanirbhar Bharat is a part of that. Atmanirbhar Bharat, you need devices, you need self-reliance in all technologies, products, everything should be indigenous, for which the building block is material. That is why this conference is important. Without materials, you cannot develop any systems, dividers, system of systems. Everything depends on materials. That is why this conference is important. And now you should talk about quantum materials, which our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, has launched a big mission on quantum. Quantum materials is part of this. So when you discuss the recent advancement, talk about quantum materials, metamaterials, smart materials like self-healing materials, superconducting materials, semiconductor, nanomaterial, magnetomaterials, and such things we should discuss, because that is what we are assembled here, looking at the future, where India should take leadership role. I'm sure this will happen. Now, the final carry-home message will be, let us look at artificial intelligence, because Amity has invested hugely to establish a 10 petaflop computing capability today in the country. The largest one in a university system is here. So please do visit. Some of the delegates who have come from outside, please see that. But using this data analytics and artificial intelligence, you will be able to reduce the cycle time, development cycle for new materials. Because new material, like a new drug, it takes almost 10 years to bring a new material after certification and also validation, and then scaling up, manufacturing. So it takes 10 years. So, but then you can now reduce the cycle using data analytics as well as artificial intelligence. So let us look at that new area. Because Amity is working in all these areas. And that is why we have Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, we have Amity Institute of Materials and Devices, Dr. V.K. Jain heads. So with this, we would like to connect with you all and let us do something disruptive. It's not that routinely yet another 7th edition, then 8th edition, but this edition in Amity is hosting, because that's what founder says, outcome is very important. So we would like to have tangible outcome coming out from this. Sunita and the whole Sagita, all of you should now tell us what you want to do. What is the recommendation emerging from this? What is the trajectory in which the country should move, the whole world should move, should come out from this conference. So we wish you all the best. And I'm sure that all of you students, be attentive to listen to every speaker, because you will learn this more than classrooms, textbooks, and Google. You will learn from the words of wisdom coming from all the participants. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, it is our great pleasure to now introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Head Research and Development Infra and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Pandey was awarded doctoral degree in experimental solid-state physics from internationally recognized Thin Film Laboratory, Physics Department, IIT Delhi. Dr. Pratishtha Pandey holds research and development experience of about 8 years in defense research and development organization. In solid-state physics laboratory, she has worked in the growth and characterization of epitaxial compound semiconductor heterostructures by metal organic chemical vapor deposition technique for growth of MES-FEHCs, semiconductor laser diode structures, and quantum dots. Dr. Pandey was also involved in electrochemical capacitance voltage measurements of epitaxial layers. May I now invite Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, ma'am, to share her thoughts.
Dr. Ashok Chauhan, founder, president, Amity Group, Dr. Selva Murthy, ex-DRDO, our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, DG DRDO, Dr. V.K. Jain, Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dr. Neera Sharma, my former colleague at DST, the scientific community from Amity and other academic institutions, dear researchers and students. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sunita Ratan, one of the Ratan of Amity. She is a very strong pillar, as said by Dr. Selva Murthy, that she has given me an opportunity to be present for the inaugural international conference on recent trends in materials and devices.
So material science is very special to my heart because I've earlier worked in materials. So material science founds the foundation of any technology, say for example, space technology, aerospace technology, energy storage, climate, biomaterials, quantum sensing, quantum dots, high frequency devices, gallium nitride devices. Then when we work on solar cells, we have perovskites and different materials. So I think this conference will provide a very important platform to the young researchers, especially, and faculties, young faculty from different academic institutions to know the recent trends and the advancement in material science, what are the newer materials, what are the technologies for deposition for newer materials, and how cost-effective technologies are coming in the research. So Indian science and technology has progressed a lot in the recent years. India is the third in the education, overall education system. And our PhD output in terms of STEM fields had also increased. Now India stands third in the number of in the publications, third in the number of PhD produced. So there is a these are all very encouraging trends, and the Global Innovation Index has also become, has jumped over the years. Now it is 35 in 2025, which was earlier 81 in 2015. So these are very important trends in the Indian science and technology. And the women participation also has increased over the years. Now we have secretaries, various women secretaries in Government of India, women vice chancellor, women directors, and a strong women workforce in STEM areas. So this is also very encouraging. So I will also like to mention that Department of Science and Technology, through various schemes, see, one of the mandate of government is to build a very strong research infrastructure in various academic institutions. So through our schemes like FIST, that is the Fund for Improvement in Science and Technology, which has been implemented by DST since the last 25 years. It is a very successful program, and through FIST, department has supported more than 3,000 departments across the countries. And we have an outreach of 960 institutions. Can you believe? You go to any corner of the country, you will find a signature of FIST in various IITs, even newer generation IITs like IIT Bhilai, IIT Palakkad. You go to any of the NIIT, Central University, State University, and also the postgraduate colleges. They have got FIST funding for acquiring the research infrastructure to talk about any of the scientific infrastructure, say, for example, X-ray diffraction, single crystal X-ray diffraction, X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, any of the imaging technique like transmission electron microscopy, or coming to UV visible, NER, to any of the confocals, FESCM, FEGSCMs. DST has provided huge support to the academic institutions across the country for building the research infrastructure. Another very important scheme is the PERS scheme. You know, there was a lot of deliberations in DST in 2009. The then Secretary Dr. Ramasamy thought that all the funds, there's always people talk that all the funds go to only tier 1 institutions like IIT, ICRTMD, ISC. So that time this scheme PERS was initiated by a department in which the funds are provided to the university ecosystem for building the research infrastructure. And till date, 1,200 crores of funds has been given to the universities in the country, in different states. You can see PERS supported universities across the country. And the other program, because this is a conference for the material science, and I hope few computational people are also present, and you will have few lectures in the computational side of the material science. So DSG, through National Supercomputing Mission, has installed 38 supercomputers in the country, and 45 petaflop of supercompute power has been achieved. And these systems are open for utilization by the scientific community. And shortly, we are going to organize one dedicated one-day workshop. Maybe we will connect to the theory people who can use this infrastructure, and we want to connect the universities and our scientific community to the National Supercomputing Mission. And we are going to organize one dedicated session for the material science people. Recently, we had one brainstorming on how life sciences community can use NSM and what are the future requirements for exascale computation. So very soon we will connect to all of you. So I think this conference will be very useful. I think the young people should connect to the speakers who are coming from advanced countries. When I saw the brochure, I think you have very good talk on newer materials, the technologies which are coming, and the technologies which are relevant for the societal needs. With this, I would like to thanks the organizer, Dr. Sunita Ratan, and I wish very successful 2 days conference. Thanks to all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. It is our great pleasure to now introduce our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, Outstanding Scientist and Director General Resource and Management and Human Resource, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, a distinguished scientist H and outstanding scientist, is presently working as Director HR at DRDO headquarters. Prior to this esteemed appointment, he adeptly served as the Director of the Defense Materials and Stores Research and Development in Kanpur. Dr. Dwivedi is a distinguished scholar holding a master's degree in polymer technology from DCE Delhi, as well as a PhD in advanced composites from IIT Delhi, where he was honored with a gold medal. Under his exceptional guidance, SRDE has led several noteworthy innovations, such as bulletproof jackets, nanoporous membranes. For his significant contributions have been acknowledged with various prestigious awards, including UNDP's Water Sustainability Award 2022-23, with Agni Award for Excellence in Self-Reliance in 2018, reflecting his commitment to excellence and innovation in his field. May I now invite on stage Dr. Mayank Dwivedi to share his thoughts.
Respected Dr. Salva Murthy, President, ASTIF, DGADSI, and former Director General of DRDO. Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Founder, President, and Patron-in-Chief of this conference. Dr. Atul Chauhan, Chancellor, AUUP. Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Head R&D from Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean. Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dean SNT. Dr. V.K. Jain, former Director SSPL and presently Director MT Institute of Materials and Devices. And Dr. Gopal Bhushan, former Director DRDO. All respected faculty members, very important you people are, because today I am standing on this podium just because of you teachers. And my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. And first of all, I am thankful to MT University and in particular Dr. Salva Murthy for extending me the invitation to come to the 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices. Friends, materials are very, very important thing, as earlier speakers have told. Because whatever the ideas and whatever the design concept you have got in your mind, to transform them into really tangible product, you require a medium. And that medium is nothing but the materials. So I will speak about the materials later on, because last 38 years I am doing only materials. Now 37 years completed in job and 38 years running. But first I will share with you some anecdotes. Very, very long back, I came to MIT University. At that time, I was a board member to select campus recruitment for BrahMos missile. That time, probably I selected 2 engineers from MIT. And I am proud to say that MIT University is such a fantastic place that those 2 engineers are at very high position. They are doing quite well in BrahMos missile system. Also of late, some of the engineers from MIT got selected as scientists in DRDO, and they are also doing fantastically well. And this is the collective effort of Dr. Chauhan, Dr. Salva Murthy, that VC ma'am, all the faculty members, and primarily you, all the students who are dedicating yourself for that cause. And that's how the country is in a safe hand, because now we are aging, now we will be retiring after some time, and you are the future leader, technology leaders of the country. And I am really very happy to note that today the MT University among all the private universities, I think is the best, if I'm not wrong, or one of the best. So this anecdote I wanted to share with you because those old memories are there with me. That time I used to be scientist F. Then later on I changed many places, and today I have come here. Dr. Sadamurthy invited me. So I come to the main topic. I will start a topic which will give you a little bit excitement. Otherwise you will feel that, oh, generally I'm talking about the materials, only the classroom lectures are going on. So I will start with Sindoor, Operation Sindoor, that all of you have seen. The India has performed fantastically well, and all the homegrown technologies were used. And you will be proud to know that all those homegrown technologies were emanated out of DRDO. You must have heard Akash missile system, fantastic missile system, no doubt. Even when we used to work, I used to work for Akash warhead once upon a time. We used to say it's better than Patriot of America, and still it has performed like better than American missile. You know about the BrahMos, but apart from that, many other things have happened, which have not come in the media in a big way. Like the directed energy weapons, they have played a very big role, because so many drones were coming from the enemy country, and then we were just shooting them down. Just 5 rupees per drone. We are not firing any blood, we are not firing any big missile system. Just 5 rupees, the power charge for the one laser system to fire, and that's how the drone were coming down. Then we were having a very strong reach in the cybersecurity. We were having very strong reach in the satellite imaging, because once we have struck a few places, all the radars and all the electronic devices were off, and we were not able to locate the targets. That time our satellite imagery, whatever DRDO does, it came in picture. And that's how the Noor Khan, Sakrudu, we hit precisely using BrahMos missile. So if you see the overall system, everywhere there were materials. When I used to work in BrahMos missile system, almost 9 years I worked there, then again the materials were playing very important role. Well, let me tell you, without materials, whatever ideas, as I have told you earlier, nothing is possible to translate your ideas into tangible product. You have very good design in your mind. How does it matter if you don't have the requisite material with you? It is the same thing. Your mother is cooking food for you, but the ingredients are not there. How can she cook? If you want to have a paneer curry, you have to have paneer now. So then material is required. So now, what are the materials? Like ma'am has told that so many materials about the electronic devices and all. But let me tell you, in India, it is little sorry state, because in materials we are not that strong that what we ought to be. And now today we are coming up very fast, but still we are very far off from that complete self-reliance in the materials. Today, if you talk about the technical textile, we are so far, we were manufacturing even once upon a time very good quality glass fiber. But of late, the glass fiber, they are being used out of high strength glass fiber, where the silica content is very high, where the tensile strength goes much higher and modulus goes up to 80 GPa. Earlier, glass fiber were there only 70, 72 GPa. So the point is, slowly we found that it is cheaper market in outside. So that's why we are importing it. Kevlar is not there. Carbon fiber is not there. Basalt fiber is not there. So finally, what happens? You are dependent on various other countries. Similarly, you talk about the semiconductor devices. Gallium nitride, we did very well. Gallium arsenide, we did. Now we are working on the silicon carbide wafers and all. And to your surprise, let me tell you, the silicon carbide wafer, which is very important for the electronics industries and devices. Recently, I think last year, it has been developed at pilot level. And that's how this thing is going to be also a reality with the SSPL in future. But it is not that I am telling you some smart materials, some intelligent materials, some semiconductor conducting materials, some special alloys, some stealth materials, some high performance composites, etc. Those are the things we know about it, but still the science behind it to be understood perfectly. And once we understand the science behind it, then doing the engineering becomes much easier. And technology is a little different ballgame, because technology means then you have to meet the user's requirement with repeatable quality and at most cost-effective manner. So once you talk about the technology, there are many other factors come in. But when it's come to science and engineering, there I think we scientists, along with you, we can do many things. As a matter of fact, the type of research of late has been picked up by the academic institution. It is really a fantastic thing. And now most of the research, DRDO gets it done at S&T level from academic institutions. None of our projects starts with where up to TRL 3, we do not engage the academic institutions. And after that, we also engage the industries. Like I give you the example, ATEX, that which is one of the best artillery gun, advanced towed artillery gun system developed by ARD Pune, and where Dr. Prateek Kishore is Director General also. There we have got 464 industries working with us. The two, the lead industries, one is Bharat 4, another is Tata's. But apart from the 462 are the industries in our ecosystem. So that's how we are talking about the inclusive growth. And today I am proud to say, with DRDO, almost 14,000 industries are working, where 2,500 industries are the lead industries, where more than 300 or 400 industries are the lead system integrator. And everybody is getting the business. Everybody is making India a Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister. And every system is getting inducted into the armed forces through the industries. We have come to that ecosystem, and that ecosystem is working quite well. But at the same time, there is a need that we have to work on some specific technologies, like we have very commonly we talk about the nanotechnologies. But have you made any device using the nanotechnologies by any university or by any other industry where it is making big applause and big rounds in the commercial market? I think hardly anything. So the point is how to do your research, the translational research, to translate whatever the R&D you do in lab, it goes to the market, goes to the user. Here I tell you that nanotechnology or nano materials, they remain only fancy, because nano materials were never used specifically any place where we can do anything. You can say it has changed the things. When you use them in pin technology, it's a very costly proposition. When you use them in composites, again, very costly proposition. If you mix nanoparticles with composites, hardly tensile strength increases 4 or 5 megapascal, might be modestly increasing by 1 or 2 gigapascal or 5 gigapascal. But finally, if you see the cost, price, mixing process, etc., where are we? We are not there. This idea we understood, and now of late, DRDO and many other organizations, they started working on it. Today, using the silicon nanoparticle, we have made one gel. When this Galwan type of situation occurred, where the Chinese soldiers, they came with the nail-studded baton and they started hitting the Indian soldier, and we also were fighting, then that time we found how to stop the penetration of nail. Even you use the Kevlar fabric or anything, because the intertwine, whatever they are weaving, the gap is there, through the nail passes through. So we made this gel. Once the gel is there, the nail cannot penetrate. It is a very soft gel, like a flour dough. The moment the high shear rate is experienced, it becomes like a solid ball, a solid mass. So that nanotechnology we use. Now, recently we have seen the carbon nanotubes which were not being used properly, because we were not able to make many good circuits out of carbon nanotube, because laying them, functionalizing them is a very big issue. Finally, we found the carbon nanotube base fiber. South Korea has used it. They have made very lightweight and very high performance electric motors. So these are the things where the applications are coming up. Similarly, in Ceramics. Let me tell you, we talk about high performance alloys. Right now we are working of titanium and nickel based alloys for the aero engine parts. We are talking about many other exotic composites, edge erosion, ablative liners, whatnot. And that's how our missiles are flying. All of us, we know, you might be also reading in the internet. Very high performance ranging system, etc. we have developed. But when it comes to really very high temperature composites, what is the answer today? High temperature material, what is the answer today? Let me tell you, still we do not have many options left. Either we go for the metal matrix composites, where the beryllium-based alloys, magnesium-based alloys we are using, or we have got the answer where we can use ceramic composite with silicon carbide and silicon carbide composites, and silicon carbide and silicon nitride composites. That's all. And again, those composites have the limitation of the 1600 degrees Celsius for repeated use. But these areas also, we have to work together. See, what is happening, if we think that only DRDO will develop or ISRO will develop or BARC will develop, I think is not the right idea. I think we have to work together. And this inclusive growth is very, very important. I will just name a few important technologies where we have to be very, very careful and we have to develop it. Like we talk about the smart materials. Very easy to say smart materials. The smart materials are those that tell about their health. They respond to the external stimuli. Fine. But how many smart materials are we able to make? So smart materials still require a lot of research. And when you come to intelligent materials, the intelligent materials are those, and intelligent structures are those where they not only tell about health and they respond to the external stimuli, rather they have got the inbuilt mechanism to repair themselves. And what I am talking about, I tell you, some 20 years back in Denmark, one bridge was made. The bridge, due to some constraint, some portion of the bridge has gone out of the center of gravity. That bridge was almost suspending. So after long usage, the bridge goes under deflection. And the moment it finds the deflection is too much, now bridge may get some damage. Automatically, their actuators, they further inject the reinforcement and bridge comes to the normal position. They are the intelligent structures. And 20 years back, people have done it. We can also do it. Like example, I tell you, when the small structures, small materials you talk about, the type of ammunition today we are using. Let me tell you, the ammunitions are again based on the high energy materials. And these high energy materials are not that simple. See, you know about TNT, HMX, RDX, so nice, so fancy words. But making that TNT or RDX, that primarily RDX or HMX, non-sensitive, because you have to handle it also, na? So reduce sensitivity, explosive material is a big challenge. Now the people have gone to CL20, FOX 7, whatnot. The point is, these materials, they play a very, very important role. Today we can say the total warfare is autonomous. Today we can say the warfare is based on information warfare, that cyber warfare, and we can talk about that we have to have the satellite-based warfare, that all such things are there. There are many such things I can name, but just a limited thing I'm telling you, where the electronics and AI, etc., they are going to play a very important role. No doubt that AI is going to be the very, very important thing. If AI is omitted in any of our things in the work, presently in the science and technology, or even our household things also, let me tell you, the future is very dark. Without AI, neither the future materials can be developed, nor the future systems can be developed. Let me tell you, it is a very, very important tool. And that's how the digital twin, etc., they are coming up in a very big way. Not only digital twins are coming for the equipment and machinery, let me tell you, the digital twins are coming for the human body also. So the entire human body, the digital twin will be made. And what is the reaction of the drug, how the human body is functioning, particularly that particular person, that digital twin will be made. That technology is likely to come in future. So keeping all those things in mind, then where are we heading for? It means we have to again focus on science and engineering afresh. Basically, many times we go to a technology, and many times because of getting the fast jobs, etc. We are quite much involved in the technology development. It's very fine, but technology cannot be developed in-house until unless our grip over science and engineering is very good. So these things I wanted to share with you. There are many things I can tell you where we can work together. DRDO has got a fantastic proposition where we call the students for the internship. Now we have started a new recruitment cycle also. Now almost all put together, all the cadre, 120 plus scientists we are going to recruit this year. And I think year on year, next 3-4 years, we'll be recruiting some 400 to 500 scientists. So you please kindly perform well. Try to join DRDO. It's a fantastic organization. And one thing I can tell you, it is one of the best organizations because the type of liberty and the work culture you get there, I can tell you it is very difficult to find. So your aim should be there to be a scientist with us. Apart from that, there are many other possibilities are there where you are going to start a startup. Then DRDO has got the policy of TDF, where we also fund the projects, where we really want good entrepreneur to come out with some new innovative ideas and technologies which can be directly used, that we are also going to support the students. The point is, our aim is how to make country Atmanirbhar, as well as we want a Viksit Bharat, what our clarion call, our Honorable Prime Minister has given by 2047. I think with our collective efforts, we can make this Viksit Bharat dream realized much before 2047. Because the way we are progressing, I think there is no looking back. With this, I thank you very much. And sorry for little delay. Kindly excuse me because you know the traffic system and all, I got little stuck. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for informative and motivating talk. May I now request our guests on dais to kindly release the abstract book. The abstract book contains abstracts of the keynote speakers, invited talks, oral and poster presentations which cover wide research areas of physical, chemical, statistical, and mathematical sciences. Thank you, sir. And ma'am?
Now we arrive at the most awaited moment of ICRTMD 2026. To listen to our esteemed Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. It is my distinct and humble privilege to invite the personality whose impact is so vast that it borders on the intangible. His contributions to the empowerment of generations possess a magnitude that seems beyond human potential. No, it cannot be captured in words. Honorable Founder President, Sir, is a legacy that has fundamentally shaped the intellectual landscape of our era. Sir, I would humbly state that you have not navigated the future, you have authored it. With hearts full of gratitude for the millions of lives you have ignited, please join me in welcoming our Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Sir.
Dr. Sunita Ratan, yesterday, when we were talking, Dr. Silva Murthy, you and me in line, and going through the details of your program today, we were told earlier that Pratishtha Pandey is not able to come because of some other unavoidable appointments or responsibilities. Then you told, "Maine unko mana liya." It was such a moment of pleasure for us. What I mean to tell to my students, मेरी head of the department सुनीता रतन कह रही मैंने मना लिया है, कितनी भी qualification हो, कितनी भी knowledge हो, कितनी भी higher education हो, तो ये जो psychological warfare है ना, ये दुनिया में कुछ भी achieve करना हो, और प्रतिष्ठा पांडे जी ने नहीं आने को कहा था तो उनकी मजबूरी होगी, पर इन्होंने मना लिया है, तो this is the quality of a person to also achieve what one wants for the benefit of MIT universities. Dr. Silamurthy ji very rightly told about my students. I must tell my dear students, this time, what is going on nowadays has never come, may never come again. Therefore, you are growing, you are studying, you will be entering the profession at a time where you can achieve anything and everything in life. As Dr. Silamurthy told, dream high. And I would also request to you, say to you, all the students, those who have joined MIT, God has given the wisdom to their grandparent, parent, and yourself to go to Chauhan at MIT, where there is a leader who has not read the books, who has not heard the lectures, but who has done himself everything. As Dr. Murthy told about my success in West Germany, you know, it is astonishing. Still, I do not find how it happened when I became, rightly told, the biggest investor takeover king in the East Germany. What I mean to say, we Indians have some ऋषि मुनियों के जो आशीर्वाद है, विचार हैं, जो हमारी हवा है, जो हमारे यहाँ साइंटिस्ट हैं, जो अभी हमारे DRDO से प्रतिष्ठा जी आई हैं, और हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट ग्रेट चीफ गेस्ट हैं, तो ये जो है, ये सब आपके पास है, आपके साथ हैं. And God would give you all wisdom and help, but my humble request to my scientist is that dream high, and whatever you dream, if you don't achieve this, this will be my failure, and I don't like failure. अभी हमारे chief guest जो हैं, he is such a distinguished person. We have heard his lecture, and Mayank Dwivedi ji, we are so grateful. Yesterday when the meeting, Dr. Silmaji told he is coming as a chief guest. I was so feeling elevated, motivated, and inspired, because we know about you. We have heard your things. I was from the very beginning very close to DRDO and going meeting all, but nowadays Dr. Murthy is going more and doing it. When he retired there, then I invited him for a Havan. And at that time, he didn't know that what is in his mind and what is in my mind. After my feelings and love and affection, he told Dr. Chauhan, I was 40 years in DRDO, and now I'll be another 40 years with you. So I think, Dr. Murthy, we are so proud to have you with us, because wherever you go, and I always say, Pratishtha ji, he has 1,000 qualities. I have never seen a scientist, a person, a human being like Silamurthy ji. And did he come to me? No. Did I invite him? No. God has sent Dr. Murthy to us, and we together together with our Dr. Atul Chauhan ji and my other trustees, together with our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwindar Shukla, my additional Vice Chancellor, Sandeep Tandon, we have to make MIT University among the top in the world. Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, all these universities we want to come to that category. And the other day, one very important minister, I will not name here, spoke, that is on the online. He told that what MIT is doing. Nowadays, some big programs are being conducted by Sunita Ratan ji is going on. And 2 times Pooja from MIT Biotechnology has done. Then Manoj Pandey did a very good program. Sanjeev Bansal is doing, and Sujata Khandai. These are such big programs. I go in all details. I am surprised, whomever they call from all over the world, to any political leader, they all come. Why it is so, my dear student? Because they see that the students The research scholars of MIT will work as per the slogan of my worthy Chancellor, President RBF, we will together change the world. So you are sitting over here. When I see you, I feel so proud that my dear students, those who come to me, they have every possibility in today's air of the world, air of the country, and having values and scars, thoughts, motivation from my people. I was telling today after my vice chancellor wanted to go that the biggest thing is that we have these students, those who can achieve anything in life. If I'm telling it, it is not because I have heard TED speakers or read book. If I could do it, I would have not been admitted in MIT that time because I was not from the top universities. As Dr. Suman told, I was from the University of Merit doing my MSc chemistry. So I would say that this Pratishtha Pandey came also earlier. And everybody is surprised, how is she so capable, so worthy? So I told them, she is the daughter of Dr. D.P. Tiwari, who was since 2001 to 2008 with me, and he was the director of the MIT School of Engineering Technology, Brijvasan, which was under GGS IP University. And then he established the engineering college at our Noida campus, MIT School of Engineering Technology. He was senior director. And I think the genes, sanskars, and values role a big role. Pratishtha ji, when she told, unko mana liya hai, I feel very relaxed. I feel very elevated. So I'm so grateful. I've heard you also. So my SNT warriors are about 20-25 are attending the program. What is SNT warrior? I want to do exceptional things which others cannot think, the others cannot even imagine, the others cannot dream. My SNT warriors, they are like biting dogs. Don't mind my warriors, because I have seen that all people in the scientific world, in organizations at MIT, doing hard work, working day and night, tremendously engaged, but the outcome is only 25-30%. So I am now having a big event at the campus that is called Revolutionary Movement Mission Outcome. I want 90%, 95% outcome. Dr. Murthy knows it. He has been very much instrumental in doing it, and we'll make our Chancellor, our President RBF, the presiding guest in that, and he will guide us. And because having such people, those who are coming us, those who are helping us, guiding us, if we don't show to the whole world that India is passing through a period under the leader of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and other ministers, chancellors, we will not be excused by God. We have to now see Sunita Ratan. I'm so proud on you. The other day I was asking Sunita Ratan, do you know Amol Chauhan ji, who is my most brilliant person in the group? Dr. Murthy, she told, yes, साकेत स्कूल में जब इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज था तो वो छोटी सी निकर में घुमा करते थे. What I mean to say, that is given after 12th, he applied for a university in America. I came at 5 p.m. from the campus, and the whole family was sitting and their faces were red. I could see. They told in 5 minutes, we have to reply Harvard or Stanford. So I could read the mind of Amolji. I told Harvard. And he was so feeling, what I mean to say, we have the capability inside the books and lectures. We have the capability to read the persons like Sunita ji, you could unko mana pai ho. So there are things. So this you will never find anywhere. This you will find only at a person who has done it, who has seen it, and who is trying to guide you that you dream and achieve whatever you want, and if you don't achieve, that will be my failure. I repeat it. So if you have come here, and I'm highly grateful to our chief guest, Mayank Dwivedi ji and Pratishtha Pandey ji and all others sitting over here, Chandra Tandon. I'm just telling it that today's this program, Sunita Ratan, is one of the best programs during this year. I have heard your speech from the very beginning, and I'm grateful to our Trivedi ji and Tishta ji and my students. My blessings, last word, dream high, and your parents, your grandparents, your district, your village people should be proud of you. Please do like that. So, Mayank ji, Devadi ji, I'm so grateful to you. Pratishta Pandey ji, grateful to you. And I'm grateful to everybody as my student that you are with such concentration doing it. Thank you very much, Sunita Rattan ji. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Founder President. See, at this age of 83, this great personality works 18 hours a day. That is the sacrifice. You know, having created this empire, Amity Empire, he could rest, but he is still giving his life to country, humanity. Let's give a big clap to Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji.
Dr. Yamati, 2047, I will dance with you people, and the younger will stay near me 5 foot. I will be 104 years, my dear students, 104 years. And I have dialogue direct with God. He has told Ashok, till 106, I give you the age now. Uske baad aage baad mein baat karenge. Because I pray to in the morning after every Sandhya, 3 times to calling the God as Prabhu, 3 times as Paramatma, and 3 times as Ishwar, and pray for all my empire, these in my family. What I'm telling it, God also sees which people are contributing for the world, 8 billion people. In 2080, it will be 10 billion people. I think 20 years ahead, how I can nurture, how can I capture when the generation in India is going on 147 crores at the moment. So one should think always, one should dream always. So I'm still, my dear students, we are so proud to have our chief guest of honor. Thank you, Sritanjan. Thank you, Sulamurthy ji. Thank you, Chandran Tandon. I'm so proud of all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your blessings and showing the way ahead and roadmap for the future. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our chief guest and guest of honor. May I now request Dr. Selvamurthy sir, Dr. Chandradeep Tandon sir, Professor Sunita Rattan ma'am, Dr. V.K. Jain sir, and Dr. Sangeeta Tiwari ma'am to present our memento to our chief guest, Dr. Mayank Trivedi, Outstanding Scientist and Director General, Resource and Management and Human Resources, DRDO, Ministry of Defense. May I now request our dignitaries to present memento to our guest of honor, Dr. Pratishta Pandey, Head R&D Infra and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Thank you, sir and ma'am. May I now request Professor Sangeeta Tiwari, Head Academic Coordination, AIS, and Convener, ICRTMD 2026, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha.
Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest of honor, respected Founder President, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. Selvamurthy, Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, invited dignitaries, conference chairs, delegates, and dear friends. A very good morning to all. It is often said that a good beginning sets the tone for the entire event. Beyond creating a positive first impression, it ensures a smooth transition and sustained momentum throughout. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those whose presence, guidance, and tireless efforts over the past several months have transformed this vision into reality. At the outset, I extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Mayank Dwivedi, distinguished scientist and Director General, Resource Management and Human Resources, DRDO, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, and guest of honor, Dr. Pratishtha Pandey, Head R&D Infrastructure and NSM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for graciously accepting our invitation despite their demanding schedules. We are deeply grateful for your insightful and thought-provoking addresses, which have set a high benchmark for the deliberations to follow. Words fall short in expressing our profound gratitude to our visionary founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose leadership through the Amity universe has provided an unparalleled platform for scientific growth and excellence. Our sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, for her unwavering guidance and for shaping the vision of this conference. We are equally grateful to Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, for his constant motivation and commitment to fostering a vibrant research culture in Amity. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Biosciences and Biotechnology, Amity University, for his encouragement and support in embracing new research challenges. I would like to place on record my deep appreciation for our conference chairperson, Professor Dr. Sunita Ratan, whose boundless energy and kindness have been a constant source of motivation for the entire team. My sincere thanks are also due to Dr. V.K. Jain for his invaluable mentorship throughout the organizational process. Success is always a collective effort. I gratefully acknowledge the contributions of our co-chairpersons, Professor R.S. Pandey and Professor Seema Garg, our conveners, Professor Christine J. Seelan, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Professor H.D. Arora, and Professor Dheeraj Pawar, and our co-conveners, Dr. Ravikant Chaubey, Dr. Deepshika Gupta, and Dr. Neeraj Kumar Singh, for working in perfect harmony. I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation for the organizing secretaries who have worked relentlessly since the very beginning of this conference. Their perseverance and coordination have been key to the smooth execution of this event. The meticulous efforts of our treasurers, Dr. U.C. Srivastav and Dr. Rupakshi Mishra Pandey, are truly commendable. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the members of local organizing committee comprising faculty members of AIS. Though I may not name everyone individually, but their role has been no less significant. Their collective dedication, coordination, and tireless efforts have been central to the smooth planning and flawless execution of this conference. To our student volunteers and staff of AIS, you have been our backbone. We also thank the Amity administration for ensuring that logistics and hospitality were managed with remarkable precision. This event would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors, particularly ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and UPCST. We are immensely grateful for their financial assistance. We also acknowledge the support of our other sponsors, Venture Scientific, Central Scientific Instrument Corporation, Wayne Kerr Electronics Private Limited, Laser Science Services Private Limited, RAR Life Sciences, DRS Lab, RS Instruments, RRD Medcare, and Thomson's Instruments India Limited. We proudly extend our gratitude to the American Chemical Society, ACS, for sponsoring 6 poster awards, and to our publication partners, Springer, IOP, and Reaction Kinetics Journal. and scientific reports PJMS by Genjion Mathematical Society and recent advances in computer science and communications in the mathematical sciences category. Finally, to our delegates and invited speakers who have traveled from across India and abroad, your presence has truly enriched the event and made it special. You are the heart of this conference, and we look forward to your active participation, your lectures, and the vibrant exchange of ideas. Once again, thank you all for your invaluable contributions. We wish everyone a highly engaging and successful conference. Thank you so very much.
Yes, Founder President, just an announcement from my students. I have got this program put on the open YouTube so that whenever you find time, hear the address of Mayank Dwivedi ji or Pratishtha Pandey ji again, because sometimes sitting over here, one cannot so much grasp and concentrate, but I will listen also myself. This program is on YouTube. You can tell to all your colleagues, those who are not here, that they should try to listen both these addresses. They are most valuable ideas in that. I will see also 2 times on YouTube their deliberations. Mayank Dwivedi ji, I'm so grateful that whatever you told to my student, I tell you, this would be your best time spent here with my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Now, we would like to invite guests and registered participants for high tea and request you to please join us in F2 Audi for plenary session 1. Very good afternoon to one and all, dignitaries, invited guests, delegates, faculty members, and dear students. We welcome you all to the plenary session of the 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices, ICRTMD 2026. I welcome the dignitaries session chair, Professor S. Annapurni, invited speakers, Professor Yasuhiro Fukuma and Professor Min Young Yoon, to please come on the dais. To begin with, that's okay. I would like to introduce Professor S. Annapurni, Senior Professor, Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Delhi, Delhi, the session chair of this session. Professor S. Annapurni is a professor in the Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Delhi, with an illustrious academic and research career spanning over 3 decades. She has been serving the University of Delhi since 1993 and has been a professor since 2006, contributing extensively to teaching, research, and academic leadership. Her research expertise spans cutting-edge areas such as nanomagnetic materials, magnetic phase transitions in alloys, conducting polymers, plasmonic materials, biosensors, and organic-inorganic interfaces, placing her work at the intersection of fundamental science and advanced technological applications. Professor Annapurni has an outstanding publication record, over 180 research publications in international journals, peer-reviewed conference proceedings, as well as book chapters in internationally reputed scientific handbooks. Her research contributions are widely cited and recognized in global scientific community. She has been an exceptional mentor and research guide, having successfully supervised around 25 PhD scholars. Many of her students have received prestigious Best Thesis and Best Paper awards, including recognition from national bodies such as Department of Atomic Energy and Material Research Society of India.
She has also been associated with national and international sponsored research projects, including collaborations with IIT Madras, National Physics Laboratory, Department of Electronics, and European research initiatives, reflecting her strong engagement with interdisciplinary and collaborative research. In addition to her academic and research excellence, Professor Annapurni has held several important administrative and leadership roles, including coordinator of the MTech program in nanoscience and nanotechnology, provost of Rajiv Gandhi Hostel for Girls, University of Delhi, member of academic council and governing bodies of multiple universities and college, local coordinator for global initiative of academic networks. Honored and privileged to have among us, ma'am. I now request ma'am to please introduce the invited speakers.
Thanks a lot for that huge introduction. Yeah, let me start because you're already starting late. I would like to introduce Professor Fukuma, I'm really honored to be talking about him because he has been my collaborator for the last 5-6 years. And he's a person who keeps visiting India, and I think he's very fond of India and visits at least twice a year. He comes to India. Professor Fukuma is currently a professor in the Department of Physics and Information Technology, Faculty of Computer Science and System Engineering at Kyushu Institute of Technology, Japan. And he received his PhD in Material Science from Yamaguchi University, after which he had been working for 2 years in Alabama University as a postdoc. And following his doctoral studies, he has also been involved with 3 decades of research experience in recognized experts in spintronics. His research contributions span critical areas such as spin Hall effect, spin-orbit interaction, magnetic heterostructures, and spin-based device physics, with a strong focus on their application in memory technologies and neuromorphic computing. So he has an impressive research output, more than 100 peer-reviewed research articles in international journals, and his current project focuses on the development of spin-based memory architectures and neuromorphic computing application. So, and he will be addressing key challenges in energy efficient and high performing computing in areas of immense importance for future information technology. So I'm really grateful to be chair of this session, and I please invite Professor Fukuma to start his lecture. You will be given 35 minutes plus 5 minutes for question and answer.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And my name is Fukuma. It's from the Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. First of all, I want to thank to the organizer for giving me opportunity to talk here. Today, I want to talk about this is the spintronics and the spin orbitonics. This conference is mainly focused on material and device application. There is we are working both. Then is that here is the electronics is that some electric devices using the charge carrier, okay, current. But is that spintronics is that we are trying to use that also another freedom of the electron is that charge and spin. Also in the case of the spin orbitonics, also we are trying to control that orbital momentum in some sense. Then I want to introduce such a research area in this talk, okay? Then is that first of all, is that actually I'm belonging to the Department of the Information Technology and the Physics, okay? That's why is that we are mainly working on the hardware for the information technology. Then if we say information technology, maybe is that many of the students can expect the software part, no? That kind of ecosystem. But actually, of course, Zoom, everything is now very easy to use to communicate with the online. That is effort. Very is the environment friendly. But if we see the AI, the situation is different. Now is that everyone start to use generative AI, the ChatGPT or somehow it's the Google, Gemini. Okay. Then it's the here is protein. This is is the power consumption of is the data center. Okay. Then it's the other function of the year. Then they are expecting around here, this data. Then is that there are 3 lines for the future. If the technology is still is the same, then what we are expecting here that is that power consumption is that rapidly increasing. But if there is some development of that technology, then we can expect that somehow is the increase. But please understand, now is that few years back, we start to use the generative AI. That is that spending the ton of the energy. Okay, if you make that one video, then you are spending the same energy for the cooking somehow. That's why if everyone start to use that such a is that AI technology, what we can expect that is that this is that energy consumption is that really now is that rapidly increasing. Okay, then if we see this number, for example, sorry, is that okay? If we see this number, is that for example 1,000 terawatt hour. Actually, if we see that if this kind of energy is that increasing only for the data center, okay, in Japan, is that we are spending that is that now at the 2020 around 1,000 terawatt hour. This is the total energy we are spending. That's why, for example, for the future, if everyone start to use that AI technology, then the power consumption is very huge. Okay. Then is that now is the US, if they want to build up the new data center, this is the AI data center. In that case, they are putting the data center here. Okay. At the same time, they are making that is the nuclear power plants nearby because they're spending the ton of the energy. That is a very important issue for the future information technology. That's why is that now is that we need to consider we should is that increase the number of the nuclear power plants, or how can we decrease the power consumption of the AI devices. Then we are working on that this kind of computing part because our department of the belonging to that is that is the AI technology. Then is that this is the computing part, okay? Then is that this is the clock frequency, power density, and this is in CPU, okay? Then this is the number of the memory. Then so what we are plotting here is for example, here is around that is that 85, 90s, 22,000, up to that is that 2010. Actually, is that sorry. Huh? Actually, the clock frequency mean that is that in the CPU is that using that is the Neumann architecture. There is the putting that is the signal is the connecting between that CPU and the memory. Okay, that's why if we can increase the frequency, then with the computing is getting faster. But the point is now is that even though 2000 around 5, the speed is saturated, we cannot increase more because if we try to increase the frequency more, then it's CPU start to melt. Even though now it's the heating up in PC, that's why we cannot increase much more. But as compared to that 5 years back or 10 years back, actually this mobile phone PC is getting faster. Now we are putting that many CPU core in the computing part. That's why by using that parallel computing system, we can try to decrease the power density in the CPU. That's why now is that just is the total computing is faster. Then we can decrease the power density. But anyway, is that also if we see the memory, actually memory is that steeply increasing because it's the AI technology is that using the lot of data for the analysis. That's why is that we need to put that many memory is that in the computing part. That's why here is that monotonically that increasing. Then is that if we see that power consumption in the CPU, let's say is that now is that what we can see here, ALU that some computing part. As you know, is that AND or NAND or XNOR operation or something. This is the part of the ALU. Then this is just at a few percent. Okay. Other part, what they are doing is, is that clock frequency and also data supply or instruction supply. Mean that some interconnection between the computing part, the memory part. That's why now is the important thing is we need to consider how should we develop that memory technology for this kind of AI technology. Okay. Then this is now is the table of the place that memory technology, the solid state memory. Then is that now is for the computing purpose as a working memory, we usually that SRAM and DRAM, which is the semiconductor devices. But this kind of device is that non-volatile. Non-volatile means that when we turn off the power, then memory lost. If we can replace from that volatile to non-volatile, somehow we can expect that we can save the energy. Then this is the criteria of the non-volatile memory. The flash memory is that the FRAM is the ferroelectricity using the ferroelectricity material is that then the RERAM is that they are using the change of the resistance, for example, between the amorphous and the crystalline. And also this is the MRAM is the magnetic random access memory. Is that today I want to introduce you by using the spintonics or spin orbital technology. Then if we can see around here, or is that is the as a working memory, what we need to consider, of course, computing, the speed is important. Okay. And also is that endurance is important. Endurance means that using the clock frequency, working memory need to is that write, read, this kind of operation too much. That's why endurance is very low. Then we cannot use for the working memory. In that sense, is that this kind of spintonics or spintonic technology, the MRAM, is a really good criteria for the future memory devices. Then is that I want to introduce how we can reading operation, writing operation in this kind of MRAM. MRAM is that we are using the material, it's the magnetic material. Okay, that's why there is a hysteresis loop like this. Then is the similar to that with hard disk drive. We can use that here is that this is one, and here is that this is zero. For the reading operation, usually we are using that tunneling magnetic resistance, the magnetic resistance effect. Magnetic resistance effect means that this is, for example, is the magnetic tunnel junction. Okay, so we are putting the two ferromagnetic layer, one magnetic layer here, the other is here. Then which is separated by that insulating layer. But this insulating layer is very thin, 1 nanometer or something. That's why there is a tunneling effect. Then if that is a magnetization in the this is the magnetic layer in the parallel, in that case, it shows that lower resistance. Okay. But if it's an anti-parallel state like this, then it shows the higher resistance. This kind of state we can use as this memory. That's why is that how we need to like that is the memory in this kind of devices, we need to switch the magnetization of this memory layer, okay? Right or left. Of course, as you know, is that how can we switch the magnetization? We need to use the magnetic field. Then how can we start generate the magnetic field? Means that is by using the Ampere law, the electromagnetism. Then is that we can use this kind of thing. Is that we were putting the narrow wire here, then apply the current, then generate that is the magnetic field. Then we can switch it. But actually, the memory application, we need to put that lot of is that memory bit like this as a matrix. Then, when we use this kind of magnetic field, when we apply the current, for example, here, actually magnetic field is that generated all over the area along the line. This kind of thing is the cause a problem. I mean that is wasting the energy because magnetic field is that also we want to switch the magnetization only this red one. But when we apply the current in this line, the magnetic field is that along this line. That's why all the cell is selected. This kind of thing causes the problem for designing that is the memory devices. That's why this is the first generation of the MRAM, which called as the toggle MRAM. Is the capacity is up to around that is the megabit or something. Now is that if we want to use that memory devices in that computing purpose, 1 megabit is not enough to do it. We need to go beyond gigabyte or something like it. Then what we can do is, that's why now is that we are using the spin current for switching. Then is that what is that spin current is? This is that we are using the same magnetic junction. Then when we apply the current into here, through that is pneumatic layer, we can generate that charge current and spin current. Then by using the spin current, we can do the switching. Later is that I will explain much about the mechanism of this kind of devices. This is the next generation of the STT-MRAM. Now is that we can see in the market. Okay, then this is the next generation of the MRAM, is the spin orbital MRAM. This one is that using that spin orbital technology. I will explain later. Okay, first is that I want to show you this is the STT-MRAM technology. Then is that this is that you know I got this figure from the homepage of the Global Foundry. Global Foundry is the company for making semiconductor devices, circuit. Then this is the technology of CMOS. Okay, then they are shrinking that size like this 90 nanometer, 40, 30, 20 is the 12. Now is the most advanced technology is around 2 nanometer for making integrated circuit. But is that for this, I'm showing here is that memory devices. Okay. Then, in general, as a working memory, we are using the SRAM or DRAM. But some part is that also they are using the flash memory. But for the flash memory, actually they cannot be beyond. This is the 30 nanometer. That's why now is that they are trying to replace this kind of non-volatile memory from that flash memory to that MRAM devices. Then is that, for example, is that this is the cross-sectional TM image is that the STT-MRAM devices which is produced by the Samsung. Then the size is around here, around the 10 nanometer or something. Then is the transistor is in here. Then this is the wire line here. The MTJ is around here. That's why in the case of that market, even though that around the 10 nanometer, 20 nanometer MTJ, now is that they can working. That's why now is that by using this kind of devices, they try to replace the semiconductor devices to spintronic devices. But is that okay? Then is that okay? Is that how can we switch the magnetization by using the spin current? Is, as you know, is that if there is a two spin in the magnetic material, there is a strong exchange coupling in the is that spin in the magnetization. That's why through this kind of exchange is that the constant actually is that we can flip the spin, we can control the spin. Okay. Then is that this is the first theoretical is the prediction. Then is that experimentally is that is confirmed in the 2003 from that is a Cornell group. Then is that after the discovery is that company developed that such devices. Now, then we can see in the market. Then is that when we discuss about this magnetization dynamics in this kind of thing, we usually use this is a Landau-Griffiths-Gilbert equation. Okay, is that this is this unit time dependence of the magnetization. Then, as I told you, is that if we control that magnetization, we need to use the magnetic field here. That's why is that when we apply the magnetic field, then we can flip the magnetization. This is the term. Then is that also is that the magnetization and the magnetic field is that should parallel to each other in the equilibrium state. Okay, that's why if start to preset mean the non-equilibrium state. That's why they want to go back to the initial condition. Then is that this is a this term. They want to go back to that is the equilibrium condition. Okay. Then is that this is the term is that which related to the spin current. Okay. Then is that if we consider how to control the magnetization by using the spin current, then this is somehow efficiency. Also, what we need to consider M cross S cross M term. Okay. S is that spin in the spin current. M is the magnetization. Then, what we can see here, in the case of that is the STT MRAM technology, that for example, if we want to change the magnetization from this side to this side, by applying that spin transfer tool, by solving such as the LZ equation, we can get this kind of magnetization trajectory. Magnetization trajectory means that first is the magnetization in this way. Okay, after the spin current is injected, it starts to precess like this. Then start precessing like this. Then after some time is flipped. Okay, that's why is that this is some incubation time is here. That's why is that writing time, it will take 100 or something for that is the STT technology. But this is because this is that this is because of that M cross S. Okay, M cross S means that efficiency is the sine theta. Okay, that's why is that M and S is is that is parallel or anti-parallel to each other. Sine theta is that 0 or 180 degree. In that case, it's almost 0. That's why is that initializing that this kind of the spin transfer, it will take a time for the switching. But if we can change the direction of the spin, for example, magnetization and the spin is the 90 degree, then actually the switching faster. This is the case of the spin orbital. Actually, in the case of the spin orbital, we are applying the current in this material. We say it's the spin hole channel. Then we can generate the spin current through that recording is the layer. Then what we can see here is that the switching is very fast. That's why in the case of this kind of SOT technology, the writing speed is faster. Okay, because of the direction of the spin is that this STT and the SOT is a 90-degree difference. That's why in the case of the spin orbitonics, we can expect that much more higher the switching. Also, there is one more important thing for this is the next generation MRAM. In the case of this kind of STT MRAM, we need to apply that high current density in that very thin magnetic resonance junction. Actually, there are the two magnetic layers. In between, we are inserting the very thin is that insulating layer, 1 nanometer or something. Then, when we apply the current in this kind of sample, current density is very high. That's why there's possibility to cause the damage to the junction. That's why this what we can see here in endurance. STT is a little bit lower compared to the SOT. In the case of the SOT, for the lighting operation, we are applying the current in this way. Then it's the reading is through that magnetic tunnel junction. Okay. Here is the reading path or writing path the same. That's why also in terms of the endurance, SOT has advantage. That's why is that this kind of SOT is that the MRAM is a good criterion for the future is the non-volatile memory devices. Then is that conference is also related to material. Then is that what kind of material is good candidate for that spin hole channel? The spin hole effect is that kind of that hole effect we should replace from the charge current to spin current. Okay. Then in the case of that spin hole effect, the charge when we apply that electric field, then generate a spin current. Okay. Then is that as we can see, that is the charge current, spin current, and direction of the spin also belong to each other in terms of that spin hole effect. Then is that this efficiency called as the spin hole angle this is the current density, that spin current density. That's why we can say this is the efficiency. Okay. Then this is the definition of that is the spin hole conductivity. Is that also spin hole angle multiplied by the conductivity of the material. Then if we want to see that this kind of the spin hole effect, what is the important physical parameter is the spin orbital coupling in the material. That's why the heavier metal is the good candidate. That's why when we compare the 4D transition metal here, 5D transition metal, 5D shows that stronger spin orbit interaction. That's why efficiency is higher. Then even though if we see this kind of material, platinum shows that highest spin hole conductivity. Then the spin hole angle is also around the 7% or something. Okay. That's why it's that if we want to make a device just less than the 10% or something, is that we want to make that low power consumption is the efficiency devices. In this case, we should try to increase this conversion efficiency more. That's why is that what we did is that we doped some material into the platinum. Okay, this is the platinum. Then this is the doping material. We implanted this material, okay, into that platinum. Then what we can see here is, for example, this is after the ion plantation. The dose is we implanted this sulfur. Okay, dose is 5 times is 10 to 16 ion per square centimeter. Then ion energy is in this range. This is the case of before that ion implantation, after the ion implantation. Actually, is that in the case of the cross-sectional team image, we cannot see that not too much different. Okay. Then also crystallinity is similar. Also, we check that is the distribution of the sulfur in that is the layer. Then what we can see, this is the sulfur distribution. This is the platinum. Okay. Then we start with the rotating layer. We are putting this is the magnesium oxide and aluminum oxide. That's why in the case of the lower energy ion plantation, somehow these are the doping material is stopped around this area mainly. But anyway, that if we see the distribution like this, actually is that we confirm it that is that sulfur is implanted in the platinum that is around 10% or something like this. Then we check it that spin Hall effect. Okay. Then is how can we check that spin Hall effect is that we are using this kind of the spin torque ferromagnetic resonance measurement. We are making this kind of sample. Then is apply higher frequency. Okay. Then is when we apply the current in this is the bilayer system. Okay, then is if we compare the resistivity of the platinum or permalloy, the platinum is lower. That's why current is mainly flowing in this way. If current is flowing, also there is the magnetic field so that with this is the permalloy. Okay. At the same time, if this material can generate the spin current, there is a generation of the spin current into the ferromagnetic layer. That's why this material generates the magnetic field and the spin current as well, if there is a spin Hall effect. Okay. Then how can we distinguish this is magnetic field contribution and that the spin transfer torque contribution is we can what we can see. This is the LLC equation I previously showed you. Actually, is the torque term is like this. That's why is actually in this kind of measurement, the phase is different for that field torque and that the spin transfer torque. That's why, for example, in the case of this is the platinum permalloy bilayer, then we can get this kind of experimental data. Okay, then is from this spectra, we separate the symmetric contribution and the asymmetric contribution. Then the symmetric contribution is related to the spin current. Then is the asymmetric contribution is related to the magnetic field. If we compare that is the platinum and that is this is the sulfur implanted platinum, the contribution of the spin current, this is symmetric term is increasing now. That's why in this experimental work, we can confirm it is that efficiency is that conversion efficiency is that from the charge current to spin current is enhancing. Okay. Then also is that by changing the frequency, we check that is the signal is really enhanced. Okay. Then this is the efficiency. The spin Hall angle is in case of platinum less than 0.1, mean around 10% or something. But after the sulfur implantation, then it's increased from that is around 10% to 30%. That's why it's this is good. But anyway, also is that we can consider. Now is that here for the doping, we use really is that small ion implantation acceleration energy for the material. But also we try to increase that energy into the material. Let's say that this is the case of the 10 kilo electron volt and 20 kilovolt, the 30 kilovolt for the acceleration energy. In this case, we can doping the material toward that platinum like this. Also some material into the substrate in the case of the very high energy. But in this case, we can expect somehow a little bit different behavior more. Then what we did is at this time, we implanted the phosphorus into the platinum. In this case, this is the case that before the implantation. Then we can see that this is the polycrystalline thin film. Then is that when we increase the dose of the phosphorus ion, then is that it goes to the amorphous because of the crystallinity is the decrease. Then also what we can see here, this is the X-ray is the reflection is the pattern. Then is that actually the interface is very sharp. That's why we can see that this kind of the oscillation of signal now. Then also we check it. It's that cross-sectional is the TM image of the sample. What we can see here, in the case of that is the platinum, is the thickness around the 10 nanometer. Then after the implantation, the platinum is the increasing like this. Then is that if we see the electron diffraction, then this that we can see the some spot. Then this is the crystalline film. But it goes to the hollow pattern, which means that it's changed to the amorphous state, drastically changed. That's why then we check it, the conversion efficiency. Okay, again. Then what we can see here, in the case of the platinum, the percentage around the few percent, 5% or 7% like this. Then is that when we is that the increasing the energy like this for the phosphorus is the implantation. Actually, efficiency is that can drastically enhance it. That's why this is a good. Okay, then actually now is that for example, is that also we need to make a devices. In that case, we need to apply the current. That's why is that also we need to consider the conductivity and the spin hole conductivity. Okay. Then is that there are several criteria for that is that this kind of spin hole effect. Then for example, now is the topological insulator has the much attention for that this kind of is that spin to charge conversion effect because of the topological nature. But anyway, compared to that this kind of topological insulator, bismuth selenide or something, that phosphorus implanted platinum expect that is that really is that lower lighting energy in this kind of device application. That's why is that okay, then is that we should check this kind of device is really is that working well or not. That's why what we did is that this is the phosphorus implanted platinum. Then is that we put that is that magnetic thin film with the perpendicular magnetic unsoaping. This is the gadolinium ion. Then is that we make this kind of polymer devices. The size is around that is 5 micrometer or 10 micrometer like this. Then we did that switching measurement. Then is that this is that when we apply that, is that the magnetic field along that is that z-axis, then is that we can see the clear stitch through. Compared to that with the platinum layer, phosphorus implanted platinum show that a little bit lower magnetic unsoaping. That's why the switching field is a little bit lower. But anyway, is that 5 minutes, okay. Is that then is that we apply then is that this is the magnetic field switching. Then this is the case of that when we apply the current, the below. Sorry, it's a little bit delay here. Okay. Then is that also is that by applying the current into the spin hole channel, what we can see is we can also see that very clear switching like this. Then is that compared to platinum, also is that we can drastically decrease the current density for the switching. And also is that we check that this is the DC current. This is the DC current measurement. Then also we check it is the pulse current measurement. Then is that by using this is that changing the pulse width of the applied current, we can also estimate that is that how much is the switching energy is necessary. Means that this is the critical the switch current, and this is the thermal stability for the memory application of that magnetic sample. Okay. Then is that this delta, for example, for making that memory devices, delta should be above that the 60, 70. That's why this kind of material we can use for the memory application. Then is that the current density is that here is very small compared to the SPT technology. That's why what we can expect here. Now is that we can enhance the spin hole effect. Then is that we confirm it. It really is that with that low current density, we can do the switching of the devices. Then is that now is that this is the previous data is for that is mainly for that is memory devices. But at the same time, we should consider how can also is that we should try to decrease that, the computing device energy consumption itself. Then, if we consider this kind of thing, actually is that, in the culture is the GPU devices, also is the Google is the AI devices. They are operating to the lot of this kind of multiply accumulated operation. Multiply operated operation means that like a neuron is that actually is that when we put that input, the several input like this, then accumulating the signal around here. Okay. Then if it's beyond some amount of that is the critical value, then they put the output. Okay. That's why it's that the many input there, then it's just above, then they go down. Then is that when we connect this kind of the neural devices, we can make that this kind of neural network. Then in the neural network, what we are doing is, is that we are doing the learning process by using the tone of the data. Then in the learning process, they are usually controlling that is the weight of the connection among here. That's why you see is that if we put that many neurons, the connection is that exponentially increase. That's why during the learning process is that they are spending that lot of energy. That's why if we can efficiently do that this kind of multiply is that accumulate operation, we can reduce that is that AI computing devices, the power consumption. Okay. Then in the case of that with that volatile memory, we need to put a lot of input. But this is the non-volatile memory, magnetic memory. That's why it's that even though the one input, just is that you put the one that is that input, then they can keep the memory inside. Then the next is that we can put inside. Okay, this is the meaning. That's why if we apply the current into here, then turn off, then they can start stay this state. The next when we apply the here, sorry, is the moving is somehow is the responsive, so that's why we cannot use. Then is that when we start put that new one next down, it's accumulating. Okay, that's why is that what we did. Sorry. Sorry, it's stop it now. Yeah, oh my gosh. That's why, for example, by using this kind of the pulse scheme, actually what we can do is, is that when we is that the input that is the number of the pulse, we can control that is the magnetization state continuously, which is that is the related to the long-term potential term in the is the long-term depression. I mean, when we apply the positive is the pulse, then is that we can increase that is the voltage. On the other hand, when we change from positive to negative, then is that we can decrease the current. We decrease the voltage. That is the depression. By using this kind of scheme, also we can fabricate this kind of synaptic devices. Then it's a connect. Then is that we can try to do that this kind of that AI computing with that is recognition part. What we did is by using this hand digit is the right is the classification is that we put that is this kind of is that element into the synaptic devices. We connect to each other. Then is that by calculating the weight, we check it. The device is working well or not, like this. Then what we observe is is that this kind of accuracy is that we can achieve around that 80% or something. That's why is that what we can say is by using this kind of is that new material and the new devices, now is that we can try to develop that memory and some the computing devices as well. Okay. Sorry, is that then. Today, I don't have enough time to explain much about the detail in here. But anyway, if you are interested, also is that please visit our website. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Fukuma. So we have time for just 1 or 2 questions.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Online. Yes?
Yes.
I am Vasily Lebedев from Petersburg Nuclear Physics Institute, and I am invited by Professor Sima Garg. What do you want and what do you think about the following development of electronics when magnetic spin particles also limited? Maybe optical devices you will produce in the future. What do you mean about?
Optical devices.
Optical devices. Well, if you come up with optical devices, of course, is that somehow we can fabricate, because is that, for example, is that in this spin orbital switching is that measurement, we use that gadolinium ion. Gadolinium ion is a very famous material for that magneto-optical effect. It shows that high Kerr is that effect, Kerr rotation effect. That's why this material is that used for that magneto-optical is that recording medium. That's why somehow is that also is that this kind of technology we can use for the optical devices or something. Now is that we, of course, we cannot see that is that MODs anymore. What is the previously they are using this material for that is that MO recording, magneto-optical recording.
Thank you very much.
One more question. Yeah, if there are no questions, I think let us thank Professor Fukuma for his nice lecture. And he has really given an overview of what is it that is going to happen in the future in information technology. Thanks a lot. So the next speaker. He's received his bachelor's degree and doctoral degrees from POSTECH, which is Pohang University of Science and Technology, which is one of the Asia's leading institute. And he has carried out his postdoctoral research at the same institute and later on at the University of California, Berkeley, with strong international research exposure at globally renowned research centers. Now, he has been an independent academic professor, and he is right now is an associate professor in the Department of Chemistry. In recognition of his academic leadership, he has also held several key administrative roles, including Vice Dean of the College of Natural Sciences and Vice Director of BK21 program, one of the Korea's most prestigious national research and human resource development. Now, he has got a very strong research expertise in inorganic chemistry, metal organic frameworks, heterogeneous catalysis, and hydrogen energy materials, with a strong emphasis on sustainability and energy-related application. He has published several research papers in high-impact journals, including Chemical Engineering Journal, ACS Sustainable Chemistry and Energy Chemistry, and an Asian journal reflecting the depth and quality of his scientific contribution. So I'm specifically proud of being a chair of this session because my PhD was on hydrogen absorption. So I welcome your talk.
Okay, thanks for a nice introduction, and I'm really happy to be here. And I also thanks to all the organizers and local organizing committees. And I'm really happy to be here because this is my first time to visit Delhi area. Actually, I visited India first time last year to Goa. Today I'm going to talk, actually my title is about the hydrogen storage and hydrogen generation. But my subtitle of today's presentation is "To Distinguish It, Indian group members' Lovely Works." So I want to introduce our group's recent works about hydrogen storage and hydrogen generation. And actually today's my presentation is prepared that especially for the students. I want to give some message to the students. So sorry for the faculty members, but I want to mainly focus on the students. So first I have to introduce our university. So this is the map of South Korea. So this is, let me see, this, it's not working well, okay. This is Seoul area, and we are now, I'm now staying in Daegu. Our university is located in Daegu. So Korea is a very small country, so it takes just 1.5 hours using fast train. And this is our university, and our university is the biggest, considering the number of students, the biggest national university in South Korea. So we have more than 30,000 undergraduate students and also around 7,000 graduate students with 1,200 faculty members. So if you have any chance to visit our Daegu area, so I'm welcome to all, even students can contact me. So if you are okay. So so let me start today's presentation. Actually, I don't know you have seen this kind of news or not. I took a snapshot of the news from on web page. The right side news is about the very, very extreme heat wave to Australia. It's southern hemisphere of the Earth. But in the other hemisphere of the Earth, in the case of the United States, there was a winter storm. So many people died because of the freezing cold and snow. Even in the same, even in one Earth, on one side is suffering from very, very cold weather. The other side is suffering from extreme hot weather. Therefore, we may need to think about what's the reason for this, and what we have to do to overcome this kind of crisis. It's a really crisis. So some people doesn't agree with this, but many people, most of the people agree with the reason for this is about the carbon dioxide. And not only the carbon dioxide, but also all global warming gases. So we have to handle this. So there are several different techniques. So one of the techniques I'm working on is about the direct air capture, capturing the carbon dioxide from the air. I'm not going to talk about this topic today, but our group is also working on direct air capture using meta-organic frameworks as well. And today's topic is more focused on the hydrogen. So this is a hydrogen. Although we have to use hydrogen, but the problem is, I don't know, students know it or not. What is the major source of the hydrogen? Is there any student who can say what is the current major source of the hydrogen? The problem is the current major source of the hydrogen is still fossil fuels, coals, or the other methane or some other fossil fuels. Therefore, even though we use the hydrogen, we cannot reduce the emission of the carbon dioxide. Therefore, to reduce the emission of the carbon dioxide, we have to generate hydrogen using some green method. Therefore, people is considering to developing this kind of electrolysis process. Still, electrical energy is also generated by the fossil fuel. However, if we can utilize some electrical energy that is not consumed during the nighttime, we can reduce the emission of the carbon dioxide. Therefore, people is thinking about the development of the new technique for the generation of the hydrogen using green method. Our group is interested in the electrolysis of the hydrogen. And also recently, we are also working on the electrical reduction of the carbon dioxide as well. So first, I want to introduce diatom. I have to introduce, I don't know where he is right now. Okay, he's there. Actually, Professor Atanapanda, he joined my group in 2016, and we talked about what we have to do. And at that time, I was interested in diatom. It's a kind of microalgae comprising silica, SiO2, mainly SiO2. So he went to the upper stream of the Han River, and he collected naturally from the river, the diatoms. So all these are just natural diatoms he collected from the river. And we thought about what we can do using this kind of diatom. Until that time, most of the diatom researchers only do the reducing and prepare pure silicon from diatom. But we want to prepare some catalytic material. Therefore, he first did the pyrolysis at very high temperature, about 80 degrees. And we found that this material is mainly comprising SiO2 as well as some amount of iron oxide because microalgae is a bioorganism. Therefore, there must be some metals for the metabolism. That was an iron. And during the pyrolysis, we can find some iron oxide. And I will skip one first example. So he used this diatom for amine sensing. This was the first work, but the second work was very interesting. So I will skip this one. But the second one was at that maybe 1 or 2 years later after starting his work. Ben Feringa received the Nobel Prize based on his contribution on molecular motion. And Ben Feringa prepared some micromotor working on hydrogen peroxide by generating the oxygen. And he used very, very expensive palladium or platinum as a catalyst. But our system doesn't require any expensive noble metal. He just collected from the river and just do the thermal process. And and also we only need very, very diluted hydrogen peroxide. Therefore, and we can see. Okay. This is a video. So it will move. So because of unique anisotropic shape, the particle is moving unidirectionally. If the oxygen is generating through the isotropically through the material, then it will not move. But because of unique isotropic shape, anisotropic shape, we can show the micromotor performance. Later, we thought what we can do further using this kind of material. As I mentioned, this material contains iron oxide, and also it has a silica support, SiO2 support. And for the generation of the hydrogen, we usually need noble metal. However, we thought about that. Why don't we try to make some unique transition metal catalyst system? If we can use some interface property between the iron oxide and nickel, then we can make very efficient catalyst material. So he prepared a diatom as before, and he loaded some nickel sulfide on top of the iron oxide. And we can make the interface between the iron oxide and nickel sulfide. And we prepared, characterized the material, and so on and so forth. An interesting point was that, is there really interface between the nickel and iron? Because it's really difficult to demonstrate there is really interface between iron and nickel. So we studied further. We prepared nickel sulfide, just simple nickel sulfide in our composite system, and so on and so forth. And we studied that just simple nickel sulfide had X-ups data like this. And nickel sulfide is like this, or like magenta color. However, when we treat on the diatom, we can find different environment of nickel sulfide. That means there is unique interface between diatom and nickel sulfide. Therefore, we thought this kind of interface may act as a good catalytic site for hydrogen generation. Therefore, we have studied very detailed hydrogen generation studies and so on and so forth. And it shows, as we can see here, it shows better performance. Okay, this on top, this green line correspond to our material, and it cannot overcome the platinum system. However, it's much better than simple nickel sulfide system. But more important thing is, usually in the case of nickel catalyst system, the catalyst easily deactivated during the catalytic process because nickel is very reactive metal center. However, after doping on the diatom, you can see more than 70 hours, it shows very good performance. Therefore, this kind of interface not only increase the catalytic activity, but also the protect the material. So for longer durability. Then we want to know, is really interface works for better catalytic activity? So we did the theoretical calculation. I don't want to explain very detailed about the mechanism, but I want to explain this band structure. So based on this band structure, this is just pure diatom band structure. There is no energy, the band in between the valence band and conduction band. That means it's difficult for the electron transfer on the metal on the catalytic side. However, when we doped nickel sulfide on diatom, we can generate a lot of density of state at the Fermi level. That means this energy band structure will facilitate electron transfer between valence band and conduction band, which allows much higher catalytic activity for our system. So we demonstrate that just simple natural microalgae can make unique interface for hydrogen generation catalysis, and it can make transition metal can apply it for the real hydrogen generation. So we compared our performance of our material, and our system is one of the okay, it's not appeared here. It is on the bottom, but our material shows one of the best performance among the reported transition metal ion system. So I will move to the second topic. Second topic is about the hydrogen storage. But before moving to the second topic, so one thing as I mentioned, I prepared this presentation for students. So one thing I want to say to the students is try to learn from the nature. So you can just collect the atom from the nature, but you can do many things. Just simple natural, using just simple natural source, you can do many things. So I want encourage the students, look your nature, your environment carefully and think about your science. And the second topic is about the hydrogen storage. Just usual hydrogen storage method is the nickel some metal hydride system, or some people use the high pressure. So we need to develop high pressure vessels. However, we want to use some different system. So I will skip this. We want to prepare some different system. These are common hydrogen storage system, and also some metal hydrides are also well known. However, we want to develop a new kind of area. So that's named LOHC, liquid organic hydrogen carrier. Many people are not familiar with this concept. So I will show you a chemical example. So this is the chemical example. I think most of the students already know the structure of benzene. Benzene molecule have 3 double bonds. And if we do the hydrogenation to the benzene molecule, then it will convert it into the cyclohexane. And if we do the dehydrogenation, then it will recover to the benzene, and we can collect 3 hydrogen molecule again. So we can store the hydrogen, and we can extract the hydrogen from the organic molecule. So this is the basic concept of the liquid organic hydrogen carrier. Okay. So actually, this field was developed by our current postdoc, Purna Chandra Rao. So he's keep working on this research area as well. And this is the history of the liquid organic hydrogen carrier. The problem of LOHC system is all the organic medias are commercially available source. There is no chance of the modify the molecule. Therefore, until now, there are only 2 artificially synthesized LOHC media. So I will introduce one of them. So this is common system. So we can store the hydrogen during the hydrogenation, and we can do the dehydrogenation. One of the very important advantage of this kind of system is we can use all infrastructure of the petrochemistry for this. For example, we can use the gasoline tank or gasoline delivering system for this kind of LOHC. Only we need further is just to prepare hydrogenation and dehydrogenation of the facility. So we want to develop a new media as well as the hydrogenation and dehydrogenation catalyst. So we designed this kind of molecule. So there is a naphthalene and there is toluene. We couple this naphthalene and toluene with the chemical bond. In this case, we can store the hydrogen about to 6.5 weight%. I don't explain in detail, but if we use the hydrogen vessel, the steel hydrogen vessel, then the weight percent efficiency is just 1 point something. But we can store more than 6 weight% of hydrogen storage. So we developed this kind of system. So our postdoc prepare this molecule and first synthesize in large scale. For the demonstration of this kind of system, we have to prepare this target media at least 100 gram scale. So in organic synthesis, preparing this kind of molecule more than 100 grams of scale is really difficult. However, our postdoc have done that. And we did the hydrogenation for this molecule. So we prepare some catalyst and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, when we do the hydrogenation, we can get this kind of mixture system. Therefore, we have to optimize the catalytic reaction condition, and also we have to develop a novel catalyst. Fortunately, when we prepare some ruthenium catalyst with large loading, then we can do the hydrogenation 100% only to get this kind of required product. So we can prepare the hydrogenation condition and also hydrogenation catalyst. Then second step is we have to extract the hydrogen from the molecule. So dehydrogenation step. So we try to calculate first dehydrogenation enthalpy, how it is difficult for the dehydrogenation. But very interesting point was, usually dehydrogenation is really, really difficult for this kind of homocyclic system. Homocyclic means there is no heteroatom other than carbon. As you can see here on the top, this is commercially available source. It requires a lot of energy for the dehydrogenation. However, for faster dehydrogenation, we need this kind of heteroatom like this. However, we don't have any heteroatom, but we can achieve very low dehydrogenation enthalpy. So we really did the dehydrogenation. And we wanted to compare our system. We wanted to compare our system with commercially available media. So the hydrogen storage and capacity is similar, but dehydrogenation enthalpy, our system is much lower than the commercially available one. So we prepare several catalysts like this, and we run the dehydrogenation and we screen the catalyst. Fortunately, as presented in here, platinum carbon system shows very good dehydrogenation performance. So we optimize the dehydrogenation condition with platinum on carbon, and we compare our material is DBT and commercially available one is MBN, and our material is MBN and commercially available one is DBT. Our material, it shows much better hydrogen yield and also much faster hydrogen production. That's because of the low dehydrogenation enthalpy. After finishing this, we thought, wow, we did well, and we did everything. So we can develop a new LOH media. However, there was the other problem. When we try to analyze the dehydrogenation product, we can see like this kind of very complicated result. Actually, all these materials are recyclable. That's no problem. However, these products are not recyclable. That means we didn't demonstrate cycling experiment. We just run one-time experiment, one-time dehydrogenation. But after one-time dehydrogenation, we can get undesired product. Therefore, we have to find a catalyst system to avoid formation of this kind of undesired system. Therefore, we try to develop many different catalysts and so on and so forth. However, we failed. I demonstrated platinum carbon works well, but all the system we failed to get better performance. However, as Professor Fukuma demonstrated, we thought, why don't we dope some heteroatom on the platinum? So we tried to dope some heteroatom sulfur and tin on the platinum to control the catalytic activity. And interestingly, tin, in the case of tin, we cannot increase the efficiency. However, when we use sulfur-doped platinum catalyst system, we can achieve very high hydrogen generation yield as well as very high selectivity without having undesired product, DT. We cannot find undesired product on top. Therefore, by doping some platinum catalyst using heteroatom, control the catalytic activity, and we can achieve much higher selectivity for recycle experiment. Therefore, so we can conclude that dehydrogenation can be done on the using the platinum catalyst. By doping sulfur, we can increase selectivity much better than just simple platinum catalyst. Okay, these are this is the second topic of my presentation, and I want, as I mentioned, I want to deliver one message to the undergraduate to the students. Is actually, as I mentioned, this is the second artificial LOH media. My Indian postdoc opens a new research field. I think we are keep working on the developing a new LOH media, and also I'm now working on the commercialization of this kind of system. So if you dive into the new area, then you can get very interesting results as well. And I want to briefly introduce the other new research field, because as the chairman explained, my main background is meta-organic framework. And meta-organic framework received the Nobel Prize last year. Omar Yagi, Susumu Kitagawa, and Richard Robson. Actually, Omar Yagi is one of my collaborators during my postdoc. So meta-organic framework is well known. I think I don't need to do much introduction on this. So there are many examples of meta-organic framework, and recently our group is interested in the electron transfer, especially redox-mediated electron transfer in meta-organic framework. Actually, meta-organic framework is very robust and very well known for electron transfer, but it's hardly find the redox-mediated electron transfer in meta-organic framework. Because if there is redox reaction occurs on the meta center, usually framework disrupted. Therefore, my postdoc designed a new ligand. Ligand itself can donate and receive the electron. So he designed a new ligand system like this. And because of the delocalization property of this ligand, even though the redox reaction on the meta center, the framework may be stable. So we want to demonstrate that. So he designed and synthesized the ligand. Unusually, he prepared the meta-organic framework with this kind of system. Usually, for the mouth synthesis, coordinating ligand must be deprotected. However, ligand was protected, but during the reflux with the meta source, it is deprotected, and meta-organic framework has been formed. So fortunately, we can get a structure like this. It has very highly symmetric structure with a cubic space group. And we demonstrate the property of the stability of the material. Interestingly, usually most of the meta-organic frameworks are very, very unstable in basic condition because all the base coordinate to the meta center and it disrupts the meta-organic framework. But our system is very, very stable, even 1 molar sodium hydroxide condition. Therefore, we thought this kind of base condition may be helpful for the electron transfer and redox electron transfer on the meta center. So we have done the the cycle voltammetry and electron conductivity experiment using our material. Interestingly, up to pH 12, it is stable and it shows very interesting electron transfer, redox electron transfer process. But at pH 13, MAF start to destruct it, and it gives ORA, or oxidation reduction reaction, OER, oxidation evolution reaction product. So we found, we checked the metal framework stability after the catalytic reaction. Even after the catalytic reaction, MAF framework itself is very, very stable. Actually, 0.1 molar is too high, but 0.01 molar condition, even after the catalytic reaction, MAF was very, very stable. And we did some the different current density study, and we plot this. And the slope correspond to the electron transfer mechanism. So we got 0.82 of the slope value. This then means the system shows redox hopping charge transfer. Nickel center works as nickel 2 and nickel 3 redox center, and the material itself, conjugated ligand, allows the electron hopping through the material. So this is one of the very first example of the nickel redox hopping system. So we are now preparing the manuscript, and also this material shows very interesting glucose sensing property. Actually, this is very rare example of non-enzymatic glucose sensing. Usually for the glucose sensing, we need some enzyme for the detection. However, we demonstrated, this is the final slide. So we demonstrated the unusual non-enzymatic glucose sensing property using our new material. So this is also very unusual example. And as I mentioned, my precious Indian postdoc did all this very interesting works. So this is the just future plan. Remaining work is we are comparing with non-conjugated ligand system to show our system is really unique or not. So I will skip this. So I will conclude acknowledge to my group members. Although I mentioned Professor Atanu Panda and my current postdoc Purna Chandra Rao, but we have very many group members. So without having their all hard effort, we cannot get very good research result. So now we have, although I said I have 2 postdocs, but one more postdoc arrived today to Korea. So he's also an Indian postdoc. And I have 3 PhD students and 3 master students and 3 undergraduate students. So, okay. Thanks for your kind attention.
So thank you, Professor Yoon, for keeping the time up. Yeah. So are there any questions? You can go for a few questions.
Yes, please. Yeah, please.
Oh, the mic did.
Sir, in your previous research work, you mentioned we were getting some undecided product which we were not able to recover. So you decided to introduce some heterocyclic systems.
Yes.
So once the reaction is complete, how will you eliminate the heterocyclic system? Because we were using the homocyclic system. So how will you eliminate the heterocyclic system?
You mean this? Sorry. No. You mean this, right? How to avoid this? Oh, sorry. Let me show the slide again. You mean this one, right? So how to avoid undesired product? Yes, that's really good question. I didn't explain very detailed. That we found that is because of high catalytic activity of the catalyst. This product was formed. This product was formed because of the dehydrogenation of this position. Therefore, we want to reduce the catalytic activity of the catalyst. Therefore, we doped sulfur to reduce the catalytic activity. But in the case of tin, it was too much. But in the case of sulfur, it reduced the catalytic activity optimally. Therefore, we can avoid the formation of the undesired product. So control the catalytic activity. That's really important during the dehydrogenation. Is that all?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Just stability about this sulfur doping. Any study you did? Because the noble metal like platinum and all is very stable, and the one of the best till date. When you are changing it and doping it with the sulfur, how much time it will stay, up to how much cycle it will really work? That's my concern.
You mean the after doping of the sulfur, how much stable the catalyst is?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, that's a really good question. After doping of the sulfur, as I mentioned, the catalytic activity has been decreased, but the problem is exactly you mentioned the sulfur doped, actually platinum catalytic activity is fine, but when we do the recycling experiment, the sulfur doping effect is decreasing. Therefore, we found the sulfur doping is not stable. However, platinum catalyst itself, as you mentioned, platinum catalyst itself is stable. So yeah, that's really good comment.
Thanks for the nice presentation, New. Actually, I'm a little bit curious about over here sulfur doping, because I thought that in this case, sulfur easily oxidized. It can form sulfenic acid or disulfide maybe. So suppose that you will get disulfide, then you can easily recover the sulfur. But if there is a possibility for the formation of sulfenic acid and sulfonic acid, definitely we can't recover that one.
Right.
So you have to add new sulfur into it, and then you can easily get the activity.
Right.
But my main question is that because in this case, you are using basically precious and non-abundant transition metals. So could we replace such kind of transition metals by using manganese and others non-transition metals? And in this case, we can easily some pincer type complexes. And by the help of pincer type complexes, we can easily proceed such kind of reaction, and we can get easily excellent selectivity for the hydrogenation. And you can also proceed the disproportionation reaction, dehydrogenation. So could we use such kind of things?
Yes, that's really good comment. And also, yeah, that's really nice. For that reason, we are one of my students is working in the United States. He's working on the high entropy alloy system to control the catalytic activity. So we are now mixing with the transition metal, with the noble metal. So we are now developing a new catalyst system, although I don't include that result in here, but some bimetallic system, especially transition metal included system, shows interesting result.
Yeah. And last question. Actually, I'm a little bit curious about the polysaccharide of such type of aromatic hydrocarbons. So in this case, suppose that how can we get the chemoselectivity over here? Because there is a lot of possibility you can get just one alkene bond reduction. Suppose that you can just take the example of benzene. There is a 3 double bond. Okay. And suppose that we want to proceed a reaction, there is a lot of possibility we can just reduce 1 double bond. And sometimes we can easily reduce 2 double bond and 3 double bond, completely reduction. So how can we get the selectivity?
In the case of this kind, yes, that's really good comment. In the case of this kind of system,
yeah,
we don't have to do the full hydrogenation and or full dehydrogenation, because they can do the cycling. They are in the cycling process. So our main focus was avoiding this kind of the further cyclization. So we don't want to avoid. Our target is not avoiding this kind of the mixture formation. But as you mentioned, if we can avoid those kind of issues, then we can increase the hydrogen, the extraction efficiency.
Yeah.
So we may need to develop that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
So thank you very much, because we are going to have another one more talk now. So we are extending this session. So thanks a lot. So the next speaker will be Professor Bhaskar Sundar Raju from IIT Kanpur, who has got over 10 years of experience in teaching and advanced research in organometallic chemistry and catalysis. He did his PhD from the University of Rennes, France, with a postdoctoral at Max Planck Institute. And he's also a Humboldt Fellow and a Max Planck Group Fellow. He's published 22 peer-reviewed research papers with very high H index. And his expertise includes CH activation, transition metal catalysis, and sustainable chemical process. So let us invite Professor Bhaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind
20 plus 5.
Sure. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I understand probably the extended hours going to hurt your lunch time slightly, little bit more time. So I'm sorry for that. Let me. So let me first join along with other speakers actually to say thank to the organizers for putting up actually this wonderful symposium. Let me also at the outset thank all the volunteers actually who is actually actively part of this actually symposium to make this actually grand success. As the chair actually person already introduced about me, that I come from IIT Kanpur, and he has been actually about more than a decade actually I'm associated with this institute. As the title actually can clearly see that I'm going to actually talk about a single metal, try to actually see a possibility of actually studying a single metal, but in more detail. Okay, so as I said, actually, when I began my independent career, so we start to focus on only 3D metal catalysis. When I say 3D metal, I'm talking about the third row transition metals. And why? Because actually it is earth abundant, and the other speakers actually already spoke about why metal which are actually abundant should be used actually rather than the metal which are at the scarcity. Right. So there are two actually applications which we thought actually should be considered to start with at the start of my independent career. To start with, one is the CH bond functionalization, because if you consider the carbon hydrogen bond as a reactive bond, then you should actually in principle to achieve actually lot many things compared with, let's say, you start to actually work with a more reactive bonds such as, let's say, a triplet or a tosylate or a bromine or a chlorine or any other derivatives. The only problem is actually the carbon hydrogen bond is too inert. That means you need to worry about actually how to overcome this barrier. If you can actually overcome this barrier, then you should be in a position to achieve what was originally possible to achieve with the polarized bonds. Now, the second concept is actually hydrogen neutral strategy, which I'm talking about typically a hydrogenation and dehydrogenation strategy, where you try to shuttle the hydrogen molecule actually between one molecule to another molecule with a medium of a catalyst, such as actually the metal catalyst. Of course, actually with the time, we actually try to expand our repository of actually research interest. So it's not necessarily to be only a couple of topics. And that allows us actually to move into various different actually topics over the last actually 10 years. So perhaps actually in the interest of time, I will actually focus only on CH bond functionalization today. And perhaps actually I will start with this particular gentleman. I believe actually most of the undergraduate students and the master students should be aware of this gentleman. Looks actually Indian because he has a very strong mustache, but unfortunately he is not an Indian, right? He is known to be a father of actually a coordination chemist, all right? So, but I don't know how many of you really know that he is not an inorganic chemist. He's a father of a coordination chemist, but he is not an inorganic chemist. He is trained as an organic chemist. He knows actually how to do synthesis. He came into inorganic chemistry with a fundamental question that at that point, there is a difference actually between Jorgensen and actually Werner, because Jorgensen, who is claimed to be an inorganic chemist, trying to actually give a possibility of, let's say, a bond occurs actually between the nitrogen and the cobalt. And he considered that the nitrogen is actually bound with a 3 hydrogen molecule, 3 hydrogen atom. And then you have a bond between the one nitrogen and another nitrogen. And then you have the bond actually between the nitrogen and the cobalt. So he said actually this is a coordination polymer which one could actually get by treating the simple cobalt-2 salt actually combined with, let's say, an amine ligand. And so that possibility is actually giving you the corresponding compound, which is actually proposed by Jorgensen about 100 years ago. And the question comes, as a typical organic chemist, when it comes to carbon, everybody knows what is the valency of the carbon. You say immediately 4. When it comes to nitrogen, you say actually maximum 5. When it comes to metal, you don't bother about the valency, right? So when it comes to nitrogen, for example, so it's supposed to actually have only let's say 3-valent actually possibility with the one lone pair actually, which is actually residing on the nitrogen atom. But the moment actually you see Jorgensen proposes, it is more than 3 valency. How is it even possible? Let's say someone actually can have more than the valency of the corresponding possible nitrogen to actually connect with the different atoms. And that's when actually Werner actually came into picture in the form of actually coordination chemistry, and he calls that as the bond, which is not actually a typical ionic or a covalent bond, it should be something else. And that's when actually he started to talk about the coordinate covalent bond. Eventually, the Werner's theory came into picture. Of course, the controversy actually further continues. So where the French chemist actually clearly nominating Jorgensen actually for a Nobel Prize, so that actually because his immense contributions on the inorganic chemistry should be rewarded for the kind of actually exploration he has done for cobalt amine complex, and eventually he should be awarded Nobel Prize. Of course, the Nobel Committee knows who is the real contributor, actually who is giving the proper concept actually to the people rather than actually somebody who is famous, right? And that's why Jorgensen was not actually given a Nobel Prize. Instead, actually Werner got a Nobel Prize. Of course, actually one can also understand about the stereochemistry, right? Actually stereochemistry, which you talk about, actually carbon-based stereochemistry. We do teach actually to the undergraduate and the master students. When it comes to the carbon-based stereochemistry, everybody knows actually how to assign it. But pay attention, about 100 years ago, people talk about metal-based stereochemistry. That means you talk about the chiral center on a molecule with a non-chiral ligand. That means you are typically talking about the stereogenicity at the metal center, not at the carbon center. Like you actually talk about carbon center, you can also have the stereogenicity at the metal center, right? So this means actually you typically can also create a molecule which are based on metal with the racemic ligand, because otherwise actually the entire asymmetric catalysis which you talk about is always actually done with chiral ligands, right? So maybe in my talk at the end, you will actually get to know that why a racemic ligand or a chiral ligand would actually facilitate such kind of a metal complex actually can be formed in situ, which can be done even actually at Amity University in an undergraduate laboratory, which a high diastereoselective selective and energy selective manner. You will actually see maybe at the end. So one another actually theory at the end of the Werner's actually concept actually came out is the cobalt-3 complex are typically inert. That means actually it is kinetically inert. It is actually not going to be reactive. Or in other words, you take the cobalt hexamine actually 3+ complex, which can be synthesized in the kilogram scale in a laboratory, such as actually, let's say an undergraduate laboratory can be even done in Amity University. And that complex will stay, if you put it on a table actually for 100 years, nothing is going to happen with that particular complex. That's rock stable. This is why the concept actually came in that the cobalt-3 complex are kinetically inert. Because you actually deal with the strongly sigma donor ligand, such as an amine ligand. Of course, actually, this ligand will actually go and actually bind very strongly with the metal. It won't actually go out unless another actually guy who is actually more than actually strong enough actually than ammonia, then only you will be able to actually kick out ammonia and then actually get the other ligand actually comes into picture, right? Otherwise, you have a very strong ligand actually bound with the metal will be stable as it is. When you already start with a complex which is coordinatively saturated, how do you expect that to be a catalyst? Right? Because you don't have any other possibility for the substrate to come and coordinate or an interaction of the orbital of the substrate with the orbital of the metal so that you start to have some dialogue between the metal and the corresponding substrate. If that doesn't happen, there is no way that you can consider that particular metal system as a catalyst, right? So that's why people perhaps actually stop thinking about cobalt, especially cobalt in 3+ oxidation state as a metal catalyst for any catalytic application. If you really look at it over the last century, cobalt catalysts which are used typically start with the cobalt in cobalt-2 salt, reduce that actually cobalt into a low-valent species, which could be a cobalt carbonyl complex, for example, which is used actually widely in academia and industry. And these cobalt actually low-valent complex are the one typically used actually for a hydroformylation, or in other words, it can be studied in a textbook called OXO process, where you convert your olefin into an aldehyde, right? You talk about cobalt in low-valent oxidation state. Because people don't want to go further higher. That means you go from the cobalt-2 to cobalt-3, rather than actually they go from cobalt-2 to cobalt-1 or a 0. And that's when actually the catalyst become inactive. Now we talk exactly opposite actually with the two different systems. System 1, which has the CP star system, that means the CP star ligand, which is sitting on the top of the metal. The CP star is a ligand which has the possibility of actually coordinating with the 3 coordinating sites. Okay, it's called typically an L2X ligand. because the two L ligands are typically a neutral donor and the X ligand is typically an anionic ligand. So the CP star is equivalent to the 3 coordination site of the cobalt. In addition, you have the 3 possible sites at the bottom. One is called the carbonyl ligand, another 2 are called the anionic iodine ligand. So you typically talking about the pseudo octahedral complex, and the pseudo octahedral complex are the one used actually for catalysis. Why? Because I'm occupying actually, let's say, the 3 site actually on the top with the CP star ligand, which is very strongly bound to the metal. And I'm typically talking about the other 3 actually ligands, which are labile in nature, going out actually in the reaction site, and then actually bring the substrate actually comes in actually bind to the metal, possible actually activation of this substrate actually for catalysis. Now that's being said, this particular system is used actually for a various type of a catalyst. By activating the carbon hydrogen bond at ortho position, you generate a reactive organometallic species in situ, and that organometallic species allows you actually to, let's say, do a lot of actually catalysis actually, which not necessarily to be simple actually functionalization of a carbon hydrogen of an sp2ch bond. You can also actually do it with sp3ch bond. Now another system actually which is quite interesting. So this particular system, of course, actually can be isolable. We do actually also able to get the corresponding metallocycle, which are actually formed actually by insertion of the alkyne actually between the cobalt and the carbon. You form a 7-membered alkenyl intermediate, because we try to actually understand the reaction mechanism in most of the chemistry which we try to do. And based on this, we actually come to a conclusion that though the cobalt actually can have the possibility of actually going via 1 electron oxidation state or a 2 electron oxidation state in the reaction pathway, we felt that in the case of actually CP star cobalt chemistry, the catalytic cycle always actually goes through a 2 electron pathway, quite similar like what we experience with palladium or rhodium or ruthenium or iridium systems. Now, what happens actually? So once we know that actually such kind of a complex are possible to isolate, now instead of actually using the corresponding metallocycle, you now actually start to bring in an external well-defined ligands, which are actually available, right? Now with that actually, you should be able to actually, let's say, isolate actually various metal complex, right? And these complexes are actually structurally characterizable. We have isolated actually most of the complex. In fact, actually all of the complexes are structurally characterized. Now, what do we do with this particular complex? Just to give you one example, that we do actually try to do some systems or some chemistry which are actually quite relevant to the societal issues. So one of the issue actually which we thought utilize actually our inexpensive cobalt catalyst can be used actually for a plastic recycling. So one of the system which we try to actually do is try to convert the PC, this polycarbonate, into the corresponding, let's say, monomer. You take the polycarbonate, you add a pinch of a catalyst, you just use a molecular hydrogen as a reducing agent. That should actually do the job of actually converting your polymer into a monomer. Now, carbonate is nothing but actually, let's say you take the monomer, treat with the CO2, and that should actually produce the corresponding carbonate. That means CO2 is actually widely available, widely wanted to use it actually for a purpose. So you convert all the CO2 into a CO2 polymer and reduce actually back whenever it is actually used by the people, throw it away to the environment, collect those actually materials, and use a pinch of a catalyst to be able to actually regenerate your monomer back. Now, is it really practically true? Give an example. Let's say you take the CD disc in your laboratory, cut it into small pieces, add a pinch of a catalyst. You try to actually do the hydrogenation. No other actually reducing agent, only a molecular hydrogen. That should be sufficient enough actually to get your actually corresponding monomer back. That tells you that the power of a catalyst is actually possible to do the reverse actually engineering of the corresponding polymerization. Now, what I try to actually tell you in the few minutes actually is the nutshell of a simple understanding of the CP star cobalt system allows us actually to get the well-defined system. Now, the second example which I would like to bring in is the possibility of actually getting an octahedral cobalt complex by simply taking actually, let's say, the corresponding bidentate ligand, and that bidentate ligand, upon activation of the CH bond, you produce the tridentate ligand, which is NNC on the top. And then at the bottom, you have actually the corresponding NN coordination again come from the same substrate. Now that occupies actually typically 5 coordination sites. Now the only one coordination site actually which is available at the axial position, that is nothing but the solvent. Now this allows us actually to even isolate the corresponding complex by replacing the solvent actually with an isonitrile. As you can clearly see, this octahedral complex actually isolated through the CH activation pathway, right? Another confirmation that even though a simple cobalt-2 salt which you use in your laboratory to do this particular system, it is actually going through a classical octahedral complex, right? Pay attention, I have the tridentate ligand because one is the bidentate ligand which is bringing the metal in close proximity to the corresponding carbon hydrogen bond which I am trying to activate. But at the same time, the substrate actually goes and bind at the bottom as a NN coordination. Now this NN coordination is a simple spectator ligand, just occupies actually an additional coordination number so as to get the octagonal complex. Now imagine that if that actually NN ligand, which I use as an LX type ligand, goes out and then actually bring in an external LX ligand, that means actually I bring in instead of NN ligand by an NO ligand, then I should be in a position to replace an in situ formed NN ligand from the substrate from the corresponding external ligand assisted actually cobalt cycle. Now, what is the advantage? Assuming that NO ligand is a chiral ligand, then I am actually bringing more complexity. How? So let's take an example. First, actually validate our hypothesis. First, the external ligand will actually first work in the system because you need to compete with a substrate and an external ligand. And we found out actually with a brief screening that when we don't add actually this particular ligand, there is no reaction. And when we add a ligand, there is a reaction. And the product actually which we obtained is a reverse in regioselectivity. Because of this actually polarized actually, let's say the carbon-bromine bond. Now, this clearly indicates to me that the external ligand actually plays a crucial role in the product which you obtain. So that's a beauty, right? Now let's add a complexity more. So that means actually when I draw a catalytic cycle, so the metallocycle forms actually in situ, and that actually produces a corresponding cobalt cycle with the external ligand stabilized octagonal complex. Now add a complexity. Now I replace actually, let's say, an NO ligand with a chiral ligand. Let's assume actually the Solox-based actually chiral ligand, which is actually based on amino acids. Now you can actually synthesize this ligand in kilogram scale without any problem. Now, once you actually make such kind of a metallocycle in situ, pay attention. My ligand is chiral. Upon CH activation, the corresponding cobalt is chiral. And then you talk about actually the typical geometric isomers which we teach actually to undergraduate students. You talk about actually facial and meridional, which means I'm typically dealing with n to the power of 4, which means I'm typically talking about 16 possible diastereomers one can imagine actually to form in situ in your catalytic systems. Now, out of these 16 possible diastereomers, if you are lucky, if you get one single diastereomer actually dominate out of the 16, then you should be in a position to get the excellent actually catalytic outcome. Otherwise, actually, there is no way that you get a high inertial selectivity reaction. Let's see if that actually works. So when we actually try to replace that NO ligand actually with the Solox ligand, for example, in this case, we were able to actually show classical dissymmetrization chemistry by taking the simple phosphoramide coupled with an alkyne, actually we form the corresponding, let's say, the chiral phosphoramide with an absolute control on inertial selectivity and diastereomeric selectivity. Now, the second example actually we take a simple, let's say, a corresponding inomide coupled with the cobalt Solox ligand, and you end up in getting a distal diaxis instead of actually, let's say, vicinal diaxis with an absolute control on diastereomeric selectivity and inertial selectivity, and the E is actually up to the 99% E. Now, the third example where we actually show that the corresponding CA trope along with, let's say, the carbon-based actually central chirality is also possible to achieve with an absolutely control on the diastereomeric selectivity. Now, let's actually take a couple of examples actually to convince you that it is indeed actually possible. Like I told you before, that we replace a simple actually racemic NO ligand with the chiral NO ligand. That actually chiral NO ligand allowed us actually to obtain the same product which we obtained earlier with the racemic NO ligand. And the E in most of the cases are extremely good. And in most of the cases are actually greater than 95%, and in some cases even actually greater than 99%. We can replace the alkyne instead of actually simple alkynyl bromide actually with, let's say, an alkynyl bromide actually on both the end, or one side actually terminal alkyne, another side alkynyl bromide. That also actually allows you to actually get the corresponding product which you would like to access. Now, how do I prove the reaction mechanism is actually the way we thought, right? The only way to prove, you need to isolate actually those intermediates. We take simple cobalt-2 salt. Trust me, you can actually isolate this complex even in an open environment in a flask in your own laboratory here. You don't need a sophisticated laboratory to do this particular chemistry. Okay, so now you take a simple, like let's say, bidentate ligand, you add a cobalt-2 salt, you add a chiral ligand, you add a stabilizing ligand, in this case is a DMAP, and then actually add a manganese and the sodium pivalate, which allows you to get the metallocycle. Yeah. So, and so among the two actually metallocycle which you actually form, so one of the metallocycle is a delta, and another one is actually, let's say, tau. And these two actually, let's say, isomers clearly tells you that one should actually scores over the other. Only then you get a single diastereomer. And the energy difference actually clearly tells that the delta is actually favored over the tau. And so this allows us actually to draw the catalytic cycle. So In that, we computationally found out that the delta is actually less energy compared to the tau. That means this is energetically favored, actually, let's say, in isomer 1 on the left. And so among the, let's say, an alkyne, which is actually going for an insertion process, you have the possibility of 1-2 versus 2-1. And it turned out to be the 1-2 insertion pathway is actually much more lower in energy compared to the 2-1 insertion. That's why we get a one single regioisomer. So based on this, actually, we come to a conclusion that actually indeed it is possible. Now, one of the problem associated actually with this particular chemistry is the use of actually silver 1 or a manganese 3 as a stoichiometric amount of a oxidant, because it requires, because this is a process which is typically a 1 electron transfer, because this is going either actually from the cobalt 1 to cobalt 2 or a cobalt 2 to cobalt 3. For that, you need a 1 electron oxidant, and only these two oxidants are actually very effective. Now, if it is a 1 electron oxidant, actually, can we try to actually do that, let's say, with a photocatalyst? Then the photocatalyst should actually do the job rather than the manganese or a silver as an oxidant. And so, in fact, actually, it was quite successful some time ago. We showed that the combination of a photocatalyst along with a simple cobalt 2 salt actually should allow you to do the CH functionalization. Now, what is the possibility? Can we extend that concept actually to an asymmetric chemistry as well? So we actually try to combine the photocatalyst along with, let's say, the cobalt. And we use, let's say, a simple indole as a pi partner. And if at all, actually, this indole, the olefin at the pyrrole ring should act as a olefin, then you should be in a position to, let's say, get the corresponding dearomatization product. That is against actually the law, because you typically talk about the aromatization is more favored than the dearomatization. So here, actually, we are trying to do the dearomatization of an indole and get the tetrafused cycle. And this tetrafused cycle was achieved with a highly enantioselective selective manner. In most of the cases, the EU was actually and absolutely, let's say, with a great control. Now, one last example. With that, actually, I will probably actually stop my presentation in 2 minutes. So let's say what was known or what was typically, let's say, achieved in the literature is a possibility of achieving the diaxis. When I say talk about diaxis, I'm talking about the diatropisomers, right? One atropisomer is you're typically talking about a carbon-carbon or carbon nitrogen bond and their free rotation. Based on the restricted rotation, you should be able to actually get the corresponding atropisomers. Now, one itself is difficult. Now, you're talking about two. Within the two, if you are able to get the diaxis actually, which are at the vicinal position, when I talk about vicinal position, I'm talking about typically at the ortho position, which is easy to control because the steric doesn't allow to at least rotate further. Now, but assuming that instead of actually 1-2 diaxis, if it is 1-3 diaxis, I'm already actually going away from the first actually diaxis, which means that controlling this first actually rotation itself is difficult. Second, controlling the diastereoselectivity between the two is even more difficult. So this is why the distal diaxis is actually more challenging than the vicinal diaxis. And we showed that in one single actually part, we are able to actually, let's say, isolate the corresponding compound actually, let's say, with the absolute diastereo control and the enantiomer control. And so in these cases, actually, the corresponding product was isolated with a very high diastereo selectivity and enantiomer selectivity. So that actually brings my, let's say, the final question actually, which we asked actually in this particular question. So, so like I said, actually, to use this particular compound is having absolute diastereo control. Look at the energy which is required actually for a CN bond rotation. It requires actually 34 kilocal, which is nothing but you need actually something like 20,000 years actually for the carbon nitrogen bond actually should get rotated, because otherwise it's not actually going to get rotated actually, let's say, if we keep it at room temperature. Now that actually brings the last challenge, which is nothing but every time when you actually do this particular chemistry, you bring in the directing group. The directing group stays with the molecule. Then obviously some of the people who works on the material science ask that question, what do I do with the directing group? Can you actually remove the directing group if it is possible so that we can apply this actually for real-time applications? So that's when actually we thought actually to try to utilize this particular strategy where the directing group will get cleaved in situ via NN bond cleavage. And that allows us actually to get the corresponding product with absolute control on one single axis rather than the two axes. So the reaction doesn't require any metal oxidant. The reaction doesn't require any photocatalyst. The reaction can be done under open air flask, and there is no need of actually direct group cleavage. So which means the chemistry can be done without any trouble anywhere in the world. Simple understanding of the CP cobalt chemistry allows us actually to get the well-defined complex. Simple understanding of the metallocycle allows us to expand this particular chemistry to the chiral metallocycle. And that, in principle, now ask us to question, you give us any material which you believe inherently chiral. I'm giving you the challenge to the audience. You believe any material which you believe it is inherently chiral, but the chiral resolution is not possible because you need to have the preparative HPLC. You need to have, let's say, the HPLC purification of any material, because that itself is actually a big task. You give that material to me, I will put it actually with my catalytic system. I'll show it to you that the corresponding single possible enantiomer is separable, or I can even give you actually both the isomer depending on the ligand I use. Then I will give you the chiral material than the receiving material in our systems and through our systems. Last one, just to actually relevant to this particular conference, is conversion of the plastic waste into the corresponding fuel. Is in principle is possible through the metal-free system, and we were able to actually show plastic waste into the corresponding fuel additive. With absolute actually control on the product outcome. So with that, actually, I come to a conclusion. So that's a group at least back in 2010, and so this is actually my Deepthi Kalsi, actually, who's one of the first PhD student actually who joined in my group, currently assistant professor at IIT Bombay. And the one actually next to her in the picture is Nagaraju Barsu, who is a senior scientist now at NCL Pune. And Bala is actually going to join soon actually at SRM University, Chennai, as an assistant professor. So some are actually currently doing postdocs actually outside. With that, I come to a conclusion, and thank you very much actually for your kind attention.
Thanks a lot for that rush session.
I'm sorry.
So I think probably since it's time for lunch, we can have a discussion, I think, during the lunch session. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Bhaskar.
On behalf of the organizing committee of ICRTMD 2026, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our respected session chair, Professor S. Annapurni, for steering the plenary session so smoothly. We are equally grateful to our speakers, Professor Yasuhiro Fukuma, Professor Min Young Yoon, and Professor Bhaskar Sundararju, for sharing their insightful and inspiring talks, which have greatly enriched this conference. We truly appreciate your time, expertise, and valuable contributions to ICRTMD 2026. I now request Professor S. Annapurni to felicitate Professor Yasuhiro Fukuma with the memento. Thank you, ma'am. I request ma'am again to felicitate Professor Min Young Yoon with a memento. Thank you so much, ma'am. One more, please. I request ma'am again to felicitate Professor Bhaskar Sundararju with a memento. Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Professor Sunita Ratan to felicitate the session chair, Professor S. Annapurni, with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. I request you all to proceed for lunch and be here by 3 p.m. One more note, participants who to present posters are requested to please display their posters behind F3 seminar hall during the lunchtime. We'll start the session here at 3 p.m. Please be back by then. Lunch for the students is on that side. For the registered students is where it was in the morning, that side. And for the faculty, this side.
One and all, dignitaries, invited guests, delegate faculty members, and dear students. We welcome you all to Technical Session 1 of 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices, ICRTMD 2026. I would now like to introduce all the dignitaries. Professor Anshul Srivastav, Department of Physics, Institute of Science, BHU Varanasi, India. Professor S. Annapurne, Senior Professor, Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Delhi. Dr. N.K. Goyal, Scientific Officer, TARC. To begin with, I would like to introduce our session chair, Professor Anshul Srivastav. Professor of Physics at the Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, BHU, with extensive experience in nanomaterials and condensed matter research. Research expertise includes structural and spectroscopic studies of 0D, 1D, and 2D materials such as quantum dots, carbon nanotubes, graphene, and TMDs. Recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Research, Max Planck India Fellowship, and Young Investigator Award, has published 138 research papers in high-impact journals, including Nature Materials, Nano Letters, ACS Nano, and Carbon. Supervised 12 PhD scholars and currently guiding additional doctoral researchers, including an international student, actively engaged in international collaborations, funded research projects, and advanced academic course development. I now request Professor Anshul Srivastav to please introduce our speakers.
Very good afternoon. We have two talk, one by Professor S. Annapurne ma'am, and second one is by Goyal sir. Let me, N.K. Goyal sir. So I want to introduce first speaker of this afternoon program, Professor S. Annapurne ma'am. Professor S. Annapurne ma'am is a professor in Department of Physics and Astrophysics in University of Delhi, which is also called DU, where she is serving from 2004. So around 93. Yeah, madam is from 93. That's why I was thinking 2004. So yeah, and she has over 3 decades of research and teaching experience in experimental condensed matter physics. Her expertise includes magnetic nanostructures, multi-layers, plasmonics, metal nanostructures, conducting polymer, sensor, organic, inorganic hybrid materials. And she's very accomplished scientist. And she has completed his PhD from IIT Chennai. Earlier it was IIT Madras, now IIT Chennai. And carried has postdoc here from National Physical Laboratory near Delhi under EEC sponsored program. She is very humble, nice lady. I personally know her. We have interacted many times. She has published more than 150 research papers of international repute, written many books on field of nanomaterials and polymer. Professor Annapurne ma'am has successfully done a lot of research projects under his leadership, which is funded from DST, SERB, CSIR, DRDO, and definitely doing many administrative work at University of Delhi. She has supervised more than 20 PhD students and many multiple postdocs researcher. She has also received many prestigious award and recognition. So based on this, I invite Professor Annapurne ma'am for her talk.
Nice introduction. Yeah, after a heavy lunch, I think it's very difficult to concentrate. I know that. So let me be loud so that I can keep you all awake. Okay. So today morning, the first plenary talk heard Professor Fukuma talking about, making multi-layers for SOT and STT devices. Then when you're making multi-layers, the most important aspect is to look at, what is going to be the thickness, what is going to happen at the interface. These are all very important. Now, what I'm going to concentrate is on when I have a magnetic material, you look at a magnetization because you know that the spin is going to contribute to all the properties. But the question is my spin stable? Does it remain at a stable state when I remove the magnetic field? Is something very important. So which essentially means we have to look at the magnetization dynamics. And when I say magnetization dynamics, this is going to depend on whether I'm looking at a soft material. When I say soft material, magnetically soft, or it's a hard material, or if I'm going to make a multi-layer, how is it going to combine? Is my interface going to play a role? Is very important. So I'm going to tell you two concepts. One is what is this magnetization dynamics and how do I study theoretically as well as experimentally? And what I mean by exchange coupled magnetic multi-layers. So I'll just go to this. So that would be my flow. What do we understand by magnetization dynamics? What do you mean by exchange coupled magnetic layers? When I'm going to put magnetic layers, what do I call as an exchange coupled one? And how do I choose these magnetic layers for an STT or an SOT device, which is important for me? And I'm going to look at it from the aspect of a magneto-optic care effect, because we normally do an hysteresis, as MSc students must be knowing. One does a hysteresis to find out whether a system is ferromagnetic or an antiferromagnetic or a diamagnetic one. But we don't bother about what happens to the surface, what happens to the interface. A bulk measurement may not give this idea. So we are going to look at the magneto-optic effect. Also, when I'm talking about the dynamics, when I say there's going to be a spin flipping which is going to take place, what is the time scale over which something can flip? For which we do what is called as a TR mock, which is a time resolved mock, is something one can do. And what can be the possible application? Now, what is this magnetization dynamics? So morning he showed what is called as the Landau-Lifshitz equation. We always start, it's a classical equation, remember. I'll come back to it, why I put this point classical equation, because when you're going to do a TR mock, is this going to be helpful to me or not is important. So in this Landau-Lifshitz equation, what you study is, when I say magnetization dynamics, which means my spin is going to change the direction or the amount of the spin that is present or the magnetization is going to change as a function of time. So that is dm by dt. Since there is going to be a precision, you will see that if it is going to persist, how fast it will decay is also important for me. So that's what is giving me the second term, which is the damping term. So my damping is going to play an important role. It's just not giving a magnetic field and allowing it to persist, but you have to see whether it is damping. In some cases, you may want a damping. In some cases, you may not want a damping. Okay. So what is it that is happening? So when I have a low damping, if I have a field which is applied, so slowly it might be persisting, but as time goes on, it might just get back to the direction of the magnetic field. That's what we see. But if there is going to be a high damping, it may not take a very long time. It might damp very fast. So when I'm applying a magnetic field, would I expect that I should have a low damping or a high damping? Depends on what sort of applications you're looking at. Okay, this is what. The next is in multi-layers. What I talked about is a simple ferromagnetic thin layer is what I talked about. But if I'm having a multi-layer, what is it that is going to happen? So I have to modify my Gilbert's equation. Because my Gilbert's equation will have a damping coming from one layer and a second layer also, and also at the interface. I can have, when I say what I mean by interfaces, and I'm going to make multi-layers, it's not going to be a smooth layer. There is going to be something which is going to happen to the interface, which essentially means whether both are touching or I purposely am I going to introduce a layer so that I can achieve some sort of an damping in this case. So what you will see is this is going to depend on the gyromagnetic ratio of the electrons, which is going to depend on the material that you're going to choose, and this alpha naught and alpha prime, which is going to depend on the type of adjacent layer. When I say adjacent layer, I would like to see whether it is coupled or not. What do I mean by coupling? Let me take a simple example. I can always make multi-layers with an inorganic film and an organic film. So is there any coupling that you can expect? But if you have an organic, I can introduce a coupling by using some sort of a chemical bonding in this case. But when I'm going to talk about these adjacent layers, can there be any sort of a bonding that can occur? I'm not worried about the physical bonding. I am worried about when I apply a magnetic field, what sort of coupling it is going to have. So what do I mean? When I say coupled, I call it as an exchange coupled. I'm now tuning my word. Coupled here in this case is with respect to my magnetic field, I call it as exchange coupled. What I mean by exchange coupled is, if I have a system A and a system B, the response of this system to the external magnetic field is what I'm going to look at. Now, if you look at it, when I talk about a coupling, it could be between a simple ferromagnetic layer. We all know iron, cobalt, nickel, or alloys of nickel ion can be a magnetic layer. Or I can also have a spacer layer, which is a non-magnetic layer, which could be any oxide, or it could be a metal, pure metal. Or I can also sandwich two ferromagnetic layers with in between a non-magnetic layer. So my idea is to look at what sort of coupling can it have. So when I have a material which is a soft and a hard material, I would like to have a coupling where when I apply a magnetic field, I should have that the hard magnetic behavior comes out. Now, where is this needed? For example, when you're looking at making magnets, forget about thin film. Even if I want to make a magnet, I want to have a magnet which can have a very high magnetic field, which normally I do not have. I can always couple it with a soft material, but if there is a typical exchange coupling taking place between them, what I will see that these can be used as magnets with high magnetization and a high pursuit field. So that is what I'm going to talk about coupling here. So which essentially means my soft and hard when I put in, when I apply a magnetic field, is it going to show me the hard behavior or the soft behavior? Depends on the type of interface that I'm going to produce in this case. Now, where is this useful? We all know that if I try to look at the hysteresis, look what happens in the case of a ferromagnetic material. The case of a ferromagnetic material, when I apply a magnetic field, I have the spins that will be aligned in the direction of the magnetic field. But this does not happen very low field. That is why you get a hysteresis. At low field, you're going to have a slow move, the direction of the spin in the direction of the magnetic field. But as you apply a high magnetic field, you see that all the spins gets aligned in the direction of the field. Here, I bring in the concept of what is called as the domains. What we say is that at the initial stage, you have only the orientation of the domain taking place, but at a high field, all the magnetic moment within the small domains align in the direction of the magnetic field, giving it the saturation. So that depends on different parameters of my material. One is what I call it as the magnetization. The other one is the anisotropy, because we all know that when I have a material with a certain crystallographic direction, whether it's an hexagonal lattice or it is a square lattice, depending on the lattice, when I'm going to apply a magnetic field, the system is going to perform its action in a different way, in different direction. That's what I call it as anisotropy. So I need to take care of the anisotropy. Then what is called as a demagnetizing field, which is inherent in a material. Whenever I'm trying to apply a force, I have an opposite force which can act. That's what I call it as a demagnetizing field, which is going to depend on the type of shape of my sample or my thinness of my film or the area of my film. Then, of course, the last term is nothing but the response of the spins to your magnetic field. So these four are going to be the competing parameters in this case. How these are going to compete can tell me what type of material I can have. Now, what do I do in this case? So when I talked about the anisotropy, I said that in the case of an anisotropic system, depending on what is my crystal structure, I can have, when I apply a magnetic field parallel to the film surface or perpendicular to the film surface, I will see my hysteresis is going to be different. In one direction, I need to apply more field to have all the spins oriented in the direction of the magnetic field. Whereas in the other one, what I call it as easy. I call it easy because I can easily direct all my magnetic moment in the direction of the magnetic field. So I can have a combination of these, and how am I going to work with such type of a combination? So when I'm going to have a film which is present, what is it that is going to happen? It's not going to be as simple as that I'm going to apply it parallel or perpendicular. There is something which is happening in the middle. What I call it as a pinning. What is spinning? When I apply a magnetic field, both my films are not going to respond the same way. Depending on the pinning side that is going to happen, it may not allow the spins to get oriented in that particular direction. That is what I call it as spinning. And there are several ways by which I can associate it. One is a coherent rotation. What I mean by coherent rotation is all of my magnetization is turning in the same direction of your magnetic moment. But the other one is there can be a fanning which can take place, one in one direction, the one at the other direction, which means I will not get a proper hysteresis loop in this case. Similarly, there are several aspects of pinning that can take place. Now keeping this in mind, this is what I meant by pinning. I have a small defect which can be present. When I say defect, this defect can be in a bulk material also, or it can be in a thin film. In the thin film, it is invariably on the interface is what you will have this defect, which is going to give any sort of pinning that you are having. So now based on this, I have classified two types of materials. One is going to be a soft material and a hard material. Soft materials are very well known, iron, cobalt, nickel, and iron, cobalt alloys or iron, nickel alloys. Hard materials are where you use it for a permanent magnet. You know, the rare earth cobalt magnet or your NDFE magnet are hard material where you see that you have a very thick hysteresis loop, which means I have a high coercivity. But if I combine these two, is it going to be helpful to me? If you look at the materials here, these iron, cobalt and iron, they have the magnetization very high. You can see that goes up to 1000. Whereas if you look at the coercivity, the loop is very small. Whereas in the other case, in the hard material, my coercivity is very large, but magnetization is relatively low. Now, is it possible for me to couple these two materials so that I get a very high magnetization also and I get a large coercivity? Because I'm more interested in looking at what is the area in the loop. I want the maximum area of the loop, what I call it as a BH max or an MH maximum. That should be very high, which can be got if I couple these systems. But the question is, if I'm going to mix these systems, it need not be coupled. My idea is I have to couple. Only if I couple, I can get such a hysteresis. If I don't couple, look at the hysteresis that you will get here. Yeah. If you look at this, if you see that I have an hysteresis which has got a small kink here, this essentially tells me that the system is not working in a coherent way. It is adding independently both the hard and the soft ways, which is not good for any application. If I'm looking for a permanent magnet, which is going to have a good hysteresis loop, I should not have such a loop. But this is going to depend on, in the case of multi-layers, this is going to depend on choice of my thickness of my layer also. What I call it as TS, which is the thickness of the soft layer, and L exchange. See, if you look at these, why is it that a system is magnetic in nature? All my system is going to have their electron spins which are present. So you might ask me, why is it everything is not magnetic in nature? Even if I take iron, if I take gold, if I take silver, I have these electrons which has got its spin. But there is no interaction between the electron spin. That is what I call it as an exchange, L exchange, which essentially tells me unless I have an interaction with the spin, I cannot make it magnetic. So now I have something called as an exchange length. I call it exchange length because if I bring two spins close to each other, you can ask me at this distance, will it be magnetic? Will it be magnetic at this distance? Will it be magnetic at this distance? There is a critical length scale which is important for me. It is not enough for me to just have the spins present, but I need a critical length scale, which I call it as an L exchange. So now I need to tune my soft layer depending on what is going to be the critical exchange length of that particular choice of my material, which is already done. We know that if you take a particular material, what is the critical length scale, and accordingly you start making the soft material. So here what I am showing is, if I'm going to have a system which is uncoupled, this is what I'm having. If I have a coupled system, if you see, in that case, my soft layer thickness has to be less than the exchange layer. The thickness of the soft layer which I'm going to put in has to be less than this one. So which means I should have an idea of the choice of the material and what is going to be the exchange length scale of this material. So then we choose this so that you see that you get a hysteresis loop without any sort of a kink in this loop. This is what is important for us. So that is going to depend on the thickness of each layers, choice of hard and soft material, the direction of easy axis. Because initially I told you that these are highly anisotropic system. Depending on whether I'm going to apply a field along the plane of my film or perpendicular to the film, I'm going to have it different. That is going to depend on the easy axis and the sharpness of interface. When I'm making these multi-layers, if my interfaces are going to be too rough, what I will expect is a completely different thing compared to what is it that you had imagined. Okay. So this is what I call it as an exchange spring system. What is it that is happening? I have a hard system. In a hard, I apply a magnetic field. All the springs are aligned in the direction of the magnetic field. Then I have soft phase. Now, if you look at it carefully, when I'm applying a magnetic field, my soft phase is not going to vary its magnetization as per my hard phase. Only you will see a few layers of the soft phase will have its magnetization oriented in this direction. So which essentially means if I'm going to have layers which are above there, my magnetization is not oriented in the direction of my magnetic field. So I have to now worry about the thickness of that sample, which is what we saw earlier. So with increasing distance from the interface, if I like look at the interface, near the interface, they will behave the same. Away from the interface, it's going to have a different behavior. Okay. So there's a very nice article on this. You can go through this. What about exchange spring magnet with all the relevant theoretical explanation. Now, what is important here? How am I going to make the choice of the material? I told you that when I take a magnetic material, I have small domains which are present. There is a certain size of the domains which are there. So which means my domain wall is going to make a difference in how this exchange is going to take place, where AH, which I have written, is to do with the exchange interaction. Okay, let me not explain exactly what is AH, but it's dependent on the exchange interaction and also the anisotropy. So the two parameters which you have to worry in your magnetic material is both the exchange as well as the anisotropy energy. These two energies are important. And there is a critical thickness of the layer. The first term, we looked at what is going to be the domain wall. The second term, I am going to correlate my thickness of my soft layer to my domain wall. So these two are related. When I have to, what is the switching field? Switching field is I apply a magnetic field, and when I reverse the magnetic field, it has to switch back. The magnetization has to switch back. So I need to worry about switching field, which will be combination of both the soft and the hard material. Similarly, saturation magnetization, which is your hysteresis loop saturation. That also depends on both the thickness and the individual magnetization. So depending on this, we are looking at 3 model systems. I told you initially that iron platinum can be a hard material, but iron-3 platinum is a soft material. If I look at iron platinum again, it's a hard, FeCO is a soft phase, and FePt and FeNi is a soft phase. Now I will tell why did we take FePt, and I will be talking on the third system, which is what was the recent work done by my students. Now, why is it iron platinum is important? If you see in many of the cases where they talk about a phase transition, a magnetic phase transition, iron platinum is the best system. The reason is iron platinum can exist in both phases. I told you that we are making a choice of a soft and a hard. But here you are having a system, which is an alloy, which can exist both in the hard and the soft phase. Now, how is this happening? It is because this can exist in 2 stable phases. One is a normal FCC phase, the other one is an FCT phase. An FCC phase is a soft phase, whereas FCT phase is the hard phase, which means just taking one particular alloy, if I do a heat treatment, I can travel from a soft to a hard phase. But there will be in between, if you look at the phase diagram, which I call, you also have coexistence of both the hard and the soft phase. So when I am saying that I can use a complex system which will be soft and hard, is it not possible for me to look at the same alloy to make the hard and the soft phase? This is what this I have taken from one of the literature here, where they have shown that there can be several ways of coupling the hard and the soft phase where you can get the desired hysteresis loop. Now let me go to the interfaces. So based on this, we looked at one system, iron platinum and iron-3 platinum. I told you iron-3 platinum is completely soft phase. Iron platinum is a hard phase. So when we took this, they were one of my research students, and 2 of them are MSc students. They did this work where they meticulously tried to make different thickness of Fe3Pt and then tried to see whether they are getting a coupled phase. Yes, they could see that for one of the thickness, they could get a very nice coupled phase with a very high value of your perceivity up to 1 to 1.5 Tesla. In fact, the initiator of this work is sitting here is Dr. Rohit, who initiated all this work for us in the lab. So we also tried to look at, I said that if I'm going to apply in a perpendicular or a parallel, what is it that is going to happen? What I can do is, instead of doing a hysteresis of the bulk sample, I can do it an angular variation. Keep on changing my angle of my film and try to look at the hysteresis, and you can get a polar graph. What am I going to get from here? I told you there is something called as an anisotropy, which is the direction in which my film can saturate fast, or which is the direction it doesn't saturate fast. Is there any mathematical value, or is there any value which I can find out? Yes, I can do. If I do an hysteresis in different direction, I can see what is the actual direction of easy axis and the hard axis. This is what we have shown in the polar axis, where we could see the easy direction and the hard direction is exactly making around 90 degrees, which means in one of the cases it's perpendicular, whereas in the other case it is parallel. Okay. So now what we did was, as I told you, the interface can also be changed by introducing a non-magnetic ring. So that's what we tried with this iron platinum and iron-3 platinum, where we could see that if I change my spatial layer, all are sputtered ones, I change my spatial layer from 0 to an 8, I can see that there is a change in my anisotropy direction. And also, if you look at the hysteresis, I get a coupled hysteresis. Now, what comes to my mind is, how is it that the coupling is taking? Right now, I said I put a soft and a hard together and I get a good coupling. But in the previous case, I saw that just putting a hard and a soft, I did not get a good coupling. Whereas when I introduced a spatial layer, I could get a good coupling in this case. And we try to model it by So this is not our model. This is third one is a model. What happens is that the oxygen, the Al2O3, that is alumina oxygen, is trying to couple the phase of both these systems. Let me skip this. The next one I said was I can use an FeNi, iron nickel system, which is a soft system. So what we did was a mock analysis, magneto-optic effect. Till now, what I showed was a hysteresis, which was a bulk hysteresis. Here we have done a magneto-optical Kerr effect, where you can actually, if I use a microscopy, I can just look out how the domains are varying. You can see here, depending on what is going to be the magnetic field, I can see there is a variation of the domain which is present, and you can see a very perfect hysteresis loop, which looks at the surface of the film. Because when I say it's a magneto-optical Kerr effect, how it is done is, you have a film, you have a light falling on it, you apply a magnetic field, and you detect the reflected light and look at the direction of polarization. You know that if I have a polarization, you know what is polarization of light. I can look at the direction of my electric field or the magnetic field. When I apply a magnetic field, immediately you will see that change in polarization is what we are measuring in the case of your magneto-optic Kerr effect. Okay, this is one of my students whose PhD was completely on FeNi. So we did a mock microscopy to see when I change the angle, what is it that is happening. We could clearly see that there is a variation in the anisotropy of the system. This is a work which we did with one of your students at Amity Center, where he took it as a challenge. He said, let me look at how these multi-layers are going to behave. So he did an X-ray reflection measurement in this case, where what we saw was this S1, S2, S3, S4 are the position at different time scales, which means the thickness of the films are differing. What we found out was there is a sort of a small oxide layer which was present in the system, which is very important aspect. Because when I'm going to make a multi-layer, I have to see whether my oxide layer itself will act as a pinning layer or not. Is it necessary for me to put an extra layer? Is this oxide layer act as a pinning of this layer? This is what we have seen, that how these properties are affected because of the oxide layer. We also found out what is the thickness of the oxide layer in this. It is something of the order of 1.8 to 3.5 nanometer is what we looked at. So what we did was we also did a mock hysteresis for this. There was something interesting we saw. If you look at the hysteresis loop is always symmetric around my zero. But if you look at this, you can see a very clear shift in the hysteresis loop, what I call as an exchange bias. This again is an important aspect for me. And this is happening because of the small 1 to 3 nanometer oxide layer which was present, that was giving my exchange bias. This is what we found. So once we knew all this was happening, we thought, why not couple the iron platinum with the FeNi, and we did this measurement. One thing was we made the FEPT at hard phase and permalloy as a permalloy is nothing but FeNi is what I call it as a permalloy here of different composition, of course. So what we saw is, what we could see here in the hysteresis, you can see that depending on my amount of soft layer of FeNi, which is a soft layer, I could get a varied type of hysteresis loop in this case, which means if I change my hard layer thickness, I have kept the same, but I change only the soft layer thickness, where I could see that there are uncoupled cases also, coupled cases also, and beyond a certain thickness, it again becomes an uncoupled one. So my parameter of Fs is important. So let me not go to this. Let me go to the time resolved mark. So what we did was, in fact, with the previous one, just give me 5 minutes, I'll just finish it. What is important is when we wrote the Landau-Lipschitz equation, I talked about something called as an alpha, where how fast my magnetization can go down. In fact, this was the work which I did in collaboration with Professor Fukuma, where we found that in the case of FeNi, you can see that it does not die fast. Your alpha is very small in this case. So we thought that would be the best system for coupling it with iron platinum. So what we did was next, we found that my alpha was very less. So we want to look at the dynamics of the system. If I have to do a dynamics, I have to do a time varying measurement, for which we did a time resolved mock in this case. What is the principle? In the case of a normal mock, you simply have a light which is falling and you try to look at what is the change in the polarization. Whereas in the time resolved mock, we need two sources. One is a source which is going to pump my energy. The other one which will act as a probe with a certain amount of time lag. I'm going to look at the magnetization. What essentially means I applied a magnetic field, I put the light, looked at the polarization. After a time lag, I give another light and then try to see how my magnetization has changed, which can tell me something about the magnetization switching, spin precision and damping in the system. But you know that a spin is going to be ultra fast. That is why we are trying to look at using it for memories, magnetic memories, for fast reading is what we look for. So here what we did was, we found that this is proportional to the magnetization component. How did we do this? I'll simply show you the experiment. So we had a substrate. On silicon, we had the iron platinum and the FeNi. So if you look at it, my pump was a 1.55 electron volt, which is a visible light. And you have a probe here. We use 3 types of wavelengths in this case to look at what is happening to the magnetization. Remember, I told you one thing. If my soft layer thickness is going to be large, my spins are not going to move. So what I have to look at is only this small layer of FeNi. I just want to see whether it's correct or not. So we worked with FeNi of 12 nanometers and FeNi of 6 nanometers, where we found that there was a high density of my MFM. This is my MFM, which tells me high density is shown by the bright regions here. And this is how we did. So we used a pump of 800 nanometers with a 20 millijoules per centimeter squared energy. And a probe, if you see the wavelength is 400. So 800 nanometers and a 400 nanometer, and you detect it. If you look at this, Wolston prism is nothing but it's a 2 triangular prism put together. So what you will have is when the light comes out, you will have its polarization from one of the prism, it will be in one direction, in the other direction, it will be exactly perpendicular. So I can use 2 photodiodes to use the detection of these polarization of light. And from there, we actually saw this. So what is happening? I give a pulsed light. See, for the mock, we use a continuous light. Whereas for this, I give a pulsed light. So depending on my pulse, what happens is, if I have a pulse of a certain length, give a delay, when I am delaying, my magnetization will get demagnetized. Whatever was trying to magnetize will demagnetize. So I need to see how fast this demagnetization is taking place. That is what we did in this case. And you can see very clearly here, for FeNi 6 and FeNi 12, your green and your red one, the demagnetization was very fast in this case. So what we try to see is, if you look at the time scale, these are 500 femtosecond is the time scale at which it goes down. This is what we try to demonstrate in this case. So that's my conclusion. I told you that LLG equation is a classical equation. You might ask me, can you go to LLG equation and explain this? It's not possible for me to do because cannot be explained by the classical equation. My TR mock, I need to look for other mathematical aspects of it. Last and not the least, we said, why can't we use this as spin pumping? So we put a copper layer in between and try to look at the spin pumping, where you can look at what is going to happen to my individual spin. Again, it's in collaboration with Dr. Rohit. We did this, and this is what we could see. I think I don't go to it. So let me acknowledge all my collaborators, because of whom I could do all this work. And not last, I would really thank the organizers for giving this chance of speaking to you all. I'm not new to this place. I've been coming to the nanotechnology department several times. So it was very nice that you remembered me and you called. And it is very nice to collaborate with your students. And I should also say I had around 6 MET students who did projects with me, and they are all in very good positions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. It is really wonderful talk, and I really inspired. I'm telling you, because we are working on 2D materials, and MOC I have seen, which is really a very important tool to characterize them if they are magnetic. And maybe I will come to you to yeah. So it's very nice. Anybody has any questions or any comments? It's really wonderful. I'm telling you, it's a very, very upcoming field, and the techniques Madam has used, it's really remarkable. Thank you, ma'am, once again. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay, with
Thank you
this,
so much.
let us thank Professor Anpurni ma'am once again. And now I will go to the next speaker. I will try to introduce our very renowned speaker of the day, N.K. Goel sir. Dr. N.K. Goel is a scientific officer in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, which is known as BARC, Mumbai, and currently heading the Advanced Materials section of the Radiation Technology Development Division. It is very important because anything related to radioactivity, this is the center from where you need approval, and these are the people who are the expert in this area. He obtained his master in organic chemistry from MD University, Rohtak, with gold medalist, and earned his PhD from Homi Bhabha National Institute in 2014. Very dynamic researcher focused on polymer surface modification using high energy radiation, gamma and electron beam for environmental, industry, and healthcare application. Dr. Goel has authored several national and international publications on his credit. Nevertheless, this Bhabha Atomic Research Center is very important for all this radiotherapy in cancer applications and things like that. And they are the people who really take all over the India all this aspect of radiation. So with this comment, I really invite Dr. N.K. Goel sir for his talk.
Thank you, sir, for kind introduction, and good afternoon to all. I know this is a very hard time after lunch, but I will make my talk very interesting. I will not give technical data, but that is a very interesting to know about the environment. So I will be talking on the radiation-driven materials enhancement for sustainable environmental protection. So basically how radiation technology can handle various environmental protection. We are polluting our air, water, as well as the land. So how this radiation technology can handle such type of pollution. So I will be having typical two examples here. And this will be the outline of my presentation. First, I will be talking about the radiation technology, how it can tackle the wastewater generated from the textile industry. So in this case, I will be discussing what are the different sources of textile effluent, what impact it can have on environment as well as on our health, and what radiation technology can play an important role to tackle this problem. And we have recently developed one technology, so I will be discussing a little bit about that. And if I will get time, so I will discuss also in second part how this sewage sludge, sewage water is generated on daily basis in millions of liter. So how can we tackle such type of water by using radiation technology? So let me talk about the negative perception about the Department of Atomic Energy. When we talk about the Department of Atomic Energy, we always say that we are making atomic bomb. And when we will work there, so it will have the negative impact on our health also. So it may cause this cancer. But this is not the situation. Because if you do the, see, atom bomb is there. Definitely we are making, we are very powerful in that. That's why we can control China and Pakistan, definitely. But if you have the two situations, one is the uncontrolled situation and one is the controlled situation. In your lower classes, you have studied about the nuclear reactors. So basically, we are using uranium there also, but you heard about the control roads. So in that case, we are using the control road to control that chain reaction. Otherwise, it will be definitely atom bomb. So this atom bomb can be converted to nuclear energy for the power generation. Secondly, definitely, if you are directly exposed to gamma radiation or electron beam or high energy radiation, definitely it will cause cancer. But we are working under the shielding condition. So it is not possible. We are not going to expose ourselves. So definitely it is not going to be dangerous for us. And this radiation technology, if you think any sphere of your life, it may be health, it may be environment, it may be nuclear energy, it may be agriculture, it has a great impact to tackle many problems. Like in healthcare, you know, the cancer. So how can we diagnose it and how can we give the therapy? Okay, so by, you know, the one is the chemotherapy, second is the radiation therapy. So definitely radiation therapy is playing a very vital role in tackling such type of health issues like cancer by using the diagnosis and the therapy by using the various radioisotopes. And in food technology, we have the many perishable items which can be controlled, like we can increase the shelf life of extension by using radiations. Like we are exporting mangoes to US. So they need some sort of a bug-free from India. So how can we do? We can't cut the mango and then we can expose something. So by radiation, because it has a very good penetration. So in itself, we can give the radiation and that can kill the bugs in the seed itself without cutting it. So that is a very much requirement by the US to have our mangoes from India. Like in agriculture, we have more than 52 mutants of the seeds which have added advantage with the high yield crops. So I will be discussing about the only environment part, how radiation technology can help in tackling the environment. So because I'm going to use gamma radiations and exposing many polymers or biopolymers, so what type of effects it can generate when we expose this type of polymers to the radiation? So basically, if we talk about the polymers, you give the high energy radiation. I'm not talking about the sunlight or IR light. I'm talking about the gamma radiation or electron beam, which have very high energy in the range of a million electron volt. So what will happen basically? Active sites will be generated. So carbon hydrogen bond, most of the polymers have very common carbon hydrogen bond. So it will be broken homolytically and radicals will be generated. And in your 9th class, 10th class, 11th class, you have studied these radicals are very, very active in nature, right? So now these active sites can be guided to the different type depending upon our target application. Like Sunita madam is doing a surface grafting. So this surface grafting can be used by changing the only experimental condition. We have the same polymer, you change the experimental condition, definitely we will be having a different products. So like in case of surface grafting, what will happen? We expose polymer to the gamma radiation, radicals will be generated. In vicinity of these radicals, we will take some monomers which have direct functionality. So definitely what will happen? It will going to be the surface grafted. Surface modification will take place. And in cross-linking, you heard about the sanitary napkins. It has some materials which absorb 1,000 times of water. So how can such type of metal we can have by using radiations? So we have the polymers, by giving some radiation, what will happen? Cross-linking will take place. So by this cross-linking, molecules will be very huge. So in that case, solubility will decrease. So it is not going to solubilize. So it will take water, but it will not get solubilize. And third one is the degradation of the polymers. Here I will be describing one of the applications, DNA degradation. So how this DNA degradation can be useful for us, I will be explaining later. Now, in part one, I will be talking about the environmental protection for the water. Now, these are the common types of environmental pollution. It may be air pollution, it may be water pollution, or it may be land pollution. So basically, I will be talking here about the textile wastewater, which is color in water. Most of the people here sitting, we have our colored clothes. So only solution is we wear all white clothes. But that is not possible. So how can we tackle such type of a problem? Because huge water will be generated which contain lot of water. And we have the very strict pollution control board guidelines that you have to treat first that color water. You have to remove the color from the water. Then you can discharge to the water bodies. Now, due to industrialization and urbanization, we have different type of clothes, toys, food items, which are colored in nature, and we love color. So how can we, what will happen? It will generate a lot of water. Millions of colored water will be generated on daily basis. So there are the mischief also, because people also throw this colored water in the groundwater. They will do drilling and then do the water into the groundwater. So it will give the colored water there. Then sometime we will discharge in the water bodies, ponds, rivers, something like that. So this color water is very, very harmful to our environment as well as our health. Now, what could be the effect of this type of effluent which contain a lot of waters? You know, if you suppose discharge this water to the different water bodies, what will happen? There is an aquatic system. So in that aquatic system, there is a very important process, that is a photosynthesis process. Am I right? So in photosynthesis, what will happen? This light will not penetrate to the water. So in that case, the aquatic life will be totally disturbed. So this impact can be having a very large impact on the environment, basically the water. And second is the, suppose you indigest in some way, you drink water, color water. So if definitely it will be having a very harsh effect on your health. And most of the common dyes which are used, either they will be acid dyes or basic dyes. Acid dyes means which contain a negative group, and basic dyes basically, this is a oral simple classification of acid dyes or basic dyes. And most of the people we sitting here generally love cotton clothes. So for cotton clothes, we generally use acid dyes to color it. Okay. So, and if you see the structure of these dyes, it's very complex. So it is not very easy to degrade or to destroy these dyes by using simple process. There are the different dye effluent management systems. We use coagulation, where we add some coagulant. What will happen in water? Dye will be coagulated and it will be separated out. Then we have photocatalytic process, advanced oxidation process, radiation degradation. But in case of radiation degradation, what will happen? More toxic chemicals will be generated by degradation of the dyes. Then enzymatic degradation, which is a very slow process. Then we have the adsorption. This adsorption process is very important, which is a low cost, high availability of the material, green fabrication process, high capacity, reusability. These are some of the advantages of the adsorption process. And in real fact, if you see, none of the above these process single-handedly can tackle such type of problem. So we have to combine one process with the other process with some other process. Then we can treat this type of waters, which contains a very complex and very toxic chemicals. So people are using various adsorbents. You have heard about the activated carbon, which is a very common adsorbent for all type of metals. It may be a toxic gas, it may be a toxic dyes or other things, but it is very costly in nature. And people are also using a different type of natural-based adsorbents, which have by itself have some functionality in the molecules, but the capacity is very low. So we can't tackle the millions of water which is discharged from the industry by using this type of. So what we will do, we need some modification. We will utilize this natural polymer, but we need some modification such that we can increase the capacity of that material. And the best method is the surface modification. Now, we have developed this technology, that is a radiation-assisted adsorbent technology for textile effluent declaration, that is named as RAD-TED. This is developed by BRC in our group. And the objective is to treat such type of effluent which contain a very complex molecules, dye molecules, which is a colored in nature. And working principle is very simple. What we will do, we will take cellulose, which is a very common, cheap, non-toxic, easily fabricable, easily modification is very easy. So what we will do, we will take this cellulose, which is having a very low capacity. Suppose some ink is there, some spot is there, colors, but easily it can be washed out, right? But capacity is very low. So how can we increase this adsorption capacity? So method is radiation grafting. So by using radiation grafting, what we will do, we add the functional group on the base polymer, surface of the base polymer, which we took here is the cellulose. And then we make the cartridge, and then it will be used as a like water purifier system in your hometown, in your home. Okay. And this is the grafting. So what will happen? We have the cellulose molecules. We expose to gamma radiation. What will happen? Radicals will be generated, as I told in my earlier slide. And what will happen now in presence of the target monomer, which have the target functionality, can be added to this base polymer. And method is very simple. We adopted here. We took the monomer solution. We took the cellulose. We dipped in that, and both are irradiated simultaneously by using gamma radiation. So what will happen? I told you radicals will be generated, and there will be covalent bonding formation will take place, such that it will not wash out during the treatment. And finally, it will be converted to the cartridge. And these cartridge will be used for the treatment of that wastewater. Now, these are some optimization. I will not go into that detail because you are after lunch, so I will not go into that detail. But this is the analysis of treated effluent samples in real samples. We established one of the setup in the Jodhpur, which is a hub of textile industries where printing and dyeing is extensively carried out by the different industries. So one of the industry we adopted there, and then we put our system at a pilot scale. And you can see here the change in the color after or before and after treatment. And these are the real samples. We did visit different parts of Jodhpur, like Jodhpur, Pali, Balotra in Rajasthan, which are the hubs of dyeing industry. So these are the samples. This is a portable setup which contains the treated cotton, which is contain a functional group. Now, after you can see here treated water as well as the untreated water. So there is a change in the color, and we got the colorless water. And this is the prototype 30 KLD plant we installed in the Jodhpur JSC industry. And approximately 750,000 liters we have already treated by this our technology. Now we have established their 100 KLD plant, and we also given this technology to the various licensee, and this work is extensively used by this licensee to adopt this technology for the various industries. In second part, this is again also very important part, reducing technology for solid waste management. So what is this solid waste we are targeting here? So basically, these are the again types of environmental pollution, environmental. I will not go into that detail, but I will go to the water pollution, which you see around you in the canals around you. That is a sewage water. Now, what is this sewage water? Basically, due to various human activities, we are releasing a lot of water on daily basis, like your utensil washing, your mouth washing, face washing, brushing. And we are also adding a lot of water, because when we'll do brush or we'll do shaving, we will open our tap. Definitely, it is going to be a huge wastewater. And different type of toilets water, this water. And because kitchen wastewater is also very important, because we are doing a lot of waste in the food. And that wastage of food is going along with this water to the canals. So this food, which is a part of this wastewater, will be treated in the sewage treatment plant. You know, these are the different type of sewage. This water will go to the sewage treatment plant. And this is the typical sewage treatment plant. What we will do here, because as you know, this water contains a lot of solid waste from the kitchen, from the toilets, everything, and that water. So how will we separate that solid part and the liquid part? Because we have to discharge this water to the water bodies. So without treatment, we can't do. So by using this sewage treatment plant, we have the primary treatment, we have the secondary treatment. And during this treatment, what will happen? We will separate the water as well as the solid waste. Now this water will be discharged to the water bodies. Now what we will do, that solid waste, that a solid cake will be generated, that is named as a solid sludge, this one. And 7 million tons of solid sludge is generated on daily basis. So you can imagine what can we do with this. But you know, this is a kitchen waste from the toilet. It contains lot of nutrients. Now, characteristic of this solid sludge is it is rich in carbon. This is a very important component for the plant or crop. Rich in nutrients, macronutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and micronutrients like iron, manganese, and copper. These are very important nutrients for the plant or crops. क्या कृषि क्षेत्र में उपयोग कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते. क्यों नहीं कर सकते? Because it contains, I told you, it contains the food items, so it will always be attracted by the number of pathogens, harmful bacteria. So that's why we can't use directly to the our agriculture. Despite of having a lot of nutrients, micronutrients, macronutrients, carbon, rich in carbon, but we can't use directly because it contains a lot of pathogens. So problem with direct use, as I told you, this is not possible because of contain harmful bacteria. Now, at present, what we are doing with this solid sludge, we are going for the landfill, sea disposal, or we are also doing some incineration. So radiation technology can be a solution to this. Yes, we can say, because we developed recent this technology, a BRC, to convert sludge into fertilizers. As I told you, this is containing a lot of nutrients, rich in carbon. So can we use, by using radiation, can we convert this to wealth? Yes, we can do. And I told you in third slide, my third slide, that when we expose gamma radiation to any type of polymers, it may degrade. And lifeline of any organism, it may be a virus, smallest living things, or high, this longest, this one, dinosaurs. Generally, lifeline of these are the DNA. So if you want to kill anyone, you just destroy the DNA. So because we have the harmful bacteria, which is containing a DNA, which depend upon the DNA. So can we kill this DNA? Can we damage this DNA by using gamma radiation? Yes, we can do. So by killing these harmful bacteria by radiation, we can convert that sludge, which is containing a lot of harmful bacteria, into fertilizers, or you can say manure. Now, this is the overall methodology of this treatment. We will take the dry sludge, cast into powder form, filled in the tote box. Then we will deliver a dose. Dose means we are giving energy per unit kg of the substance. Then, because this radiation will not see a useful bacteria and harmful bacteria, it will kill all type of bacteria. So in this process, by exposing gamma radiation, what will happen? Useful bacteria will also be killed. So how can we have those type of bacteria? Because these are very important for our crops. So what we will do, after treatment of gamma radiation, we will spray the biofertilizers, and we will convert this hygienized sludge, and we term it as a biogold, which is converted from waste to wealth. And it is a very similar to making curd. In making curd, what we will do, we will boil the milk, we will killing all type of bacteria or microbes. Then we add small, we will cool down. Then we will add small curd in that, and it will be converted to your curd. Very similarly, we are doing here. We are killing all pathogens from this sludge. Then we are spraying the useful bacteria, and we are converting to the useful products, that is in terms of manure. And this is the first of its kind plant, which we installed in the Ahmedabad in collaboration with Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. And these are the different timelines chronological of these plants. And these are the salient feature of this plant. We are using 1.5 million curie of the cobalt-60 source, 100 tons per day capacity on 1500 square meter land. And the cost of treatment is only ₹1 per kg of this waste. And total cost of the project 30 crores, but it will be recovered in 3 years of its operation. And we are meeting the initiative of our Honorable Prime Minister by tackling this type of environmental protection by using radiation technology. And this is the conclusion. I will not go into point by point. And sincerely acknowledge all my colleagues, organizers, and who is directly or indirectly involved in this work. Thank you very much.
Very interesting talk and very relevant to our society. I request anybody, if anybody have any question, can you please comment or ask? Yeah, please.
Look at the degradation of any dyes. So how fast is your degradation here? How much of exposure do you have to give?
Ma'am, we are not using any type of degradation here. We are first making the adjuvant by using gamma radiation. Definitely, there is a radiation degradation process.
You give the gamma radiation.
Gamma radiation is only 2 kg for our process. 2
kilo.
kg dose. Okay. So in that case, what we are doing, we have the base polymer cellulose, and we are grafting the target functional group by using monomer. So that adjuvant is being used for treating of that water.
But
so
how
we are
water?
water. We have the TDS meter. We have the colorimeter.
Sometimes dyes, even with little amount of dye, your colors are not. You can't see it with your eye.
Correct, ma'am. We are doing HPLC. We have the TOC content. So many methods are there.
Okay.
So we are doing.
Yeah. I have one question or actually interest. I have one interest that if it is really good and you have already demonstrated in one of the city, can be extended it if suppose 30 crores is there with Amity University today and he wants to use this facility, how much time it will take and what are the formality one can do to really do that, and what are the challenges as well? So
Actually, yes, this technology is available on the PRC website. We have one technology transfer division website is there. So all documents are there. You have to apply. 30 crore is there, but we need at least 100 tons of this sludge generated on daily basis. So otherwise, because we are using cobalt 60, so it is not on switch mode process. So definitely it will emitting cobalt 60 on gamma radiation on daily basis. So we need 100 ton per day sludge generation. So we can club not only MET, we can club the nearby area of Noida or Delhi or something like that, so that we can get 100 ton of this sludge on daily basis. Otherwise, it will not be economical. But process is very simple. You can apply through our website and we can help in. And we also provide, initially we provide, because the cost, mainly cost of this is cobalt 60. So 1.5 million curie means 12.5 crore will be for cobalt 60 source only. So initially we provide some concession in that also, 50%. We generate in India. Basically, we are getting cobalt 59 from outside country because of high purity is required. Then we are producing in the different nuclear reactors in the India. Then it goes to Rajasthan. So we have one facility is there, RAPCOP. So where we will go and give the treatment, and then we will make into the pellets of that cobalt 60, which is a radioactive in nature now. So then we will distribute all over the India. Even we are providing cobalt 60 source to various countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, something like that.
Thank you very much. And I really thank both the speakers, Madam Anpurni and Sir Goyal, sir, for their wonderful talk. And I really feel very honored to be hosting this lesson. Thank you very much once again. And now mic to Madam.
Thank you all for presenting interesting piece of research. I now request Professor Anshul Srivastav to felicitate Professor S. Annapurni with memento. I now request Professor Anshul Srivastav to felicitate Dr. N.K. Goyal with memento. I now request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to felicitate Professor Anshul Srivastava with memento. Thank you all. We will now be proceeding with our technical session 2.
अच्छा एक सेकंड और देखना खोलना डिलीट किए थे, वो डिलीट है कि नहीं है, लेकिन आ रहा है ना उसमें, एक बार देख रहा है वो, देख रहा है तो डिलीट कर दो, डिलीट करता हूँ। एक सेकंड
No. I would like our invited speakers for this session to please take your seats on the dais. Professor Aanchal Srivastava, Professor Mukesh Pandey, and Amira Zoik, she's online, and Dr. Lakshya Sardana. Sir, please.
कॉपी कर लिया मैंने, ये एलकेजी फाइनल है ना। अच्छा वो आपको फोन कर दें। ठीक मैं ठीक कैमरे लगी
उनको नहीं नहीं कोई बात नहीं सर, वो तो हो जा।
वंडर to the last one.
Very good evening to one and all dignitaries, invited guests, delegates, faculty members, and dear students. We welcome you all to Technical Session 2 of 7th International Conference on Recent Trends in Materials and Devices, ICRTMD 2026. I now request all the dignitaries, Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dean S&T Director AIAS and Chairperson, Dr. Amira Zouak, Professor, National Center for Nuclear Science and Technology, CNSTN, Tunisia, Dr. Mukesh Pandey, Scientist, Bhabha, Atomic Research Center, BARC, Mumbai, India. Dr. Anchal Srivastav, Department of Physics, Institute of Science, BHU, Varanasi, India. To begin with, I would like to introduce Dr. Sunita Ratan, the session chair of this session.
Yeah, thank you so much. So once again, we are here for the technical session 2, and I know it's getting late, so I would request all my speakers to please be within the time. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Anchal Srivastava. He's Professor of Physics at the Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, with extensive experience in nanomaterials and condensed matter research. Research expertise includes structural and spectroscopic studies of 1D and 2D materials, such as quantum dots, carbon nanotubes, graphene, and TMDs. He is recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Research, Max Planck India Fellowship, and Young Investigator Award. He has published 138 research papers in high-impact journals, including Nature Materials, Nanoletters, ACS Nano, and Carbon. He supervised 12 PhD scholars and currently guiding additional doctoral researchers, including an international student. He is actively engaged in international collaborations, funded research projects, and advanced academic course developments. Sir.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. I have given 30 minutes, but I will complete in 20 minutes because I know it's late. So I will go fast. I will cover the things which is important. I will skip some things which is not important, and let us be in time. So for that, I will go fast. The topic, as I discussed, is mostly I'm going to talk about graphene. Graphene got a Nobel Prize. All graphitic form which you know in nano form, which is fullerene, graphene, and nanotubes. There are the three molecules in which two got the Nobel Prize, the fullerene and graphene, and nanotube is missed the Nobel Prize, I can say. I will not say that it's not got the, it's a missed the Nobel Prize. Actually, there is a chance for that also, but it missed because graphene came. Graphene is important and got the Nobel Prize, as you know, has a lot of good things. In quantum mechanics, we studied a lot. In physics, people study quantum mechanics. But how experimentally you feel it, the experiment which you have designed, the theory you have demonstrated, how you can experimentally feel it, for that graphene is the material. So people have shown quantum electron transport in graphene. People have shown that a lot of other things which 2D electron gas behavior and many things has been clearly and experimentally shown by this graphene. That's why this is they got the Nobel Prize in 2010 to Andegheim and Novosolo. They published a lot of papers, and definitely they have a lot of other properties which I'm not going to pitch on, because as you know that Nobel Prize means that has a lot of meaning, is it right? So application of graphene is also a lot of applications in every field, like quantum phenomena, sensing, flexible devices, supercapacitor battery. And why it is? Because this 2D material, what is graphene? If a student can think of, if you have not heard about that, let me tell you that one layer, if you write on a paper, is it right, by pencil, when you write, there is a few layers of what I can say, graphite will come on your paper. But if you take one layer, which is not visible by your eye, if you think about one layer,
That is nothing but the graphene. Okay. So graphene is one layer of that pencil, one layer of that pencil. And that's why it has a only surface, only one-dimensional surface, atomically thin, one atom thick. So these are the good quality about that. And when it comes to one layer, definitely the quantum behavior come in the picture. So quantum Hall effect shown in the graphene, de novo Soloven-Geim has shown, as I told you, this is the data which suggests published in, I think, Science. Then you can sense one molecule you can sense. And that single molecule sensing has been done, again published in Nature Material, where they use this quantum resistance, one electron transfer that they can also detected through these devices. So they have shown high carrier mobility, even greater than silicon, which we are using today, can be shown there. Transport ballistic transport at room temperature has been shown in graphene, which means that your speed of your device is very, very high. These are the one of the need of the electronic devices. Flexible electronics. We know that the electronics which we are using is based on silicon, and which is not flexible, but people are thinking about case. Kim is the one of the pioneer who published Nature in 2009, showing that they can make a device because one layer thick, they can you can really fold it, and therefore flexible devices is possible. The important part and the tough part is that it is not easily available, right? And you cannot see it. That's the problem. So if you cannot see it, how you can which method you are going to follow to really understand that you made one, you can synthesize it or not. If you synthesize it, how you know that it is what you made is really graphene or something else. So these are the challenges are there. And then a lot of people are working all over the world. And some of the work we have also done. And one of the method is known as chemical vapor deposition. There is a chemical method, mechanical method, epitaxial growth method. There's many methods, carbide, exfoliation growth on carbide. There many methods are there. But one method which is coming up is a chemical vapor deposition method. And I will going to discuss some of the things which we did in, this is the one review paper I wrote, and this is one of the image of that paper. Okay, so as I told you, the challenges, or what are the challenges? You should know the challenge. Challenge is important. Once you know the challenge, you know your problem, then it is easy to address. So one of the real challenges to produce graphene which should be of vapor scale, means big size, like A4 size or big size graphene, and which should be consistent, reliable, simple, and inexpensive. So you have to grow. These are the problem to go high quality graphene films is one of the challenge. And Korea is doing very well in that. Samsung company did a lot of good job. And one of the scientists, I remember a published paper in Nature Nanotechnology where they have shown 36-inch long graphene they produce. And that is the paper which is there. If you want to read that paper, which is really great. So we are also working in this area, and we are trying to take some slightly different way than what they are doing. So they use methane gas as a precursor, and we use liquid gas as a precursor. The advantage here, liquid with that, you can have every lab has liquid hexane, is it right? Or organic liquids. Every lab has, every chemistry has many things. But having a cylinder of methane is not that easy. So this is one region. Second region is if you take a liquid, you have a lot of dopant atoms. So you can dope graphene very easily, which is not possible with methane. It is difficult with gas methane. So these are a couple of things which we work, and we published in Chemistry of Material this method. But method we published in Chemistry of Material, but application has published in many other journals, including Nature Material. So that's the part. What I want to say is that if you have a good material, all over the world are looking for you to use those material for your growth, to study further, and really good science will come out of it. These are some setup where you can grow it. CVD is chemical vapor deposition. This is vacuum assisted CVD. So I write VA CVD. and you can grow. This is the paper published. You can read in detail. The problem is, what Gaim and Novoselov got the Nobel Prize. The reason why, I'm telling you, there are many papers published. If you see in electron microscopy study, carbon thin films, they have shown, everybody has done those things. I mean, a lot of growth are there, but people don't understand it. What they did is they transferred it, because generally they grow it on a metal substrate. Is it right? And metal substrate, you cannot make devices. So for making device, you have to transfer it on a silicon dioxide. And what the Gaim and Novoselov did that. They understand that if we are able to transfer it on a silicon dioxide, then we are able to really measure this, the property. And this is the difference between the other scientists and the Gaim and Novoselov. And they really transferred it, and this is the technology they follow. No, they are not all followed this technology. They follow the Scotch tape technology. This is an even better technology, because Scotch tape, you will get a very small size and micron size. But they are smart enough. They make device on micron, and they studied all this thing. But later, people have realized that this is the one paper in 2010 where they have shown that you can really make big transfer of couple of centimeter by couple of centimeters. So this is the method actually they used. And this is one paper I told you in chemistry of material, where we shown that graphene can be transferred and on silicon dioxide. And this, by transferring them, you can do all applications. This is some scanning electron microscopy images. This is silicon dioxide compared with the things. This I worked when I was a Max Planck fellow. So there in Max Planck Institute, this is the cent, 1 cent. People knows, so 1 cent. And then you see the graphene layers. Max Planck Institute, this is my iCard. So I put iCard and then put it there, and then make this graphene layer, so which is very continuous up to centimeter by centimeter sizes. So these are the things which we did. Then we did optical photography and then make a device. So when you device it, you make such kind of gold pattern, so that you know exactly where your graphene is, and then make devices. So we did a lot of devices application out of it. I'll show you some of the images. These are the pictures which suggest that single layer, double layer graphene can be formed. And there's a TM images which suggest that single layer, double layer can be grown. And then grain boundary you can study. So nowadays, there is one difference which I tell you why this nanoscience and quantum science and quantum technology is coming up now. Even in theory, quantum physics is studied long back. The reason is that the quality instruments are not available. Now those things are available. Now we have transmission electron microscope where we can see atoms. You see the atoms here. So you can see the atoms. You can have AFM where you can measure all this thing. Madam has shown MOOC experiment where you can do very thin layer of magnetization can be possible. So a lot of things has been developed in lithography system has been developed where they have reached to nano scale device fabrication. So a lot of things has came in now, and therefore everything is coming very fast. So that's the important. Okay, so some grain boundary study we did. I'm not going to in detail because time is less. We will, Madam, give me time once again. We will come and give a talk longer and try to understand is to make student understand. But here is the layer. So you have here you see 2 layers of graphene. So 2 layers of graphene will give you and if they are mismatched, there is a lot of spintronics comes, a lot of new property will come. And then there is a magic angle and all this thing. There is a couple of nature papers in that area. So you can do that. So I'm showing some of the examples where this Moire pattern has been formed. I like this picture very much because you see that there are 2 Moire patterns of 2 different sizes. It's all because there is a slip in the direction of the angle, and one angle is 14 degree and another is 8.7 degree. And because of that, you will having different Moire pattern, and you can calculate all this thing by theory. We published one paper. I'm one of the author where we shown that band gap can be open. So there is a 2 problems. One problem is that really you make big graphene. And the problem with the graphene, one big challenge is that it's a 0 band gap metal, semiconductor, whatever you say. But the band gap is 0.
So you really cannot open it. So you have to open the band gap. And this is one of the paper in 2010, I think, or 11 we published, where we have shown that we have tried to open some of the band gap and shown a direction in opening how you can open a band gap. So boron nitride is an insulator. We made a hybridized system of boron nitride and graphene and tried to open the band gap. So this is the paper based on that, where band gap opening by doping of boron nitride in graphene domain. So this is the one paper came. This was actually when I was in Rice University. That's why I put the logo of Rice University here. And this is some characterization, XPS, Raman, all the things which is required. And here you can see the domain. So you have, you can see there, red and blue is the boron nitride and black is graphene. So in this picture, exactly they're matching. So you have a system in which embedded these boron nitride in a graphene domain. So and we are able to open the band gap. So I don't know where is the, I missed the slide, I think. There is one. Oh, sorry. I missed the slide, I think. So we opened a band gap of around 0.5 electron volt, and this is the paper based on that. Again, the one paper which we did, as I showed you, the growth of graphene, the good quality graphene, and how you prove that your graphene you are grown is really good quality. You have to study the quantum Hall effect. If you are showing quantum Hall effect in your graphene, it means that your graphene is of good quality. This year we have studied variation of electronic transport in graphene in different domains, and one is the CVD. So I think CVD one is CVD is the second one. Yeah. So the second one is good quality graphene. The third one is not that good because you can see the D peak, which is the defect peak, and HOPG, which is the Scotch tape, Novosolov and Gaim people. So very similar like that. You have this, and we studied that work, and we shown that you see that the quantum Hall effect is studied in our sample. So we are able to get good quality graphene because we have shown quantum behavior, quantum Hall effect behavior there. As I told you, there is a two main concern. One is the synthesis and opening a band gap. So these are the two things we address. So we address, at least we now today in our lab, we are able to grow inches by inches. Our plan is to make A4 size graphene. We are thinking on that action. We are writing projects of that. Unfortunately, government is not paying money. I wrote 23 projects. None of them have succeeded. I don't know why. I'm so bad. But anyway, so my plan is to grow graphene of A4 size. For that, we have submitted the project. And the other one is that at present, we are capable of growing couple of inches by couple of inches. And so that is one part, the synthesis. And second part, I told you, the band gap opening, we have done some more work where we have able to, we are trying to grow, to open a band gap in graphene. So that's the two things. 2-3 minutes more, where we try to show you that because of this zero band gap graphene, there's a limitation, and therefore new materials are coming up, and those materials are called two-dimensional material, which is dichalcogenides. And this is TMDs, transition metal dichalcogenides. And this is image, if you see, this family is there. So dichalcogenides may be of every kind. It should be insulator, it should be semiconductor, it should be metal, superconductor, semiconductor. So nowadays, people are working in this area. And recently, a call from, I think, DST, ANRF came that you can submit the proposal of two-dimensional material. So we submitted that. And this is a very important, and it's a recent phenomena. And this transition metal dichalcogenides means MX2. M is the transition metal. It can be molybdenum, tungsten, vanadium, etc. And X is chalcogen, which is selenium, sulfur, and tellurium. So this is the three, and you can make many variety of material. As I told you here, you see, this is all based on that. And you have MOS2, WS2, SNS2, RES2, VOS2, TiS2, and AC2, and all these things. So these are the word, a new word is coming up, and people are working on it.
This has again a lot of electronics is possible, spintronics is possible, photodetector is possible, electron gas sensor is possible, and all are like graphene, two-dimensional, one layer thick, tiny, atomically thin material. So it's very lightweight and wonderful material, I can say. And people are working. We are growing some of the materials. I'll show you some of the images. These are the furnaces which we have, and these are some optical images where I show you that MOS2 can grow. This is scanning electron microscopy. Generally, when you grow TMDs, they will grow either in hexagon or in tetragon or in tetragonal truncated triangles and things like that. So we are doing that. And if you see all over the world, people are growing that similar like, and we try to study their characterize it, and AFM image shows that it's one layer and things like that. We did Raman, all this thing. One very good example I want to show you here is that you see, this is a light you are giving. This is the optical image of that. That side you see, okay? And this is exposed under 532-inch green light. So I'm putting the green light, and the images which you see is the red light. So it is the direct evidence that this is an open band gap. This is called direct band gap. So you can see, and where is the double layer? There is a black. So you see. Two layer is not direct band gap, it's indirect. So direct example of fluorescent imaging of WAC2, which is one of the best. I can see that directly you can say there's a direct band gap, and the fluorescence is like this. And so bright fluorescence material. It's very interesting. And then we have done many other work. I think I should close it here by showing some of the images. This is one of the student who is in Korea. Sajal Rai is with me, Suez Rai is with Korea, and Amit Patel is doing some scientist work in IIT Chennai, and now presently, yeah. So some of the things are there. We are growing a lot of 2D materials. We are publishing on growth, their mechanism, try to understand their behavior, try to study their field effect transistor behavior. And these are some works and publication which we can see it here. I think, yeah, so we should, this is one device, you see, and triangle, we made it, and we shown that this is very good. And no, graphene, let us not talk. Only one thing I want to, please read that paper if you want. This is just published in 2000, I think 25 last year in Advanced Material. It is not graphene, it is graphene. And it's a very interesting one because we merge silica glass and graphene, and we given the name glass. I will taking the name GLA from glass and phene from graphene, and we write it graphene. So it's a very interesting one. Please read it. It's not easy to explain in 5 minutes. Some data here, but okay, let us start here. Let's summarize here that we did graphene synthesis, beyond graphene, TMDs, and some novel hybrid materials. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very interesting talk, and thank you for telling us about 2D materials and plethora of applications which we might have missed. So any questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Hello. Sir, as you mentioned, this is a single atom layer graphene structure is there. So on daily basis, one is the characterization. Second part is on daily basis, how are you handling this invisible layer of graphene?
It's a very important question. So you see one of the picture which I have shown you here is the image. So scientist has developed a technique by which they can see it. I think where it is. Give me 1 second. I'll show you, and it's taken from mobile phone images, and why it is came. That's the important thing. Come by. Yeah. It's graphene is visual, is it right? Everybody say yes. Yeah, you can see something
yes.
patch inside.
Yes.
90%, I cannot guess, but maybe more than 70% is single layer. I'm telling you. This is seen by the TM and all. So because of refractive index of these two material, and they have realized that actually they seen it, they somehow they manage it, that how we can see it. So because of the different refractive index, the contrast will develop. So you see, there's the only contrast. You are not see the graphene actually. It is the contrast between the refractive index and that image you are getting. So you can see it.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful talk. So now our next speaker is online, Professor Amira Zoc. Can you unshare the slides? Yes. Sir, आप बैठिए. नहीं sir, आप बैठिए. Please unshare the slides.
इसको कोई ऑनलाइन है, उनको कैसे शेयर करें?
Professor Amira, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank
I
you so
can hear
much.
you well.
Yeah.
Just I cannot share my presentation.
Yeah, I'll just unshare this
Okay,
presentation. Yeah.
perfect.
So by the time I'll introduce our guest, Professor Amira Zoc is a senior researcher at the Tunisia National Center for Nuclear Science and Technology with a PhD in chemistry from the University of Tunis El Manar. Her research focuses on the application of nuclear and radiation technologies for environmental sustainability, including clean energy solutions, radiation-assisted plastic waste recycling, and greenhouse gas reduction. She has led and coordinated several national and international research projects in close collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Her work provides innovative and practical solutions to global challenges such as climate change, environmental pollution, and resource efficiency, contributing directly to sustainable development goals. She's a member of AFRA, High-Level Steering Committee, contributing to strategic planning for nuclear science and technology development across Africa. Additionally, as president of Women in Nuclear Tunisia, she actively promotes gender equality, capacity building, and international cooperation in nuclear science and technology. So we would like to hear her. Professor Amira Zoc.
Thank you so much, Professor Sunita, for this kind introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, it is in full screen because I cannot put it here. I will try.
You have to go to slideshow.
Yes, but I have
your camera is
something.
also off. We are not able to see you too.
Okay. Really? Right, I cannot put, it's okay now. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
You can see me also?
No, but we can see your screen, so we can start the presentation.
Not yet? Okay, because my camera is open. Anyway.
Yeah.
So greetings all of you from Tunisia. I'm very happy to be with you today at the 7th International Conference on Recent Trend in Materials and Devices. I'm going to present you my talk, which is from plastic waste to sustainable concrete in order to mitigate greenhouse gases. And this work was made at the National Center of Nuclear Science and Technology. I will just rapidly introduce this center. This center is located in Tunisia. It was created in 1993, and it's a public research center under the Ministry of Higher Education. We are working, our mission is related to the peaceful application of nuclear sciences. We do research and development, also some services, and in order to improve education in our country. So in this center, we have two irradiation facilities. We have a cobalt-60 irradiation source, and we have also the electron beam irradiation facilities. And using these two facilities, we did a lot of work in different kind of expertise and in different field of application. And among this field of application, we are interested in plastic pollution, because as you can see here at the bottom of the screen, that and based on statistical data, that more than half of all plastic ever produced have been made since 2000. And every year we produce 430 million tons of plastic, which most of it gets thrown away after just one use. And imagine that every minute 19 tons of plastic waste are dumped into the ocean. And if, as you can see in this picture, if the current trends in 2050, there will be about 12 billion tons of plastic in landfill and in our environment. And of course, it will be more plastic than fish in the ocean. And all of you, because we don't have a lot of time, all of you know what is the impact of plastic pollution in environment. As you can see in this picture, they can affect our ocean, they kill animals. And here appear the concept of 3R, which is related to reduce, reuse, and recycle. And to do that, we have to work on education and awareness, work with some legislation and policy, community engagement, and also, and I will say last but not least, through research and innovation, by enhancing the development of sustainable alternatives to conventional plastic and engaging continual innovation to create more valuable and eco-friendly products. There are, based on the literature, based on, there are a lot of recycling methods of plastic waste. And among these recycling methods, we can find the mechanical recycling, the chemical recycling. But in my point of view, the best way is to reuse plastic waste. And here appear our innovative approach. And our innovative approach consists into incorporating irradiated plastic waste into concrete.
Hello,
and here the
Amira.
question.
Hello, Amira,
Yes.
are you changing your slides, because we cannot see your slide? It's on the first one. Where production plastic. Are you changing the slides?
Yes, I'm changing the slides. You cannot see my slides?
Yeah, it's not changed. It's stuck on the first one.
I will, okay, I'm sorry. I will stop sharing. I will share. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, now you can share, or you can change the slide.
Okay, this is put it in full screen.
Yeah.
The change, it changed now?
Yes, now it's changing. Yes, right.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. So here, as I told you, this is our electron beam facilities. This is the field that I will talk about today. It's related to the plastic pollution. Here is the concept of 3R. And okay, so as I told you, our innovative approach is related to why not try to incorporate irradiated plastic waste into concrete. in order to reduce environmental waste, in order to improve the physical, chemical, thermal, and mechanical properties of the new concrete, reduce also the material cost and minimize water in the concrete mix. But in order to reach that, we have to gain a deeper understanding about the effect of irradiation on the plastic waste. Also, the choice of concrete. The concrete, as you can see, everywhere around us is forming our roads, building, and bridge. It is also the second most used substances on the earth after the water, and the key ingredient of the concrete is the cement. And the cement is the major contributor to the climate change, which is responsible for nearly 8% of global carbon dioxide emission. And every ton of cement produces a ton of carbon dioxide. Another thing also which is very important is that concrete presents some pores, and which permit potentially enter of some water, some gases, some vapor of water, some chemicals, and the rapid deterioration of the roughness of the concrete surface because due to the abrasion and the pore resistance, as well as the low resistance to heating. And maybe through this innovative approach, maybe we can obtain at the final stage a new kind of concrete which is most better than the initial one. And the question here which can be asked is why irradiated plastic? Because as you know, that plastic waste is abundant and it's persistent into the environment, and it is typically not reactive. And using irradiation technology, we can modify the plastic structure, which will be more compatible with the concrete mixture. And we choose in our first study the polyethylene tetraphthalate because it's one of the most representative compounds. It's with low costs, with low density, and we have a lot in Tunisia. And what we need then it's technically push, and this is where radiation processing comes in as intervention, not to replace the conventional recycling process, but to complement them in a way to increase application, enhance product quality, low costs, and chemical inputs, all the while remaining environmental friendly. And here appear radiation technology, as you can see in this slide, is highlighted because of its ability to modify most polymeric materials in the waste stream, especially thermodynamic plastic, by variation of radiation conditions, including cross-linking and branching, which can enhance mechanical properties, also by oxidation, which can improve miscibility and form reactive points. Grafting, as it was one of the conferences that gave us presentation about grafting, incorporating some new functionalities, and also by degradation, which can improve the processability and the formation of the low molecular weight products that can be used and improve the polymer properties. And before starting, we take the characterization of our PET waste using different kind of analytical method. And as you can see here in XLD analysis, we can see that we enhance the crystallinity of PET waste when it's irradiated at 20 kilogray. We can also see that related to FTIR analysis that at 100 kilogray, we have a scission which is more pronounced than than PET waste irradiated at 20 kilograms. Here also analysis of PET waste using TGA analysis, thermogravimetric analysis, as well as GSC. And as you can see that results obtained by GSC, we can see the irradiation modify the crystallinity of the PET. And also when we can look at the different TGA spectrum, you can see that we obtain a better thermal stability compared to the original PET waste. But in order to reach our objective, our first objective, we were faced some challenges, and especially 3 challenges. The first one is to have access to the large amount of selected plastic waste and how to make it available for us. The second challenge was how to make plastic reactive, and I will explain in the next slide this important point. And the last one is how to test the new kind of concrete at the industrial scale. So for the first challenges, and especially for collecting the plastic waste, we partnership with the socio-economic partner in Tunisia, which is a collect company. This company provide us raw materials and ensure the sustainability of plastic sources. The second, so in order to make the plastic reactive, we use our electron beam accelerator in Tunisia in order to modify the structure of plastic, and in order to test the final product, we also partner with the construction materials company, which provide us the requirement and the specification for the standard products, and in order to ensure the final product for construction application. And when the concrete mixed is ready, I can see there are some key parameters that we have to look at seriously. The first one is to define which kind of concrete you need to go. It is the normal concrete, the low-grade concrete, and this is based on the mechanical strength of the final concrete that you need to obtain it. And in our case, we are looking for the normal grade. The second step is to select the water cement ratio, because here we were looking at some workability. When we mix the concrete with plastic, it will be some easiest in order to make the mixture. The third step is to determine the cement content. After that, we have to look at calculate the aggregate quantities which is needed, and to adjust for workability with and without the additive before and after the mixture. And of course, make some all the tests that's requirement. And now when the mix design is already fixed and already obtained and discussed with the industry, we start the complicated step. And this step, which is the second step, which is the second challenge, is how to make our plastic reactive. And here appear 4 factors, which is the first one is the irradiation dose. What is the best dose in order to obtain the more compatible concrete, the more compatible plastic waste with the cement? We have also the dose rate. We have also the ratio of the plastic that have to be incorporated. And finally, the plastic granulometry. And we change between 20 and 100 kilogram. We change also the dose rate. We use 2 dose rates in order to know what is the effect of dose rate on this plastic. The ratio is something very important, and also the plastic granulometry. Here is all the methodology that is used. It's summarized in these pictures. You can see there is a plastic collection, the sorting, washing, grinding, irradiated everything. The mix design is ready. We prepare the samples, and after that we test. The different tests that we already make is related to workability, to air content, water absorption, comprehensive strength. I miss here the tensile strength and the depth of water penetration. In these tables, we can see all specification of the compound in terms of density, in terms of the thickness, what is the geometry of plastic that we start with, the post-consumer plastic, also related to the procedure that we have to use, what kind of modification we are looking for, what is the range of the dose rates. And the last table, we can see the specification of our final product that we needed. And here, as you can see, the comprehensive strength we need is around 30 and 40 megapascal, which is normal concrete. But for optimizing steps, we use, which is named design of experiments, using a screening model designed by Nimrod software. And we use that software in order to identify the components that significatively affect the quantity of concrete, because it is successful tools using to identify components that can affect or that can be fixed or not in the further optimization step. After that, the second part is related to the box-Behanken statistical design, which is something that helps us to study the interaction between the different key factors on the quality of the concretes, and which can give us the best combination and highlights which parameter that significatively affect our final product. And here in this table, you can see the 18 experiments that we have to do after using the design of experimenters and after fixing 4 parameters and 4 factors, which is dose rate, irradiation dose, percentage of PET, and size of PET. And we use the mathematical model, which is represented by this equation. And the Pareto chart of the effect of 4 parameters was determined and are represented here in terms of workability, air content, water absorption. And as you can see here, there are when we have, for example, for comprehensive strength and workability, 2 positive answers that are represented in the circle here. But at the same time, we have a negative effect on the plastic, on the final concrete. So here the results shown that there are some difficulties in order to find the best combination parameters using a simple mathematical model, and which indicated that we need further optimization in order to obtain the interaction between variables. And for that, and in order to elucidate this problem, we investigate the interaction among factors and optimize the process condition effectively by using the Nimrod, the box-Behanken statistical design. And all the results are obtained and put it here in this table. And now, the 2D and 3D response surface for comprehensive strength, for workability, for different kind of parameters are represented here. And in order to interpret it, for example, in terms of comprehensive strength, we can see that the optimal performance was achieved with 5% of PET, using 1 kilogram and 1 millimeter as particle size. Here also in terms of workability, we can see that the best results have to don't exceed 10% irradiated with 100 kilogram. In terms of tensile strength, we obtained that optimal performance was also achieved with PET size 1 millimeters with 10% or mean percentage of PET which doesn't exceed 10% irradiated at 100 kilogram, and also in terms of water penetration, which will be achieved at the particle size of 1 millimeters, and the percentage have to don't exceed 5 to 10 kilograms. Here also something very important that I have to add, that we are working now on the economic feasibility of this with the International Atomic Energy Agency. At the beginning, I have to put this in this slide, but I have to ask the agency about this new logiciel, which is related to calculate everything, especially in the step moving from TRL1 to TRL7. And we are working on that, and we found that with PET we obtain a good results, but it's still a little bit expensive. And now we are moving with the PP, which is polymers that no need to go up in irradiation dose, and which can be more eco-feasibility better. They can give us a very cheap quantity, new kind of concrete. So here as a conclusion, I can see that the electron beam radiation is effective as a pre-treatment in order to modify PET, and all results that obtained show that it can improve the compatibility between the irradiated PET and the cement matrix. And also among the obtained results, we have to don't exceed 10% of irradiated plastic to the matrix segment in order to obtain a normal grade of concrete. We also have to keep in mind that by reducing 10% of concrete plastic, we are reducing also 10% of carbon dioxide emission, which is also something related to reducing greenhouse gases. So basically, we can say that radiation technology offers a practical and scalable routes for the sustainable concrete. I thank you all, and here you can scan my LinkedIn, and if you have any question or you are looking for some collaboration, we are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Amira. Any questions? So thank you. And if there are no questions, we can move to the next speaker. And thank you so much for giving us time. I know it's quite late at your Indonesia, but thank you so much. And thank you for all your patience. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir. So we move to our next speaker, Dr. Mukesh Pandey, sir. Dr. Mukesh Pandey is a scientist at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, India, with a strong background in experimental physics and material science. He is an alumnus of BARC Training School and holds an MSc in physics from IIT Delhi, followed by a PhD in physics from University of Mumbai. His doctoral research focused on diamond and diamond-like carbon thin films prepared using chemical vapor deposition technique. At BARC, Dr. Pandey has been actively involved in research on advanced functional materials, including diamond and carbon-based materials, spintonic materials, phosphate glasses, strained silicon germanium layers, and related characterization techniques. He has contributed to several peer-reviewed publications and continues to play an important role in materials research relevant to nuclear science and advanced technologies. Sir, over to you. And I would request you to please be within the time, and if you can crisp your talk so that... Oh. Amira, are you there? You can have to unshare your slides. Hello? Hello, Professor Amira?
I am with you.
You have to unshare your slides so that next speaker can upload.
Okay.
The slides are shared, yeah. So sorry. You just have to unshare.
Let me try.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's okay now?
Yes, yes, now it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Hello? Amira, it's not unshared. You have to stop and unshare. Yeah, I think now it is. Yeah, it is now. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was thinking it's okay.
No, it's all right. Some small technical glitches. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Bye.
Thank you, Madam Sunita, for giving me this opportunity. And I can see Dr. Ashok Kumar. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This work basically I have recently started, maybe around 2-3 years back, and I'm very fond of speaking on this part right now. Although my past work, as Madam has said, has been on material science and related things, but this will be little different from the aspect of molecular physics. So, coming to my talk. This is how I'm going to. This is my plan of talk. Actually, because of shortage of time, I am curtailing my discussion to only to the ammonia.
Yes, sir. Yes, that will be great.
Porphyrin, I may talk sometimes later.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Although
Thank
this is
you.
also one of the fascinating field.
Yes,
but
right. Okay,
with
sir.
limitation of time, I will be concentrating on mainly on the ammonia cluster.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So what I'll do is that I'll basically discuss about interaction of ammonia with metal hydrides and metal dihydrides. Metal hydrides like lithium hydride, and for metal dihydride, I will take alkaline earth metals like beryllium, magnesium, and all that. And then I'll go ahead explaining you the complex interplay between hydrogen, dihydrogen, and lithium bonds, where non-additive effects strongly influence the geometry of the energetics. And for that, I will be basically focusing on two specific things. One is the lithium hydride complexation with ammonia molecules, and second is the calcium hydrides and fluorides complexation with ammonia molecules. So coming to the very pointed question that what is a cluster? The cluster is basically defined as an aggregate of atoms, molecules, as low as minimum of 2, and maximum it can go up to hundreds of thousands molecules and atoms. And then what is non-covalent interactions? These are basically interactions which are weak between atoms and molecules, where actually there is no chemical reaction has taken place, but still they are of importance. And we are classifying them into various categories like electrostatic interaction, pi interaction, van der Waals forces, and hydrophobic effect. This is a classic example of water cluster, wherein 6 water molecule has been arranged in a cluster form. And this is a classic example by Kesselman, which has appeared in Science Journal, 1988. So now you may ask that why ammonia has been chosen as a classic molecule. See, ammonia is a polar molecule with a dipole moment of 1.4 d, 1.4 d, and is able to form hydrogen bonds. And secondly, ammonia is basically a promising hydrogen carrier. Okay, and it has got very high hydrogen capacity, something like 17.8%. And it reacts with metal hydrides, forming MH and MH2 type of thing in an exothermic reaction to release hydrogen at room temperature. So that is why we have chosen ammonia. So these are the two classic papers by Hina et al. And Kojima et al. Long back, actually, they had predicted the role of lithium amide under pressure to store as a hydrogen storage system. Well, coming to that small brief about the clusters, I'll come back to my work, which is basically formation of ammonia clusters, which is pure ammonia cluster. And here I have shown 4 ammonia molecules forming a cluster. And the middle graph, which I have shown, is basically the non-covalent interaction pattern. How this basically shows the various parameters, quantum parameters like electron density at the bond critical point and the bond length and the different kind of non-covalent interactions playing between the molecules. And then to quantify these non-covalent interactions, we make use of a tool called plotting these NCI plots into a representative manner, which is called RDG plot. These are reduced density gradients, reduced density gradient plots. For those who may not be knowing, I am giving you that expression that RDG is basically having an expression which has a gradient of electron density at the bond critical point divided by the density at that point to the power R to the power 4. This is the expression for reduced density gradient, which basically, making use of certain software, you can directly plot. See the green plot, green curve. May I have that torch? Okay. Okay. So I don't know how to mark. Is it some way to mark? Okay, okay. Cursor has come, yeah. So this is basically the hydrogen bond. Okay. The green one is the hydrogen bond, and red one is basically this is the attractive hydrogen bond. This is the repulsive steric interaction. So by showing in this color contrast manner, we can basically see how much is the level of interaction and what is the basically happening within the system. So this is for the pure ammonia clusters, 4 ammonia clusters. Then we go ahead with complexation with sodium hydride of this tetramer, pentamer basically. I'll call it pentamer because one of the molecule is sodium hydride and 4 ammonia molecules. So this pentamer, how they will look like. For lithium hydride, how these will form. Okay. This is for lithium hydride. And then for alkaline earth metal, how the complexation forms. Okay. This is the complexation NCI plot for 4 ammonia molecule with 1 beryllium hydride. And this is for the magnesium dihydride. Okay. And well, so I have basically tabulated these results in this form of a table, wherein I have plotted what happens to the ammonia hydrogen bond length and then ammonia and hydride, that is, say for example, NaH. So the H of the hydride, what happens to the NH bond? That is called basically hydride bond. So this is how the variation goes in case of when we go to sodium to lithium to beryllium to ammonia. Okay. And this is what happens to the hydride bond length. That is LiH, VEH, NaH, and so on. Okay, so you can see some kind of trend. Okay, where basically this is getting significantly reduced. Okay, except for this. Anyway, this I have already told you that this is a topological thing, topological parameters where a strong hydrogen bond is found if the Laplacian of the electron density del square rho r is less than 0, and the total electron density is also less than 0, and then moderate hydrogen bonding will be formed if even if this is greater than 0, and weak, in case of weak hydrogen bonding, both of them are greater than 0. So this is basically a criteria. Now we have used ORCA program to solve all these quantum chemical calculations and to get the insight of molecular orbitals and molecules. Avogadro software was used, like what I had mentioned, the NCI plots and all those things. VMD multi WFN has been also used. So these are the basically tools. These are basically back-end tools to understand the data which has been generated by the software ORCA. These are the various global chemical reactivity descriptors. We basically find the HOMO-LUMO gap by finding the energy of HOMO energy and the LUMO energy. And these are various definitions I had basically described just to give a brief glimpse what it all refers to. Well, these are the tabulated form of various parameters: ionization potential, activation energy, chemical potential, softness, hardness, electrophilicity, and all that. And with all these things, basically what we found is that sodium hydride based complex has a least stable and most reactive among all ammonia hydride clusters. And beryllium hydride has a higher electronegativity among all. Also, beryllium hydride has the highest hardness. Sodium hydride has got the highest softness. Also, it is a good good nucleophile, whereas magnesium hydride is a good electrophile. So, what we basically understand by the table is following: that metal hydride ammonia clusters act differently as compared to pure ammonia clusters, and seeding with metal hydride in ammonia clusters changes its physical, chemical, and electronic properties. Chemical stability of the cluster decreases while the reactivity increases. For pure ammonia cluster, it shows NH, that is N dot dot H. I will say this is the hydrogen bond because hydrogen is basically associated with the lone pair of nitrogen. Okay, so basically this is how the hydrogen bonding has been taking place. On the other hand, clusters with metal hydride have a strong dihydrogen bond. That is basically this the H dot dot H dash dash H is basically what? One of the H. Say for example, this one. This is from ammonia hydrogen and this is from lithium hydrogen. So protect part of hydrogen and the ionic hydric part of hydrogen. Basically, both of them are getting coupled, and that is basically called a dihydrogen bond. Well, now coming to the cooperativity. See, what happens? These clusters are showing cooperativity in the sense that what happens that the weaker bonds getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Okay, this is a classic example of tetrahedral bond. Okay, this is a work initiated by Al Kurota et al. Wherein basically what we observed that the weak tetrahedral bond, when get associated with a strong beryllium carbonate, that is the alkaline earth-based systems, this tetrahedral bond gets stronger and stronger, and this basically this is basically the effect of cooperativity. Okay, on these grounds, basically what we thought, we will also understand the cooperativity in our ammonia-based clusters, which are basically seeded with lithium hydride. And we had basically seen up to N is equal to 7, we have done, that is 7 ammonia molecules. Okay. And yeah. So up to what we have studied is that ammonia clusters bounded by hydrogen bonding where NH system, okay, that ammonia NH is basically, it acts as proton donor as well as proton acceptor. And these studies by Molam and Sagan, okay, they had actually shown that this because of this dihydrogen bond, in fact, they have also worked on ammonia clusters, but they have done, they had shown that these kind of things can have very strong influence of hydrogen storage. So what we did is that we basically tried to do the molecular modeling of their work. Okay, they did this work on experimental ground. We had done it. We had shown by simulation methods that yes, this exactly happens. So this is the optimized geometry for single ammonia molecule with lithium hydride. This is 2 ammonia molecules with lithium hydride. This is called ammonia. This is called, we'll call it dimer. This is a trimer. This is a tetramer, pentamer. So I have basically shown results up to the pentamer. Okay. Well, up to 7. Here I have shown up to 7, but we will discuss only up to the pentamers. Yes. So this is basically the red, and this yellow color dots are basically the hydrogen bonds. Okay. In case here actually I have not shown the dihydrogen bond, but you can see that ammonia, one ammonia can get accelerated with minimum 3 of the ammonia molecule. This nitrogen is getting associated with 3 hydrogen. Okay. So these 3 ammonia molecules are getting here. We can see, but otherwise with this lithium hydride, complexes are basically formed up to 7 ammonia molecules. Yeah. So this is our recent work which we have published in Journal of Computational Chemistry. This is about the topological parameters and the optimized geometry. What we found is that this lithium hydride complex trimer, they basically exist in 3 conformers, B1, B2, and B3 conformer, wherein basically this is the most stable part. B1 is the most stable part, and B3 is the least stable part. But even then, because of the cooperativity effect, its stability is going approximing to the most stable system. This we will be showing you how it is happening. This is for the pentamer. Okay. So these are the topological parameters. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. See this, for example, this data, it is showing the bond between this ammonia and hydrogen, and the data in the parentheses. This is basically the electron density which we have calculated. This is for the, we found 5 specific pentamers, okay, with having different conformers typically. Yeah. So what happens that when one molecule start interacting with another molecule, they basically affects their electron densities also. Okay. So electron densities are perturbed. And one way to understand how much is the perturbation, this electron density difference maps are basically generated. And you can see that in A1 conformer, this is how the basically this is a dimer. Okay, this is a dimer of and it has only one stable conformation conformer, that is A1. And in case of trimers, that is 2 ammonia and 1 lithium hydride, this is the B1 conformer, this is the B2 conformer, There is the B3 conformer. So how the electron density is basically getting perturbed, and finally it is the net electron density which basically matters. Okay. And this red region is basically the regions where the electron densities are basically getting accumulated, gain in electron density, and blue regions are basically where the electron densities are depleted, regions of depleted electron densities. Okay. So this is how basically these are the molecular electron density difference maps. So these are also quite important to understand that what is happening inside when the clusters are or complexes are formed. Well, to understand all these things, we further go ahead into the many-body interaction energy calculation, wherein we have used the supermolecular approach. For those who want to go further deep into how it has been calculated and all, one can go to our Journal of Computational Chemistry paper. So the interaction energy is basically defined as follows. Okay, this is basically a difference between the energy of the molecular systems, individual molecular entities, or I'll say the monomers in the basis set of the superset. Okay, this basically there what we have the entire entity in the superset basis set minus the minus the energy of individual monomers in their own basis. Okay, plus the basis set superposition error. So this is a normal way of dealing things in quantum chemical calculations. And then these energies are basically decomposed into various interaction types like ammonia, AI, ammonia, lithium hydride, then three-body interactions, ammonia, then ammonia, lithium hydride, ammonia, lithium hydride, AA, like up to 4 body interactions we have basically taken the calculation. And then see, this is what is the net result of all those calculations. You can see that the interaction energy in case of see B1 conformer. See, this is a B1 conformer where we have interaction energy of 1 and 2. Here basically you can see it is, I don't know whether molecule 1, molecule 2, molecule 3. So this is a two-body interaction energy, E1, E2 and 2E2. Okay. So this is basically for the trimer systems. And then this is the interaction energy and the degree of cooperativity. This is a very important parameter. See, here the degree of cooperativity, it is basically a positive energy. Positive energy means it is destabilizing the system. And if it is a negative energy, it is stabilizing the system. Okay. So although the B3 is not a very stable system, is not a very stable conformer, but still due to cooperativity of minus 2.582 kilocalorie per mole, it is basically getting competitive with the most stable form of the conformer, B1 conformer. Then same thing we did for the primer, the C1, C2, C3. No, sorry, C1, C2, C3. They are basically for the 3 ammonia and 1 lithium hydride, and this is for the 4 ammonia and 1 lithium hydride. Okay. Here also, in case of C4, we do see the positive cooperativity. And this is basically, if you see, with respect to the total interaction energy, this is almost 10%. Okay. So it's a significant amount of cooperativity, which is seen in C4. And similarly, in D2. D2, you see, this is also quite comparative. Okay. If you see, this is also nearly 8% or so. So this is basically a good amount of cooperative interaction.
So request you to conclude because we are running short of time.
Okay. So what I'll do, I'll skip many of the slides. Here also I try to show the cooperativity. Here the interaction was basically this energy of interaction was basically decomposed into various five meaningful components, and we found that the polarization part and the charge transfer part also plays a very important role, specifically in the C4 conformer and so on. Anyway, this is basically our calculation for different components of the interaction energy: electrical exchange interaction, polarization, charge transfer, and dispersion. Well, so now coming to the, how much time is, madam? So anyway, I'm only through with my lithium hydride work. So this is the take-home message. Lithium hydride form strongly bound complexes with ammonia with interaction energy ranging from 20.9 kilocalorie per mole to minus 86 kilocalorie per mole. These molecules are held together by pair of additive interactions comprising of lithium hydrogen bonding. Lithium bonding is a very interesting topic. A lot of work has been done on lithium bonding. Madam may be knowing much better. Then dihydrogen bonding, then HH is the dihydrogen bonding, and NH hydrogen bonding. Interactions are verified by AIM bond critical point. This is atom in molecule picture. The influence of cooperativity effect on the strength of non-covalent interactions was investigated for this thing. Additional ammonia molecules. Yeah. So this is basically an important point, that additional ammonia molecules acting as proton donor as well as proton acceptor enhances the dihydrogen bond strength. This is the message. This is the take-home message. And the cooperativity effect enhances the covalent nature of the dihydrogen bond. Also, the polarization interaction term is even more important than the charge transfer term. Well, maybe what I'll do, I'll take just 5 minutes, not more than that. This basically we have plotted the molecular electrostatic potential. This molecular electrostatic potential is basically for ammonia. This is for lithium hydride. This is for lithium hydride dimer. Okay, and you see this is a yellow dot here, and there is a cyan dot here. Okay, so the yellow dot is basically the region where you have a positive electrostatic potential, and here it is a negative electrostatic potential, the cyan region, cyan dot. And now you see the golden necklace in the neck between the lithium hydride and ammonia dimer complex. These are the regions basically where the ammonia molecules can get attached, because these are the specific sites where you can go and attach the ammonia molecules. And this is the key point where we can see that how the clusters are getting formed. And same is for the calcium hydride and calcium fluoride based systems. And we were glad to see that whatever MEP plots we had plotted, exactly at the same position the ammonia is going to go and attach. So this is basically a very beautiful way of predicting the specific sites for the complex formation. This work actually our work is just recently accepted in ChemPhil's Chem paper. This ammonia, calcium hydride and calcium fluoride ammonia complexes. So these are again same story what we did for lithium hydride. Okay. This for ammonia, calcium fluoride complexes. Yeah, we do understand that these interactions, they also affect the vibrational frequencies. This is a very beautiful way of experimentally prove, although we did not do the experiment. because we find it a little difficult in performing the experiment for this kind of system, because we don't know the way how to evaporate lithium hydride as a whole into as a gaseous form, in a molecular form rather. Ammonia anyway is molecular, so ammonia gas you can flow. But if suppose somebody can tell me in the audience or the experienced people here, how to pick up a single lithium hydride molecule, we have a very good facility for cluster formation. We can take up this work for experimentally verify this problem. And not only this, the vibrational frequencies, the symmetric and asymmetric coupling are also getting affected. Okay. This is, I have plotted the symmetric and asymmetric NH stretch frequency for ammonia molecule, for calcium hydride and calcium fluoride also. This I have tabulated. And here basically you see, we have got some coupled modes also. The strength, the interaction is basically to such an extent that the vibration frequencies are also getting coupled. And here you see, if you see my previous slide, in this symmetric stretch, each of the three this atomic motion, they had almost equal contribution. Okay. But when after the complexation, this has altered. This ratio has altered. See? Earlier it was 33%. Now it has become, one of them is more, having more contribution compared to the other two. Okay. Here also you see in different ways. So basically what is happening is that our, this is getting affected. Well, I'll not go much into deep because the time limitation is there. I'll just summarize my results. A comprehensive study was conducted to illustrate the nature of lithium hydride ammonia complexation. Global and local minima structures were determined. The optimized geometry of lithium hydride ammonia clusters were determined using high-level DFT and MP2 calculations, revealing the presence of distinct interactions like lithium dot dash dash N with the lithium bond, HH dihydrogen bond, and the hydrogen bond. Okay, these interactions were verified by QTIM. Basically, now people, instead of talking about AIM, people talk about quantum theory of atom and molecules. This is called QTIM picture. And then NCI picture and electron density difference maps. So these are the tools we have used. And many body interaction energy calculations demonstrate that clusters are primarily stabilized by two body interactions, but three body interactions also have a non-negligible contribution on cooperativity. The decomposition of many body interaction energies further elucidate the origin of this cooperative stabilization, where the charge transfer and polarization terms are found to play a major role in this cooperative behavior. This is for the calcium hydride ammonia complexes, calcium hydride and calcium fluoride ammonia complexes. So we basically, what we see is that they here also this kind of thing has approximately 10% of this the three body interaction that is that is basically contribute to the cooperativity, is a major contributor of the cooperativity is a three body interaction. That also has a 10% of the total interaction energy. Okay. So, well, basically by forming various kind of conformers, we are basically able to understand that how the ammonia can be formed in a cluster form. And these has got importance in sort of hydrogen energy, what to say, efficient hydrogen energy schemes. by uh, by sort of modeling the hydrogen storage systems. These are our recent papers. Well, I'll basically acknowledge the students. Anju from Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute, Surat. She has contributed enormously to it. Krishna also has contributed. And not but least our supercomputing center, Mr. Kisle and Vaibhav Kumar, has given a lot of patience in giving us computer time, sometimes months together to solve this problem. And of course, my head, Dr. Devendu Bhattacharya, Dinesh Udupa, and Dr. Shakuntala. In fact, I had a very good chance to work with Dr. Shakuntala. She was our team leader. Now she has become director of physics group. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative and complex computational chemistry, because it has solved many problems. Otherwise, it would have taken years and years together to prove it in the experimental form. But I think whatever the results are, they can be now validated by the experiments.
Many experiments are not possible. Like, for example, as I
Yes.
picking up that lithium hydride molecule or
It's
calcium hydride
difficult,
molecule
yes.
as a single molecule as a whole, and
Hmm.
trying to allow it to interact with the ammonia molecule.
Yes.
So in the gas chamber, how to
Yes.
pick this molecule
right. But these studies are really will be very, very helpful. If yeah. Thank you so much, sir. So now we move towards the last talk of the session. That's by Dr. Lakshya Sardana. He's a chemical engineer specializing in the application of machine learning and neural networks to optimize energy recovery from biomass waste such as sewage sludge and rice husk. His research focuses on predictive analysis for pyrolysis and gasification to advance sustainable bioenergy utilization. He joined BARC training school in 2013 and his master's degree in chemical engineering from Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai, with specialization in numerical simulations and fluidized bed modeling. After his master's, he worked across various domains of nuclear fuel cycle. He currently works at Global Center for Nuclear Energy Partnership and is associated with SARRT, contributing to radiation and radioisotope technologies for healthcare, industry, environment, and agriculture. So it is over to sir, and I request him to be brief.
Yes.
Yes,
Good
thank
evening,
you.
everyone. I think at the onset, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am for this opportunity. And secondly, you can consider this presentation as an extension of the earlier talk by Dr. N.K. Goyal. I have a very shortcut period of time, and so will not go into the details, and hope this will bring you a different perspective of solving the problems. At the onset, if you were here at the inaugural session, ma'am said very clearly that the next stage of the modern science will be solved by data-driven processes. So to begin with, I'll just show you how this works in line with the same. So the work is related to supervised ML using XGBoost-driven kinetic modeling for the biomass pyrolysis optimization. And to begin with, as I said, this is just an extension of the earlier talk by Dr. N.K. Goyal from BARC. And this is the center, GCNP, where we have a gamut of other works which are going on. And so under GCNP, there are 5 schools presently, and I represent one of the schools, which is SART, School for Application of Radioisotope and Radiation Technologies. And here we have the focus areas. We'll not go into the details and we'll directly jump onto the problem at hand. So as I said, biomass pyrolysis. The importance has further aggravated in the current scenario, and I'll tell you why. For an example, let us say biomass. We live in North India. We can take the example of rice husk, a problem which everybody living in Delhi and the surrounding areas are facing. So how to tackle this? Pyrolysis is one of the processes which actually is the solution to this. It transforms the organic waste into valuable products like bio-oil, syngas, and biochar. Environmentally, as I said, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. The produced biochar will be used towards the crop use. Then the bio-oil and the syngas, they can be utilized for heat, electricity, as well as the fuels. And finally, as I said, in this part of the belt, waste valorization, that is the rice husk utilization, is again a very important step in promoting circular economy, which currently, along with the green initiatives going on, holds key promise for the future. So before we dive into the ML models, I would just like to give a glimpse of why, into the inaugural session and as your thematic areas of the conference, like the statistics, machine learning, AI-driven models. But before that, we have these kinetic parameters and the non-ML models. So in this problem, we actually touched upon the activation energy and the pre-exponential factor. And these are, I think will not go into the questions, but these form importance in the Arrhenius equation, which we actually utilize for the reaction rates. Now, the non-ML models. We have two types of models, as normally you would know. We have the model free as the model fitting. The model fitting models, they all work on mechanisms. We have the solid state mechanisms, we have a basic mechanism, and then we build onto that. The model free, they actually utilize the integration as well as the differentiation techniques. So these have been utilized in the past all period of time to actually solve these problems and to find out the values for the kinetic parameters. So now I'll bring into picture the ML model's inclination. So unlike the model-free methods, which I described previously, which utilize extensive TGA data. Here, TGA is thermogravimetric analysis. For example, I'll give you the example. We have the rice husk. When we start heating it, or you can take, for example, pyrolyzing it, the mass will change along with the temperature, and we'll generate the TGA data of mass along with the temperature. So the model-free methods, they will utilize an extensive TGA data, whereas in comparison, ML will use preliminary characterizations for rapid screening. So eliminating a whole lot of work in that. Secondly, capturing linear feedstock process interactions. If you were here at the inaugural session, our chief guest of the day very critically mentioned that the challenges galore at the high temperature level. So what happens at high temperature exactly? We have non-linearity. And that is where the ML models, they come into picture. I will delve more into that in the coming slides. Then we have the tree-based ensembles, which dominate due to robustness with heterogeneous data. Then again, the heterogeneity of the data, as well as the requirement of high temperature applications. They all call for these tree-based ensembles, which we'll be focusing on in the coming slides. And then finally, as we have science, we have engineering, and we have the technology. So from the technological point of view, if we are going to look at the problem, we must see the future refinements which target product yields and the scale up. So here I have given a glimpse of the supervised ML regression algorithms. We'll not go into the details, but I'll give you a very quick outlook. For a baseline, we always start with the linear or the multilinear regression, which is a quick fit, but it actually is inferior to the complex kinetics. Here again, the complex kinetics actually starts at the higher temperatures. For example, if you take biomass pyrolysis, it will start at around 600 degrees Celsius. So there you cannot utilize the basic baseline quick fit models. Then we have the tree-based ensembles. When I say tree-based ensembles, they are actually the so-called, at the center, you can see random forest and the XGBoost in green. And how they work and what efficiency we are able to gain, I'll just delve into the coming slide. Then we have the neural networks. Neural networks, as you all know, have been popularized very recently in the recent time. But then again, they have to be suited to the problem in hand. And that we will see. Then finally, we have the support vector machines, effective for bio-oil properties. As I said, the biomass will be having multiple products, and among them is the bio-oil. So the support vector machines, they actually specialize in the bio-oil properties and the reactor yields, and are also robust to the outliers. So finally, to cut short into the actual problem, we have the current ML models applicability, the tree ensembles. As I said, tree ensembles will largely circle around the random forest and the XGBoost models. So what are their strengths? First, they have an accurate capture of nonlinear kinetics. As I said, nonlinear kinetics, biomass and its pyrolysis, and then the nonlinearity. At higher temperatures, we will these are the actual problems that stand at this point of time. So to have a accurate capture will help us in modeling them and then finally solving the problems. Then a better accuracy on the structured data. Then again, as I said, neural networks. They have gained much popularity in the recent times, but there is a requirement also. We will require an abundant TGA data, as I said, the thermogravimetric data. When we start heating the biomass and the pyrolysis is happening, we will require in thousands of sets of the data points. And an advantage over these will be with the tree ensemble. Then again, overfitting is a major criteria in any of the machine learning models. And finally, the linear or the multilinear regression, which actually is a baseline quick fit, but again, complex kinetics, we will again finally be moving into the tree ensemble. So what actually drove this problem and how it was dealt with, I'll just give you a glimpse of this. First, it was modeled using linear regression. And to give a very broad overview of this, it actually shows you the linearity between the predictors and the response. Homoscedasticity, we have limitation of time, so I'll not go into the detail. Then again, as I said, tree ensemble, they hold the strength in this area of biomass pyrolysis. First example is the random forest. Again, to define random forest is actually bagging. And as I said, tree ensembles, the first word, the root word is tree. So this is where the base of this machine learning model lies. We have to build trees which are independent and parallel, which helps you in faster training, but actually you will get 3 to 8% lower R square. Again, R square, I'll come to that in the next slide for nonlinear kinetics. So here, what will happen is we will be building modeling trees, which will take the decisions for our models, but they'll all be independent. So we have a data, we have independent trees who are actually taking the decision, and finally we'll be averaging all those things. So this is how the random forest will work. So imagine a random forest, and then you are having trees there. They have divided the data, and then finally they are taking independent decisions, and then we average them. Now I move on to the XGBoost model. So this works on boosting. So when I say boosting, again, this is again based on the tree ensemble model. What will happen is each new tree will fix the mistakes of the previous tree. So here, there is no independence or the independent tree models in the forest, but they are all learning from the previous tree mistakes. You can call it slightly slower, but it will be more accurate. And how, we'll show it in the next slide. So what we'll do is we'll have the data, the TGA data of the biomass pyrolysis. We'll have all the data points structured, and then we'll model the problem. And after we model the problem using the previous shown slide models, then we come to actually validate those models. For validation in this problem, MSE or the mean square error concept was used. We can see the formula here. And then our aim was to actually lower that MSE. Lowering the mean square error, what actually means is our predictions of the model, they'll be closer to the actual value, which will signify better accuracy. So that holds a crucial contextual point. Then what if we get higher MSE value? Predictions, they will deviate from the true value, which will indicate poor performance. So it is clear, in a broader sense, we'll target the lower MSE value. Then what about R square? R square is actually informativeness over pure error matrix. Machine learning is driven by large number of models as well as large number of metrics. So here, R square is a common proportion of variance which is utilized to bring MSE into an informative type of a model. Its formula is given 1 minus MSE by MST, and this is how we can see the R square combined with the MSE and the MST, and finally we'll be able to model the data. So now we'll move into the results and how this actually works. So as I said in the previous slide, we have our targets very clear. We have to lower the MSE value and increase the R square. But then again, it's not as simple as it seems. On the right, you can see a pictorial graph which shows the challenges which we face when we do the machine learning modeling. One is the counterfeiting and the overfitting. Second is the regularization learning. Then is the parallel training, which we actually have started utilizing in the recent times because of the boost in the computing power, and then the gradient boosting. We'll not go into the details of this, but finally, I'll come into the crux of the situation and the problem. So the nonlinear modeling, it captures complex kinetics for sure, and better than the linear regression. That was also proven and found in this paper also. It is crucial for co-pyrolysis. Now again, as I said, this problem focused on the pyrolysis model, but then co-pyrolysis of many products. For example, as Dr. N.K. Goel had said, sewage sludge. So sewage sludge combined with other wastes, other biomass things. So those co-pyrolysis problems will again require complex machine learning models, and where these tree and symbols will be highly useful. Then again, we have one more parameter, which is the irradiation effects. So finally, this is a glimpse of the results. And here I've shown all the three models results. First is the XGB or the XGBoost. As you can see, the lines for a very broader view, they seem to be matching with the predicted and the real values. As we can see directly in the lower regression at the bottom, the differences between the prediction and the real value. And then the RF at the center, which is the random forest. So I think we are running on time. So at this point of time, as I can show you, the tree and symbol, they outperform all the other models, including the neural networks in this realm of biomass pyrolysis. Ma'am, we have contributed.
Much. I think it aligns with the theme of our conference very nicely, because when we say material sciences, they require data analysis. And I think this is what I said in the morning, and this is how the conference has been planned. So this talk actually says that so, because very beautifully is aligned it with the ML. Thank you so much. So I think we have to learn a lot in this direction. So with this is the end of our session. I thank all the speakers of the session to be patient and keeping the time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all for presenting an interesting piece of research. I now request Dr. Sunita ma'am to facilitate Professor Anshul Srivastava with memento. I now request ma'am to facilitate Dr. Lakshya Sardana with memento. I now request ma'am to felicitate Dr. Mukesh Pandey with memento. With this, we conclude session 2 of today's program. The remaining technical sessions will continue tomorrow with session 3. Thank you, and we look forward to your presence.